In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my gosh!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
And you're just forced and punched his ticket into the championship. Yeah, the snowballs!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
How did that? You see Wesley's face?
Gosh.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Played phenomenal chess today, and it is coming home.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Happy February 14th, everybody. Some of you celebrate Valentine's Day. We celebrate the start of the 2023 Pro Chess League season. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, FIDE Master James Canyon III. James, how pumped are you for the PCL to begin?
Well, first off, you can't spell chess without Hess. So I'm here with the big Hess himself, the big Flex Hess. Everybody know what it is, chat. And I'm here with myself. I'm too hyped right now. Pro Chess League is awesome, and we're going to have a lot of fun, lots of big teams, lots of energy, and we're here with you, chat. How you feel, Hess?
I'm feeling great. I mean, that was an energetic start there, and it's going to be a fantastic season. There are some important dates for everybody watching to take note of. Bring out your calendars. You know today is Valentine's Day. Go get those flowers and chocolates. But also note that this is a 5-week regular season. March 24th, pencil that in your calendar. That's the Arena Royale. James, that's where the all-stars of the Pro Chess League, they duke it out.
Absolutely. The all-stars, as you like, we call it the all-star team, basically, or also kind of like basketball and like you see the pro all-star type stuff, football too as well. But here you're going to see everybody clash it out, every team, because of course every team can't play each other, but now you get to see everybody in one little Arena Royale swinging at each other. It's going to be fun. I'm planning that too. You planning that or what?
I'm be commentating, so I'll be covering your games, and I hope to be covering your games in the playoffs. Those are March 30th to 31st. Only 8 teams make it, and of course the PCL finals, May 11th to 14th. Only 4 teams are going the distance. So, James, it's just the start of the season. We don't know who is going to be taking it, but let's remind everybody of the format because it's been a while since the Pro Chess League has been a thing, about 17 months since that Arena Royale in 2021. The time control, 10 minutes plus 2-second increment, and you get 4 boards. That's the fun part, James. Why don't you talk a little about that with board 1 playing versus board 4 to start?
Well, board 1, board 4, of course, that's a huge matchup because the underdog. I'm always a big fan of the underdog. So if the underdog can swing and strike there, first off, that's confidence for the team. The team's fired up. We're feeling good. And if they can strike, even make a draw there, sometimes against that very strong board 1, I mean, you're going to be feeling good and a little bit more confident going in, getting some points on the board for the team there. And you never know what can happen in the later rounds. But nothing's going to be easy here.
Nothing, because even board 4s are super strong, and you play everybody on their team. Unless their team gets to 8.5 points early, you are going to get to see board 4 for one team playing board 1 for another, and then eventually the board numbers will play each other. So let's break this down, because today we start off with 2 great teams, the Indian Yogis and the Brazil Capybaras, but every team in this league is great. Like if we just look down the rosters, captains, the managers, we're going to see some familiar names. James, Magnus Carlsen, obviously the standout on this one.
Absolutely. Of course, you got big Magnus here. We see look at the Chessbrahs is here. You got Nemo is not just a movie, right? We got the real Nemo here, a.k.a. Nimsko. We got Blitzstream, MVL, the man with 3 names, Fabiano Caruana. You got Magnus there. Sam Shankland, right? Come to Shankland with Shanklin. It's nice. And then you got David Pruis and the Chess Dojo. Chat, I mean, this is everything that you're looking for. Not only do you have the streamers, but you also have the big-time names, and you got the big-time chess.
And today we got the Brazil Capybaras. They're starting the action against the Indian Yogis. Krikor Mkhitaryan, the Portuguese streaming sensation. I should say Brazilian. He speaks in Portuguese.
Wow.
But either way, he's got Jaspam on his squad. But look down here. Arjun Erigaisi for Team MGD1. And then Praggnanandhaa is on the Indian Yogis. Those Indian teenagers, James, we know how dangerous they are.
I mean, of course, look, it's something in the water, as I always say, man. You go over to India, you drink the water, you just feel different, okay? The chess, you're going to play different. Every week it's another GM coming out of India. It's pretty scary. In fact, I might get some residency over on that side in India because whatever they're doing, we need to follow.
Yeah, they are absolute monsters there. And just look at these lineups as well. The Gotham Knights, I see Hikaru Nakamura. I see Gotham Chess leading the way. But the number one name on this graphic for me is James Canty III.
The Jedi! It's a Jedi! Oh, watch out! Oh, my goodness, man. I'm getting too high. I'm sweating. I'm not even playing. But, of course, I do see my name up there as the captain of the team as we play tomorrow. It's going to be very, very hype. A name we're missing, though, is Big Hess Flex, right? Big Flex Hess, right? We didn't see it there. So, of course, we'll get you. I know your salary cap was too high. They couldn't get you on the team. So, it's all good. We'll get you next time.
I just love seeing Anna Rudolph, the big Greek. These are the captains for the remaining squads here, the Norway Gnomes and the Berlin Bears, with some great players. I see Garden State Pastures, Sevian. We got Salem Saleh for Norway. We got Anton Korbov, the Ukrainian legend for the Berlin Bears. So every single team in this league has some of the best talent in the world. And as soon as I say it, this graphic comes up. I see Shakhriyar Mamedyarov starring for the Levitov Chess Wizard.
Wow, you got Shaq. Then you got Alexandra Kuzniuk, fresh off her Grand Prix women's, like just fresh off the win, winning, I think with an extra point or two, just snapping, literally playing some excellent chess here. Agad Madar, Paulina Shuvalova, right? Ooh, she's super short. She's like 25 and FIDE, right? It's a lot. So she's pushing tight too as well as an international master. Lots of strong cards, lots of strong matchups, guys. Anything can happen.
For sure, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they deserve a special shout out because they qualified their way into this field. But that's neither here nor there. Nobody cares who the qualifier is, who the invitee is. Every team starts out as equals. Week 1 is beginning right now. The matchup that we are going to see first today is the India Yogis taking on the Brazil Capybaras. Following that will be the Charlotte Cobras against the Canada Chessbrahs. And I think everyone is excited for that second matchup today because a certain person, I don't know if you know him, Magnus Carlsen, will be taking on the likes of Danya Naroditsky on the Charlotte Cobras.
That's going to be Magnus versus Naroditsky on the Cobras. That's going to be amazing, guys. There's lots of energy. Then you got the Indian yoga. I mean, it's scary when like an Indian team. Oh, yeah, I'm team 2 India. Well, what's your rating? Oh, like we all like 2,600. That's your second team? What do you mean? Right. So it's very scary to see what they're going to do with those Capybaras there. It's very strong as they have a very good team too as well. So it's a lot of chess, man. A lot of fun. I'm excited to see the strong chess today.
And, of course, tomorrow you will not be commentating. Your team is playing. You got the Garden State Pastors taking on the Levitov Chess Wizards. That's going to be a fun one. And then we got the Maniac Shrimps taking on the Gnomes. Some familiar faces, the Gnomes. We've seen them in Pro Chess League seasons past. But the Maniac Shrimps, that's an awesome team name.
Absolutely, of course. And in fact, when he talked about how did you get the name, he was like, yeah, we just kind of threw it out there, and it just happened. Like it was like a random name generator, and we liked it, and it just was there. And now we're, they may be Maniac Shrimps, but their game is nowhere near a shrimp. Okay.
And then the rest of the week, we'll see matches on Thursday and Friday. It's always going to be a doubleheader. You should be excited for that. It's just really a fun start to the Pro Chess League season. And you can always go online, look up the rules, look up the teams. But the rules, that's important because it's a little bit different than what you may be used to. You need to have an average team rating that does not cross the 2550 margin. And you see that you need 2 female players, 1 junior, born 2003 or later. And once you're on a team, you stay there unless, James, you boot them out. You are, a captain for a team. What do you think? You're going to be booting out any players from your squad?
Hey, look, if you're not performing up to par, hey, look, I love you. We paid you to get here. And we're going to take some of that, a little bit of that back. Maybe kidding, maybe not. But also at the same time, we got to do what we got to do so we can make it because we got to win. 3 L's and you're out of there.
All right, well, we heard it from James himself that if you're not performing up to the task for the Garden State Pastors, you may be passed over and someone else may be filling up the roster. But we do have some stars, some amazing lineups for the teams that are about to kick off 2023 Pro Chess League season. The India Yogis, we see Vidit Gujrathi. He is the top of the rating leaderboard for this squad. But look right under him. You got Praggnanandhaa, Nihal, and Raunat.
What is
Killer.
this? Hey, they cheat, bro. Hey, get the yeah. We need to get them checked, my guy. Look at this. You got Vidit, you got Prague, you Nihal, and then when you thought it was, oh, okay, I got past the scary ones. No, you didn't. You got Ranak Sadvani. You got Ad Wraith here. He's super strong, all the way down to Elizabeth Bates, who just played in the FIDE Grand Prix Women's. Right? You got Pranesh here. This is strong. This is only one Indian team. It's very scary over in India.
And there is going to be a woman playing every single match. So as you mentioned, Elizabeth Pates and Vaishali, that's just dangerous territory for other teams. And well, they have a tough matchup ahead of them today against the Brazil Capybaras. But we may see the likes of Elizabeth Pates. That's where they may shine. Some of these boards, board 4 plays board 1 and so on. Look at this lineup, right? This team represents South America, and of course we got a capybara. It's a cuddly rodent, but this team is anything but cuddly. We know Jose Martinez, number 3 there, Jospum, beast.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Jospum, super strong as we know him. He is beating everyone on Chess.com, in fact. So of course we have a very strong player there. Soupy, you got Mauricio here, Alexander Fear. All these guys are extremely strong. You got Krikor too. Krikor the Kraken, right? Very strong player. So we have all these GMs here that are ready to take down or at least challenge this Indian team. That is maybe a slight favor, but at the same time, look, hey, it's PCL, lots of vibes here, lots of energy, lots of strong chess. I'm fighting for my team. So, hey, it's going to be anything but easy today for India.
And all the way down to the bottom of this roster, right? Julia Albaredo, she's very strong. She's actually gaining rating points. They're using the November supplement. So if you're having good tournaments since then, you're underrated for this league. And some players are even better at the rapid type controls than classical chess, relatively speaking. And Irina Bulmaga, the Romanian international master, she's dangerous, right? If she's going to be playing all 4 players in the opposing team, but she can take down the grandmasters.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure she can, and especially when they have these underrated teams. I've seen some like Irina Crush is like on a board 4 or something. I was like, board 4? That's just insane. Like that's the lowest. Like what? Irina Crush, right? That's very tough, of course, especially when you have these very strong underrated women on the team here to put heavy and big points on the board.
Yeah, and James, while we have you for a moment, the games are going to begin shortly. How did you come up with your roster? Like, what was that process like of building a team?
Of course, the building team part, a little bit of a salary cap check and see who we can reach out to. Of course, we all did a little bit of our due diligence there. But we just kind of reached out to see what we could do, make it a little bit interesting from there, and ask people a few questions like, hey, what do you feel like? What do you like about this? About what can you bring to our team, basically? What do you think expectations are, and et cetera? And I think we have a very nice lineup, especially starting with Big Sam. I am Sabian.
Well, I think a team with high expectations will be the India Yogis. That team, as we saw, they've got all those teenagers in Pragnananda. They've got Raunak. They've got Nihal Sarin. They are super strong. And, well, they have some great matchups today. Some of their best players, right, the country's best, Vidit Gujrathi, is starring on board 1 for them. And he is, in fact, playing today. And here we see board 1 versus board 4. That is how you start every single match in the Pro Chess League. Irina Bulmaga, she'll have her work cut out for her, but she gets the white pieces, James, and we know upsets happen in the PCL.
Yeah, white pieces, too. Having those white pieces is definitely an advantage there. Now, we are able to strike quickly, but in any sense, guys, it's really just about who can get off and running in this first round, or maybe the first 2 rounds here. But I see Vidit going up to board 4. We got board 2 playing board 3, and this is like this every round here. So I'm excited to see what they do in this first round. What's your prediction? What do you think is going to happen next?
It's huge to get off to a good start, right? Because if you are trailing 3-1 after this first round of action, then your team is clawing back. It's tough. I think that the Brazil Capybaras, right, on paper, you look at their lineup, and it's kind of the underdogs. And I heard you say earlier, you're rooting for the underdogs. And you look at this lineup, Soupy, he had that famous win with the fishing pole against Magnus Carlsen. We have Jospum, who is a monster and a streamer, but in classical chess, his rating isn't as high as some of the others. And Alexander Fear, he kind of strikes the fear into the hearts of his opponents when he's at his best. But I got to be honest, James, after saying all that, I still like the Indian Yogis in this one. Look at this lineup.
Man, it's stacked.
Top to bottom.
It's like the super teams in the NBA, right? When you have a super team, that's exactly what you feel like with India. Every team they have, it's just something different over there. So everybody wants to beat the Indian teams here. So I think even being underdogs with Brazil, they have a lot to prove. They're like, yeah, cool, India's strong and all. I know your water's all magical, but we about to show you, Brazil can fight just as hard, if not harder, today. We have actually even seen upsets, even like Spanish Maniac Shrimps. In fact, we thought the Ferocious Tacticians were going to be able to make it into the qualifier, but in fact, it was actually the Spanish Maniac Shrimps who we really didn't think were going to make it.
Right, and I think that we should call for chat to get involved. Let us know who you think will win between India and Brazil, because this matchup, I believe on paper, we have the highest rated player for the India Yogis, but Brazil tends to be stacked with those 2,600 rated players. No Crickor today. That's a bit sad for me. I mean, he's a good buddy of ours, and he's a superstar streamer from Brazil. If you speak Portuguese, and he also streams in English as well, but if you can, you should give Crickor's channel a follow. So, James, I'm super pumped for the season to get underway. The teams are getting set up, just making sure that everything is under control, that their tech is all good, that the fair play calls, they're doing those. I'm pumped.
I'm pumped too. Cameras look, make sure the cameras are right. The money's on the line. Make sure you got your right music. Of course, you usually don't have any music while you're playing this stuff, but also just being pumped, getting in the right mindset because you're about to play for the team here. Every point counts. Play every game out, 10 minutes, 2-second increment, lots of emotions here, and you got to play and put those to the side. And remember, look, I got to play this for the team. Just play my best chess, and we see what happens. That's what the greats say.
For sure. It's hard sometimes to remember that you're in a team event because chess is usually an individual game. You just focus on your pieces, your board. But if your team is down, maybe you have to have a conversation like, I got to play for a win all of a sudden. And I feel like that's difficult for chess players. James, you have experience in the Pro Chess League. You know what it's like. But kind of how do you switch that mindset from just playing your own game, just kind of looking out for your teammates and score overall?
Well, a lot of times, actually, believe it or not, is actually saying it. Hey, this is for the team. So when you just say that, it feels different. This is for the team. Now, you know what? It's bigger than myself now. I'm not going to resign this game. I'm going to play this out. And then magically, things happen, of course, especially when you do things for bigger than yourself, right? So I think you do have to really put yourself in that team mindset and understand that, look, this is a grind set for the team. We have to do this. We got to get it done.
Oh, I didn't miss that. I heard that grind set. I like that. You always come up with the clever names for things. And you're right, though. I mean, I do think team chemistry is important in chess, despite the fact that it's not basketball. You're not passing the ball to other people. But I do think that if you can pair together, if you like your teammates, that works out well. And we see actually the players, I mean, they're really getting set right now. They're locking in. I saw some people, we have them off on a separate monitor. The players kind of like almost praying, getting ready for the chess to begin.
Get your mantra right, you know what I'm saying? Do some stretches, do some pull-ups. Robert Hess, I heard you can do 50 pull-ups in a row. Look at him. You can tell from the camera. He did some pull-ups today, chat. My goodness. But of course, yeah, it's about that, man. It's about getting pumped, getting in the right mindset, getting ready. Whatever you have to do to be ready to play this very, very strong and this exciting, intense chess today.
For sure. And the action will get underway very shortly. Some of the players are getting set. We see that Vidit Gujrathi, he is taking on Irina Bulmaga in the first matchup. Board 1 plays against board 4. You see them on the screens in front of you. And, well, that's going to be a tall task for Bulmaga, but she is capable. She's an international master from Romania. She has played some of the very best players in the world. So let's see how she does today.
E4 on the board. Here we go. E4 for the score. Okay. And D6. Wow. You don't see that one very often.
No, you don't. And we got a modern. And it might be Vidit feeling like he needs to win. So he's playing this sort of Philidor position where the queen trade can happen immediately. If this pawn on D4, right? If we see the swap of pieces here. Oh, and she doesn't do it. But you can often see a queen trade as early as the first 4 moves of the game.
Absolutely. Not a big fan. I trade them queens and I'm just like, well, we can go to sleep, bro. It's immediately... usually better for black in those positions too as well. Black can just kind of grind it out all the way. So I like the decision to keep the pieces on. Rook G1. Woo-hoo, okay. Woo. I like the energy. I'm liking it.
Right. I feel like this is a moment where you're like, Rook G1, we're having some fun. So let's see
go.
If she's going to throw that pawn up the board.
Ooh, big Hess. Y'all hear him, Hess? Yeah, Hess be rubbing off on him, chat. You hear that? Yeah, G4 for the score. There it is. And it takes on D4. I'm taking white all day. Now, obviously, there is, of course, the E4 pawn you can deal with. And I mean, there's some weaknesses like E4 and G4 a little bit. They may be a little overextended a little bit sometimes, but it can be weaker. They can be targeted for like a knight C5, queen E7 type stuff. But I do like white for the aspect of this reminds me of some type of freak attack knight or Sicilian, or you also have just G4 lines in Joe Bava London's that I'm familiar with, even G4 and Tamanov's. Very, very nice to have this G pawn up. H4 is coming, G5, bishop D2, E2, queen D2, castle, queen side. And just literally go for mate. This is a very, very attractive position for white.
Yeah, so white can't throw the pawn forward, but we see that Irina, she's taking her time here because she's not sure, do I push the pawn up to g5 immediately, and then the knight has to vacate the f6 square, or should she keep that? The threat sometimes is stronger than the execution. James, I like your plan, man. Just throw the pawn, throw the bishop out. Let's get a castle queenside going. I feel like white has everything you could ask for in the early going, and she shows more restraint than I could have.
Right, exactly. Absolutely. Bishop e3 played here. This looks great. Bishop e3, castle quickly. I mean, do we go queen d2, castles, f3? There's a d5 coming in there. Interesting. It's different. It's like there's some stuff. There's some stuff you got to watch out for here, especially when they castle quickly like that. So here's castle. Whoa, he went back to e8 was on the move, huh? Wow. Knight e5, bishop e2. Yikes.
Right. That knight would have just been captured off that square, snapped off. Oh. So I'm expecting some h4, h5, but you mentioned the move d5, and I think some point that is going to come into the equation. The black's going to play c6 and maybe d5. They tell you if you're getting attacked on a flank, you got to strike back in the center. That's a great way of doing so for Vidit.
Absolutely. Strike, play on the wing should be countered with play in the center. So d5 definitely should be coming. Black's pieces are quite cramped. In fact, we do need to figure out where to put our pieces at. We got to get everything out here. And this is the problem that you can face in the Philidor, especially if you don't know what to do or how to get the pieces out. In the next few moves here, I mean, this could be plus everything, right? If black does not get the pieces out, white has pretty easy play. Just get exactly queen to d2, develop the bishop, castle, move the h-pawn. Very easy moves to make for white here. I think Vidit is going to have to come up with something spectacular and be very accurate at this point before he falls into a worse position.
The best thing that Vidit's doing is he's playing quickly, but he is going to have to really consider not just h4. Maybe there's an f4, f5 at some moment as well. I feel you, James. I know why you love this position for white. It just feels like the moves are easier. The plans are more straightforward. What is black's plan? Vidit trying to figure that out right now. Does he play c6, open up this diagonal for the queen? This knight, this bishop, they're not really playing, James. That's the big problem that Vidit is trying to figure out.
Absolutely. As you see right there, he's in the zone, just thinking. You see him, hands on the head here. What do? I need to make some moves. c5. I am a big fan of this. I like I'm a fan of the tempo, is what they say. So a lot of times the tempo gives you time. So when I have the time here, c5 now allows me to get my queen out next move. If you make them maybe knight f3, I may have a queen f5. Knight b3, stopping any type of queen a5. I made the tempo, so now I need to do something else. Maybe what's the next move here, Hess? What you thinking? Oof.
The thing about this is it's nice in terms of getting the tempo, as you're saying, but strategically it's terrible because white gets his d5 square forever. There's no pawn back to c6. You'd love to be able to kick a knight that lands here. d6 is an eyesore. We're going to go after that. So we would, if the pawn were on a6, we're playing b5. But we know a6 we meant by a4 is taking away that option from black. I like Irina's position. I actually think she has a sizable advantage, and her position remains easier to play. James, what do you think about black maybe pushing this f-pawn at some point?
I actually did think of that. Yeah, I did think of it because you have to have some type of activity. You have to have active pieces, as Gary says. You have, piece activity trumps material most times. So if you have, material deficit, right, but how active is my pieces? So, I mean, this could be very bad. I think f5 definitely has to be played at some point just to get the pieces active. I can't move the knight on e8 because d6 hangs. Knight on b7, where do I actually put it? Maybe e5. That's a good square to start with, but that is involuntarily bishop e2 followed by an f4. Also, queen side d6 has pressure. There's problems even with knight to c5 or bishop c5 because the queen is loose meaning undefended on d8. There's lots of problems here for black, and also with this time, with the time here, it's not the greatest. So there's all kind of tactics that you have to look out for Vidit here. Not a fan of the Philidor. So let's see what happens.
I was just showing your great point that the queen is left undefended on d8. So a careless move like knight b6 would just drop that pawn on c5 right away. So you have to keep that under lock and key for Vidit Gujrathi, and he is now down on time. He had 9.5 minutes. We were just saying that, okay, his time advantage is what could be useful for him. Now he's down to the clock and has a tough position. Irina off to a great start for Brazil. And there is a staggered start for the games. So the first board for India, the fourth board for Brazil, they started, and a minute later, the board 2 versus board 3 matchup began. So we can, of course, jet around as much as we'd like. But I'm curious what Vidit will do here.
I am actually trying to find a good move, too, as well. A good plan, at least. Like, sometimes, well, if you don't have a plan, you have to try to find a good few moves, and then you can make a plan later, obviously. So, I mean, maybe 95, bishop e2. Maybe just get the pieces out. 95, it's a tempo. make you move something, and then play bishop out next. Bishop somewhere. At least it's better than having my pieces where they are right now. F4, I might get pushed back though. Like, sheesh, F4, F5's there. My goodness. How is this not +5, right? The engine's like, oh yeah, it's equal. This is why it's very, very important to take the engine with a grain of salt here. Understand that this is a practical game, human versus human. So it's difficult as a human, but the engine's like, oh, it's like equal.
Yeah, we don't care what the engine has to say. Vidit doesn't know that it should be equal, and he's spending a lot of time while he does. Let's go to the bird's eye view. We have all 4 games of this match underway. We see that in the top left, that's a game we've been looking at between Vidit and Irina, and Vidit plays A5. He's throwing his pawns up the board. He says, I need to strike now. I'm a fan of that. But look at the bottom left game there. Jose Martinez, that's Jospin from Brazil, taking on board 3 Abdullah Gedembeli from Azerbaijan, but he's playing for the India team. What in the world? That is spicy. James, I think we should go right into that one.
Absolutely. I don't even know what opening that was. That was like what is this? Double pawns? Yeah, I have no idea. What is opening coming bishop out early? Very spicy. Queen on H5 with the H6 pawn hanging. Some F4 possibilities. 2 bishops versus bishop knight. Very scary stuff. Big fan of it. I do like a fan of White's position. Looks like we're attacking. Black does have some defensive possibilities. Queen F6 looking good at some point for Black. But got to see what happens. How should they even get here?
Yeah, it's also White's turn. And look at Jospin's clock. That's Jose Martinez with the black pieces. He has 9 minutes, 44 seconds. So they started with 10. He's barely spent any time. His king is wide open. There's a bishop, trying to slice across here. The queen is going to pick off this pawn H6. But I guess we have to do a material count, James. Black currently actually has extra material. Black is up a pawn. White's pawn structure is shattered. And it's clear to me that if the queen takes H6, this queen is coming to F6. Let's offer a queen trade. Get those ladies off the board. And once that's done, it feels like the attack has run out of steam. And then Black's position is better. The pawn structure is better.
Absolutely. Pawn structure being better. Pawn structure being the skeleton of the game. In fact, and it also gives you your plans and ideas here. And Black's is very simple here. Even with the bishop pair, of course, having an open position, you do want to get rid of one of these bishops ASAP. So Queen F6 definitely going to allow us to bring some safety to our king and try to trade one of these bishops off. Knight takes G3 on tap. And also bishop takes E4. We are able to trade the light square bishop, which is usually looks like a little bit stronger here in this position here. Honestly, I mean, engine likes White, but looking at practically, okay, what we mentioned here, Black definitely has some great chances. I mean, after taking a pawn, Queen F6, I guess we have to trade. Queen H5 runs into, what happens on Queen H5?
Maybe just more development, right? We'll bring our bishop out. And yeah, you can only attack with your queen at the moment for White. That's not enough material, but I'm feeling you. I think we got to keep our queens on the board if we're Abdullah. I don't think you want a queenless position.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely not here. With bishops are sharp, swipe the board. It is White to move though, so we got to come up with something. And we're down a pawn, and we are playing Jocelyn too. All that comes into play. Shoot, look how the time is. That 5 minutes there, buddy?
Yeah, he
That's
is
5?
now under.
That's a 5.
That's a 5. And for Jose, he's got 9 minutes and 44 seconds. So he is in his preparation. That's scary news for Abdullah Gedembeli, who is trying to make a great start for the India team. He is from Azerbaijan. They picked him up. He's kind of a ringer out there. He's really talented. He's a youngster. He has got the Grandmaster title in recent years, but he has his work cut out for him because Jocelyn, what are you doing, Jocelyn? You gotta
so he's a youngster. How old is he?
He's like 21, maybe. I think.
Oh man, he looked a lot older than that, man. It's the beard. It's well, I guess that's just how it is. Beard and the mustache. I thought he was at least mid-20s. Nice, man. He looks very adult there. Queen takes bishop 5.
It's what we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better when they beat us, right? Like, that's like a 25-year-old.
That's a kid, bro. I'm 37, bro.
Well, look at Jose. He just brings his bishop out, protecting knight here, stopping anything on the diagonal. Knight takes G3 now, may force more pieces off the board. I think this rook can slide up to E6 to kick that queen out of here. And whoa, he took your idea. You were mentioning bishop takes knight, and he says, let's go for it. Opposite color bishops. It's not just to draw. We got an attack going. Let's open up that king.
I actually am a big fan of that move. That's a very strong move here. Now we have to figure out what to do afterwards with the opposite color bishops. Of course, you cannot defend with the opposite color bishop. So if we get a bishop to F6, then the light square bishop is doing literally nothing at all. You cannot help or defend the squares on the dark squares, obviously. So we have to try to take advantage of this. After bishop e4, we might see something like an f4, strange move, f4. But after the idea is after gf, we play bishop h4. And then bishop f6 and bring the pieces into the play here. It looks very strong. Of course, all type of things are happening, and white should be winning in those type of situations. So I really like actually white. That was a great practical choice. Bishop e4 was a nice spot.
Yeah, actually, in this line, after it takes f4, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do because now the pawn's under attack twice. We just said you can't take because the bishop doesn't take back. It slides to the rim where it hits the queen and then plants itself on the f6 square with checkmate to follow. So that means you might have to give up a pawn, and this is where opposite colored bishops play apart. But Jospin says, whoa, what are you guys talking about? Bishop takes e4. In comes my rook. And look at Adam Bailey. He switches ideas. f4 would have been the choice. Now he plays rook e1. He wants that rook trade, James, because, wait a sec, I have the only open file over here. Yeah, you could slide your rook to b8. That's not doing much. And the queen. Look at that queen. That is just an annoying piece in black's camp. Love this queen here on h6.
Absolutely, of course. Yeah, the queen is definitely hindering the king movement. The g5 pawn is like, why is your pawn on g5, right? Like, if you just got to this position, you're like, how did you get your pawn in g5? What's going on here? It's a very strange situation, right? So you can definitely see the king safety is not there for black as much. And after rook takes e1, we have stuff like f4 once again, bishop h4. I mean, that f4 move is really going to be strong there. There are some challenges here for Jose.
There certainly are. So after rook ae1, finally, Jose, he's burning some clock. So while he does that, he's going to have to be thinking, hopefully my teammates can strike because he's in some danger here. Let's look at how the teammates are doing. We have all four boards underway. In the top left, look at Arena Bulmaga's position. Unfortunately, it's falling apart. Vidit Gujrathi, too strong. Just such a powerful player. And then the top right, James, look at that game where black is on the attack. Both those rooks, that is Aravind Chidambaram for India.
These rooks.
Alexander Fear. Oof, those rooks are barreling down at the white king.
Wow, these rooks, as Hikaru would say, these knights, those rooks look very nice on the G and H files there. We need a light square bishop. Maybe we don't need it. But, of course, as you see, we do know that black is the one on the attack here. Bishop to G5 is a nice move. Nice move. Trade it off. E4, E5's hanging. A little light. Yeah, definitely black for favorite, for choice, pushing.
For sure. Why don't we dive into that game? Because the last move played bishop g5. An interesting one. Usually when you're attacking, you want more pieces. He says, let's trade bishops because once this bishop takes on f5, the rook slides up the board. And it's both here and there. You don't know if I'm going to double in the g file or if I'm going to bring my rook over the h file and try to checkmate you down here. Not to mention the e5 pawn is under attack. This queen, the bishop was on e7. The queen can slide down. James, I see the eval bar. To my eyes, this is completely over. But the evaluation bar is saying, only a bit better for black.
Oh, of course. Absolutely right. The evil bar, the evaluation bar, this bar, sometimes you have no idea why it says the things that it says. Here, practically, guys, you know you would choose black here in this position. The rooks are there. My rook is still on A1, right? Development is huge. Develop your pieces. Get them off the back rank. Is that the move? Did he play F4?
That's not a move. I've heard somebody say that before.
That is not a move, big fella. Oh, my goodness. Then the stretcher to his address. We got it on file. Rook H5 is GG. Start a new one? Yeah. You can just hit the button, my guy. Hit the button. Yeah. Hit the button. Rook H5, hit the button.
You see the eval bar is just tanking, right? That's going all the way down. And if we can bring an analysis board up, we can show you the reason why. Is the only way to deal with the threat of rook takes knight would be either to move the knight out the way, but then you get checked back here, you lose your queen, or you have to bring your rook after rook h5 to h3. But after this trade, I mean, the attack rages on. This pawn is under attack. This queen slides over. Black won't even be down any material with the attack against the enemy king. So maybe there's another idea after f4 because...
Yeah, because you see the engine went down after rook h5.
Oh, maybe it's queen h7, like man. Maybe it's queen h7.
h7 is sick.
Yeah, give up the rook for this knight down here, going after the king. That's a hard move to play. So if Arvind finds it, and you see that he hasn't moved yet, because in bullet chess, James, we're all playing rook h5.
Oh, rook h5 and we live. Easy.
Yeah, easy. But now that he's thinking, I feel like he's going to play queen h7.
Queen h7. So what's the combo here? COE, calculate chat. Calculate chat, by the way. Shout out to chat. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs here. We see you. 10 gifted subs. So a knight. A rook h5 was played. He played rook h5 and then knight f1 now.
Okay, so he's just saying, you know what? Let's just get into a turtle shell, right? Knight goes to f1. You check me here. You're not winning my queen because the king slides out. The knight is in the way. And James, look at the clock situation. Black is down on the clock by a bit, and they get that increment. So that's important. But the king is snaked out. Maybe you could just bring your queen out to g4, rook to f3, things like that. I do love Black's position. I mean, how could you not?
Definitely love Black's position. Rook h4,
Give me all that.
Give me that. Appreciate the generosity there, my guy. Queen f3, rook h4 now anyway? Oh, wow, he's running away after g3 and then check. How does he run away from it?
He's like trying to get over there somewhere. Oh,
right, castle twice in the same game.
That's a classy move, though. Knight e7. We're looking at forcing lines. He says, let's improve my knight. Let's get to f5 over here. And we're hitting this rook. Maybe the knight will continue its journey over to h4. But rook e1, good defensive move. James, I like the way that Alex Fear is defending himself.
Oh, absolutely. I think one thing about being a strong player is you have to have the defense part, right? Defense win championships. Now, of course, that's not all the time. But here, I mean, you have to have some offense, too. It was very nice to see the 97, knight f5 move. But I think you have to say you got to love the tenacity and the defense here from Alexander Fear here. And you don't see the breakthrough yet. It's not all the way over yet. And, of course, if I'm able to get a few moves here, slide my A rook into the game, actually run my king to b1. And I mean, okay, we're here. This is a long shot, but it's very possible. And if I can get a pawn to g3, h2 check, I mean, you're going to have to sack the exchange. I'm up in exchange at that point. It is possible, but I think White is actually doing a nice job holding right now. Especially look at the time, bro. You're about to go under a minute. You got to move.
Yeah, you got to move because if you make one slip, all of a sudden White's extra pawn will make its presence felt, especially if this king can start sprinting, put on those Nikes, run over to c2, and get on out of there. So I feel like this is dangerous territory for Arvin. He brings his rook back. I think g3 looks automatic to me. You need to protect this pawn on f4.
100%.
Does that?
There it is. Okay. Rook h3.
He wants all the action on the g3 square.
Yeah, you want all the action. That's a lot of action on the g3 square, bro. Oh, my goodness. How do you even hold that? You're right. Like, that might be a wrap for that pawn. Sheesh. Rook e3, knight f5, rook d3, rook g8. And, yes. I mean, maybe you get away. But then queen e2, c4. E3, somehow, no, you're losing that pawn, bro. That boy gone. That boy is gone.
I feel like you got to do something sad like this, like rook e2, run away with your king, bring your rook to a passive square. But given the clock situation, there is a chance. And by the way, Vidit Gujrathi, he won his game pretty convincingly against Irina Bulmaga. It was a nice start for her. She had aggressive intentions, but it never came to fruition. And Vidit was able to just crash through on the queen side and win that game for the Yogis. Other three games still are in session, including this one here between Alexander Fear with the white pieces for the Brazil Capybaras and Arvind Chidambaram with the black pieces for India Yogis. But look at this, rook e2. He's sliding the king back. James, the problem is he can't go rook g2 because rook g2 is always bit by knight h4 thanks to the pin on the third rank.
Oh, my goodness, right? It's a family channel. Come on, Robert. Yikes, rook g2. That's going to hurt. Knight h4. Get him out of here.
Wait. He might have allowed rook to g. We need an analysis board really quick. Knight h4 no longer works.
If he takes it, I'm just going to take it. And look at you all crazy.
Yeah, wow. I was just working on my tactics today. I'm looking out for him. A knight h4 looks like it's winning. The queen is loose here. But you see the eval bar go sky high because once you take this knight, it unleashes the rook to the enemy queen as well. You take mine, I take yours. Thank you very much. I'm up a good knight on f1. Oh, my gosh. And look at the clock, James. Under a minute for black.
Under a minute. Whoa, that's very scary. He played d4. I'm a big fan of it. Open it up. Try to get some pieces in there, but he needs to move fast. Obviously, it's a 2-second increment. I mean, a huge time edge here for Alexander.
And look at Arvin, by the way. He's diving into the computer. He's working so hard at the board. You can barely see his head on the screen. But d4, do not take that. Don't allow that knight into the d4 square. I think you have to allow this capture at some point and say, your knight, for now, can't get any further into the position.
Maybe rook. Okay, well, d1. I was like, maybe rook c1, but rook d1. He went to the d1 route. Rook c1 with it. Well, okay, we got some moves. He has to move quick. So,
you got to move that king, right?
King f2. Other way.
Yeah, he says, let me just keep everything nice and compact here. Knight h4 ideas, of course, no longer work. The whole point was the rook was on h3. Knight e3 is taken care of by this knight on f1. Or is it? Can we get away with this move?
Oh, that's spicy. Take. I just take with the king.
I was hoping you'd, fall for a trap, but no, you're saying, you're like, I have no fear. I'm James Candy the third. You're not going to scare me.
You're right. I'm a Jedi out here. So 93, 93 takes, king takes, and I'm just chilling. Yeah, I look good as long as you can't get to the king. But I mean, it's definitely risky. Engine did not like that move very much. But of course, what is the move? No, G4 doesn't work.
He's setting up 93 now, though. Now we know what his intentions are.
That's what you want. So maybe Queen E4 then. Put it in the center of the board, centralize, and threaten G4, actually.
Wow. Actually, Queen E4 is like the move that I never would have thought of, but now that you've mentioned it, it kind of stops all of Black's plans. Although there isn't quite Rook takes F1. I'm looking for tactics on this square, but with the Queen pinning this knight, you're not going to get away with things. So, wow. Queen E4, what a cold-blooded move.
It's a very strong move, but I mean, what else do we have? Is there anything else? Yeah, he plays Queen E4, very strong.
Okay, and now 15 seconds for Arvin.
Alexander fear, right?
None whatsoever. But look at the clock. I'd be scared if I were Arvin.
Yeah, right. But a fear to fear, my guy. 12. Is that 12 seconds? Is that 12?
Yeah, your eyes do not deceive you. And G4 is a fork, but Queen slides up to H4 with check. So you can't get away with G4. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad move, but it does not win material. The Queen goes up to H4.
Yeah, this is okay. What do I do about this now? I mean, it's not over. 12 seconds, and I still need to finish.
And he runs away. Where's the knight going?
He got out the way. Man, no fear. They put it in his last name to trick you, boy.
3 seconds.
No fear, boy.
Whoa.
He's getting it back. Yeah, he's getting it back. That was kind of always there. So now he just gets to. We just go Rook G1, I think. Take, and just hoping.
James, I know you're the Jedi. I know you're really good at bullet. You try to sort of flag Arvin. You got 5.8 seconds. There is a 2-second increment, but you kind of play for the clock at this moment for fear.
I remember playing in the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championships with these 1 second increments. I mean, it was 1 second then, and it was tough. It was not the same. So the 2 seconds, oh no, I'm not trying to flag you. I got to finish this boy out. I have to finish him, right? I have to finish this out, or they can come back because of that 2 second increment. For sure.
Oh, look at that Queen. Speaking of coming back, the Queen says, "Let me get around here."
Oh my goodness!
He gives us the pawn. Oh my gosh, he got in with his Queen. That's game. With just seconds on his clock, James, that was brilliant. A comeback. He says, "Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years." And that Queen snakes into 8-3 and is going to attack this king. And this pawn is the hero. Pawn on D3 is just doing the work.
All you had to do was take a little bit of extra time, chat. Now, of course, it is hard to do that when your opponent has less time. This is why you don't play their time. I mean, how many games have we lost OTB where you just wanted to move? Oh, I'm trying to flag my opponent. He got 3 minutes left, and then you lose the game in that crucial moment, right? This whole game, he was holding so much more time, and now, as you see, this is the moment when they start to use most of their time, right? You use your time when you start losing. That's the hard part. So it's really tough about chess, right? I see a head shake there. He's trying to figure it out. And now he's starting to use his time here when he had like 2 minutes left, and it's already over.
Yeah, Black's play is automatic. The Queen is either going to take the pawn or slide into this B2 square with check. The King will have to step to the first rank. Oh my gosh, he's running up. But this Queen...
King out in the middle of the street. Queen E2, D2, everything too. It's a wrap.
Yeah, this is no fun for Alex Fear. And you're right, though. He did so well to survive. But when this Queen went to F8, it's like he wasn't even thinking about the Queen. Where's the Queen going?
Yep. Immediately, he moved too quickly there. Pretty tough. Yeah. Pretty tough. Oh, my goodness. Right? And then you see the clock, and you're like, come on, bro. He had no time. And then you start kicking yourself, and then you start asking yourself, should I knock everything over in front of me right now? At the table, nope, don't do that because it's pretty expensive stuff. So. Yeah.
Well, he won King of the Hill. He lost his rook now on E4. That's a resignation. Huge win for the India Yogis there. And they got off to a great start in this match because Vidit Gujrathi, he won with the black pieces. We see on board 2, the top right of our screen, that was a win for Aravind. And we still have one game still in play. And it's Supi against Vaishali. Vaishali is board 4 for the India Yogis. But look at that eval bar. It says, sorry, what am I? I'm the best, and she is winning this position.
That's Prague's sister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can see that family is just real strong, right? Probably the dog, 1,400 ELO at least, the dog, So crazy. That whole family's strong, boy. So very strong stuff here. Supi is going to have to pull a rabbit out the hat here or some type of animal out the hat here because this is a capybara out the hat because this is not working right now.
I mean, what does she have? Good. 4 pawns and a bishop for 1 rook? I don't think that's enough. I mean,
that's what she's doing. Look at that. Very strong. Whew. It's a big game. That's a huge game. She's been having great tournament success too as well. If you guys been following, playing very strong chess.
She got great experience recently because she played in the Tots of Steel Challengers tournament where every single opponent was like 200 rating points above her. So that's great experience to play Grandmaster after Grandmaster. And she's showing that while that result, well, I mean, of course, it was a tough event for her, she still did pretty well. She can beat very strong GMs like Soupy in a game. And we see just the domination of the pawns here. That's Connect 3. But that does win you games of chess.
Yeah, Connect 3, right? Yes, nice shot. And Connect 3 here, and then you win the game. Very easy. Maybe you just go D6. Don't even think about it. C7, whatever you want.
Yeah, it looks like everything should be good, but she's down to under 7 seconds. She's got to go.
Oh, she's thinking. Yeah, okay, you got to move. Whoa, hey, hello. You there? All right, there it is. D6. It was getting low, getting a little scared there. D6 played.
If the rook takes a knight, you can throw in a check and then push the D pawn. Not going to be able to stop that pawn getting to the other side. But I feel like Soupy has some outside chances here. If he can give up his rook for a pawn and then somehow win the others, he needs to win all 3 of these pawns for a rook. That's just easier said than done.
Yikes. Okay. Look at him. Oh. Wait, was rook B8 there? Oh, my goodness. Rook B8, C7. Oh, but he plays 97 anyway.
But that would have been nasty. That's such a nasty idea. Where you give up a piece to fill the square.
To fill the square, right. Now I think this is beautiful. Rook C8 coming next. Yikes.
Great control by her, right? She had no time on the clock. Things were looking a bit shaky, and she says, "I've got it under control." Look at these pawns here. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Give me that. You can't stop Rook C8.
Definitely in the blood. Definitely Prag's blood there. As you can see, he's the same way, composed all the time. Keep your composure. Play the position. And, even under pressure, right, you try to keep your composure. And that's what she's doing, as you can see. Doesn't look phased with 4 seconds on the clock, not shaking. You don't see anything. She's not, when you really in the zone, when you're losing or not losing, but you're in time trouble here. And it's a very crucial, critical moment. You lean in, right? Ooh, that's a move. Ricky ain't get the rook back. But you lean in and she's not even far. You can tell she's just neutral.
She's also
composure there.
3 pawns, and this is terrible news for Brazil because they already lost this first round of action. It's you play to the first team that scores 8.5 points. They're down 2.5 to half right now. It starts to be 3.5 half. They're getting bullied.
Oh my goodness! I told y'all, look at something in that Indian water. It is scary, but of course, the Brazil Capybaras do have a chance, but we can't start fast. We have to strike back now. This is almost a must-win situation. First 8.5 wins. This happens again. I mean, that could be GG. That's it. That's 7 points, right? Real quick, and be done and be out of there. And then with 8.5 being the match.
That's a funny move. Trying to stop the check, But here comes the bishop and then the pawn.
Stop the check.
By the way, Soupy's playing on a trackpad. You see that as a touchpad.
Yeah. That the trackpad game is. I'm not with that. That's just hard to do. That's hard to do.
And white wins. Yeah, Vaishali with a big dub there for the India Yogis. They dominated round 1, James. 3.5 half is the score in favor of India Yogis, but Brazil does have a chance to bounce back.
Wow. Yeah, they have a chance to bounce back, and it needs to be right now. You got to use everything that you can. I mean, the only point you got was a draw with Jose Martinez. It was Johnson, who we all know, but of course, it was just not enough. It's not enough. 3.5 to a half. India is off to a higher hot start.
And it could have maybe been 4-0. We love the position for Gannon Bailey with the attack against the Black King. But Jossam, he held steady. He gets the draw for them. And that's the nature of the Pro Chess League. Some weeks, one team just gets out to a blistering hot start, goes up to by a score 3.5 half. But Brazil can't bounce back. James, as a captain, what do they got to do?
Well, of course, first thing I remember is Hikaru has this quote a long time ago, maybe 2.5 some years ago. I remember him saying, every time you have a loss, you have to have a short-term memory loss. That's easier said than done, but you just have to keep rolling. You got to keep moving. If you think about the last loss, it's not going to work. You have to go in there with no emotion, right? Leave your emotions at the door, at the board, and actually play the game, play the board in front of you, and hope for the best. So that's all we can do.
All right, well, they're going to keep rolling. We're going to keep rolling as well. We're going to head to a short break, and when we return, it is round 2 of this match between the India Yogis and the Brazil Capybaras, capping is the end. beginning the 2023 Pro Chess League season.
So I loved puzzles. I loved solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
Pro Chess League has just started. We saw the India Yogis jump out to a 3.5 lead over the Brazil Capybaras. James, that was an exciting start. If you're an India fan, if you're Brazil, that probably wasn't so much fun.
Absolutely. It just wasn't that fun here. Jose was the only one to strike anything to put some points on the board. It was half a point. It wasn't a win there. So, of course, that definitely hurts as the Brazilian team. We just got to bounce back. We're like, yo, get our head in the game. We can play this game, too. We just got to bounce back. A little warm-up, little jitters here. Also, very strong chess. Of course, there were some chances for both sides and for in every game against India for Brazil. So they just got to, hone into it. And maybe this is a second round. This is a different round. We have time. We can do this. So let's try to strike back.
For sure. I mean, it is early, and they need a round like the one India just had. You just get 3.5, a half in your favor. And we see Vidit Gujrathi. He is getting set with the white pieces in this game. And he takes on Alexander Fear. And Fear, he fought back valiantly. He almost really came back and not just held the game, but won it against Aravind. But he did lose at the end. He played a little bit too quickly. Now with Black, James, what do you think about the start of this one?
So far so good. I like he has the Knight of 6, C6, more of a maybe this could definitely transpose to many different openings, maybe some type of semi-Slav or some type of Karo-Khan-esque type position. It could be anything, even some type of Grunfeld somehow. So we just have to see my transposition, what we're going to get here. But of course, Alexander really has no fear there, but Vidit doesn't either. I mean, as you've seen in that last game, that was like you could be scared for your life against with that position that he had, and then he was able to figure out some things on the queen side with the a5 and was able to break through, especially now with having the white pieces here. I'm sure if I'm Vidit, I'm feeling a lot better. And this is more even like almost, this is a Panov Botvinnik now. You can play d5, take, and now we've transposed to a Panov Botvinnik.
Yeah, you said that this could turn into a Karo-Khan. He says, no, let's play e5, going after this knight on f6. And oftentimes when someone plays e5, Black strikes back with a move d4. I don't know this position very well. You could also probably just move your knight away, but then white will likely reinforce the pawn with d4 and gain some space.
Yeah, the d4 was, I remember this being some theory, like you play d4 and they both take the knights. And this is like strange territory here. Definitely not a fan of this. If I'm Black here, I want to be comfortable in the game here. It's just not that comfortable out of the gate here. But pawn takes knight. Yeah, this is like some strange theory.
Yeah.
What's going on?
you take this one. The bishop does not take back. Instead, you throw in a check against the white king, and only after that do you take back on chip. Maybe that's what we'll see. Because, he takes back on c3. Vidit wants the queens and everything on the board.
Yeah, so knight plays d4. He wants knight of 3. Maybe bishop d3 first. Yep. I guess knight e2 or knight of 3. Knight of 3 is bishop g4, and you come back around. Classic. Bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop g6. Very easy plan. Yeah, queen c2. Very nice. Very nice. Just sidestep it. That whole thing. Many people would automatically go knight of 3. But I like the queen c2 here, which was very, he understood you're going to play bishop g4. So let me stop it and just make it a little interesting here. You might, as crazy as this is, even castle queenside. This is bonkers, but I am in that. I love that kind of chess, obviously. But it's very crazy.
I know what you're thinking. Like, if Black plays g6, I'm going to play h4, h5, and go for the attack. And maybe the king will even sit on f1, or as you say, castle queenside. You have options. You do not simply have to castle. And this is so thematic in the Karo-Khan, this h5 idea. It looks very strange to people who are unfamiliar with it. But the point is that it's hard actually to get to this pawn. And meanwhile, white's king is in the center. Black strikes with c5. The knight will venture out to c6. And James, it's kind of like a Karo-Khan mixed with like a Nimzo Indian with these pawns doubled here. It's such an odd dynamic.
Very odd, correct, because that h5 Karo-Khan usually comes from the classical variation. And it seems like it's a classical variation, but it's also seeming Nimzo-esque, of course, with the c pawn there, knight c6, knight a5, b6, bishop a6. You attack the c4 pawn like you usually get in all these Nimzos with the double pawns there. Lots of plans and ideas, I think, for both sides here. You castle king side in this one, though. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a game. It's going to be a game. It's going to take a while. You're going to develop your pieces. There's nothing sharp about this one.
For sure.
Any pawn structure, too, in the center for white.
This one will go on for a bit. Let's go to our bird's eye view while Vidit Gujrathi thinks, because all 4 games are getting underway. They are staggered starts. And we see in the top right, Arena Bulmaga now is the black pieces against Aravind. That one is just a symmetrical position. So see every single piece is on the same square. And that's annoying, copycat chess, but it can be effective.
It can be. In fact, it can be effective in the right moment. Unlike I remember looking at some what is this, like some ready. It was ready, but it was like all symmetrical ready. But how white does it is you trade in the center one time after like c takes d5, and you were able to bring pieces to the c1, a3, b4. Weirdly enough, the symmetry, you're not able to do the same thing obviously every move. So whenever you deviate, sometimes there are huge advantages there that you can't come back from. In fact, so whose move is it here? It is White's move.
It's White's move. I'm gonna be honest, James. Whenever I have games like this, when I'm playing Blitz online and someone does this, I get super frustrated. I'm like, come on, like you're just messing with me right now. And it's a good strategy. Like objectively, these have been good moves. Just to show you how we got here, it didn't start with all copycat. We just ended up in that way after White decided at this point to fianchetto. Right, this was White's decision to do this. And so it's not like it was copycat chess from the start, but now that we're here, every single piece is on the same square as the opponent.
Same square, yeah.
The burden's on Aravind. He needs to find something new, whether that's kicking the knight out with f3 or even taking this knight on e4. That's not out of the question, because if we just analyze for a second, after bishop takes knight on e4, there's no way that black can copy, because bishop takes e5, you throw in a check, and you see the evaluation go so high because the king has to react. And now give me an extra pawn. Thank you very much for everything you've done. So you have to take back on e4, and then maybe we trade knights, and then we determine who's better here. Is this knight better than this bishop? Is this pawn a weakness or a strength? Because black has some open space and attacking chances. These are the big questions that need answers.
Yeah, this is definitely tough, as you say, with that bishop e4. We played a4, so grabbing some space. You see this more in the London. That's a nice move. Now this gives me London S vibe. So you can see here in these type of positions, you do play a5, you grab the space, but you also look for queen e2, bishop a6. Queen e2 playing c4, trading c takes d5, putting a rook on the c file, and actually playing bishop a6. So it's a very strong plan that you can do as well, which works for white. It definitely is about what black's going to do. f6, though. f6 played.
Okay, well, now the knights are going to be traded. We'll see how this one continues. We'll jet right back out to the scene with all of our games because they are underway. I mean, I look in the top left, and Vidit threw his bishop all the way down in front of the black king and gave a check, and then he dropped his queen back. So that game still remains exciting. There's a French in the bottom left between Louis Supi and Abdullah Gadambeli, except it's a French where the light square bishops, are off the board. That's good news for black. And in the bottom right, we just have a very calm setup, a sort of like Steinitz against the Roy Lopez. So that's all just fine. I think we got to go back to the first game between Vidit and Alexander Fier because that board is wide open.
Yeah, the board's wide open. We got the bishop on h7 there. The h5 pawn definitely still weak. We love it. We love to have weaknesses in your opponent's position here. I mean, I do like white. I want to play a3 and then move the bishop back and reroute the queen. It's difficult to do that. We have the hanging pawn structure, though. Hanging pawns, meaning obviously we have some dynamicism there. Playing d5, c5, stuff like that. Maybe even, that's too much, but I was thinking a4 and rook lifting. But we need to, like, you see the bishop, like the bishop's over there. Whoa, g6. Hold on, bro. You think I'm not going to take this? He took it. Come on.
The question is if you take it again or you throw in c5 because that cuts off the bishop and the knight from each other, and then maybe queen takes g6 is next. He goes for it.
That's 6. That's 6, c5.
But it's surprising from Alexander Fier. You and I, we never were considering g6. That looked very risky because of something just like this. Not only could white have captured on g6 and gone out for the king, now c5 hits two pieces at once. The bishop's under attack. The knight is under attack. They've lost connection with one another, James. This just feels kind of just bad for black.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, it just felt like it just really felt like, I think we've seen this in the last game too as well with him. What's his timing situation? Yeah, he has time. He's not low. Yeah, it's g6. It's kind of moved maybe quickly there. He just maybe moved a little bit too fast. But I mean, this is obviously much better for white as you feel as a practical sense. Even Engine agrees too as well. c5 is very strong. The g6 pawn is weak. What's the knight doing? Your development is not there for black. You're actually 3 tempi away from completing development, moving the queen, bishop, and the a-rook. Us, we got 2. I'm about to move the queen. You know where I'm going. And then the rook can come to any one of the files, probably C and D. When the C, when the D, push the pawns. I mean, very clear, easy plans for white.
Yeah, this is not good. Really, really tough position now for Alexander Fier. He probably just has to play a move like bishop f5, give up this knight, be down a pawn, maybe 2 pawns.
Two, right? Because you take b7.
B7's loose after. No, this is just really bad. So unfortunately for Brazil, it looks like another tough go of it against Vidit Gujrathi. See, that's why you play Vidit on your team. It's like you can count on him to score points. He is 27, 24, very highly rated, and anyone over 2,700 in this league counts as 2,700 flat. So you really want the highest rated players.
That's right, 2,700 flat there, of course, and some very nice rules there. I know any woman player is like under, what is it? It's 23?
If you're above, let's say you're a GM, right, or you're Arena Bulmaga for, or Vaishali, you count only as 2,350. So it's just encouraging teams to get the best talent. And then the problem would be is if you have Magnus on your team, then if he doesn't count as 2,700, then you really are sacrificing the rest of your boards in a way that just doesn't feel like in the spirit of competition. So it's great to see these teams putting forth their best lineups, and it's working really well for India.
Definitely. Of course, India has 3 teams, and they bring it to the Pro Chess League. Like, they are always striking, and it's getting very scarier playing these guys all the time here. But okay, knight d5 on the board, right? So do I take g6 or do I not? Let me think about we got to calculate, right? COE, chess, COE. Take on g6. It got to be that.
It has to be, right?
You can't not take this pawn, right?
You're taking everything on this flank. The king is in grave danger. You could take on d6, but I think the reason why James and I don't love that so much is then black will defend this pawn on g6, and you have these ugly double pawns here. You likely won't remain up a pawn. For example, if you take, and even if this king just goes up g7 or h7, something like that, you protected your pawn. d6 is in trouble. This knight is a great piece on d5, and white is better, but I feel like there are chances for black.
Absolutely, yeah. Black could. It's not the greatest for black, but you feel like you have better taking on g6 here. h5 is hanging. Don't have the rook lift yet, but eventually it may be there. It may be some rook lifts in the air. We still have now. That knight on d5 is extremely strong, so you won't be able to dislodge that. He might keep the bishop on the ba h2 diagonal, so that might be difficult for me. I want ideas of like queen g6 in a perfect world. Queen g6, queen h5, right? Take both the pawns. Maybe get the queen back to g6 or eventually a4, rook a3 is what I want, and knight f4 with the bishop on b8, so that I can sack and swing the rook over eventually. But these are plans, obviously, but in a perfect world, but it's difficult. We have to try to figure out how he can do it. He goes for it.
Yeah. Doesn't it help the rook lift that you're talking about?
Right. What is that?
Oh, I see what he wants. If you take on h5, this actually would be a mistake, because the king goes to g7. And now when you take here, this queen has no checks. Not here, not anywhere. And rook h8 happens. And all of a sudden, there's counterplay against the white king.
Who is attacking who, bro?
That's the question.
Is attacking who?
That's why he took back on e3 first. The bishop now has to move. There's no rook move here because you get checkmated. So the bishop goes, and then he gives a check. He repeats. Look at that. That is classy. You gain 2 seconds per move. So before you figure out what's next, you repeat once. This knight come up to f4, James. You could grab this one as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's got to be probably. You bring another piece in the game. Okay, 4. Dang, bishops, man. These bishops. Those are some really good bishops.
Yeah, don't want to mess with those. Staring across.
Tough.
The next move is probably queen e8, I guess, but even then that loses track of this pawn. So I feel like black's moves aren't actually that simple here.
This is tough. How do you progress? How much time you got? 3 minutes? Okay. 3 minutes. How do you finish here? Eval likes white too. You understand that. Knight f4 and queen h6. Probably repeating again.
I'm playing knight f4. I gotta be honest with you, James. Knight f4 is too hard to pass.
Just throw it in there, right? Just do it, bro. Knight f4. Bring an extra piece in the game.
Yeah, I want to be captured because then my rook will get up and he gives his check. He can make a draw if he wants. That's the good news for Vidit. And if we're looking at the match overall, it might not be the worst idea to make a draw, and he does it. Yeah, he says.
Repeats it.
He says, why risk anything? Why risk losing when every single half point gets us closer to 8.5? So let's go away from this one. Vidit was better had he just continued the attack, but that would have risked losing chances. So, James, which of the other games catches your eye, and which one should we go to?
All right, let's take a look. That game is a draw. That one. Let's see. Bulmaga and Jose Martinez. Let's look at that Jose game.
All right. So we're going to
That's
go
definitely
to
heating up.
Jose Martinez and Vaishali. Vaishali board 4 for the India Yogis, but she took down the board 1 for Brazil. She beat Supi in the first game. And what is happening here?
Is this a King's Indian? What was this? It's like a KID or
it was a Spanish that turned into a King's Indian, it looks like.
Spanish King's Indian. New one, chat. That's a new one. Wow. Spanish King's Indian. Okay. That's new.
Yeah, the question
like type of KID.
The question is, like, does black just crash through and deliver a checkmating attack, or is white just strategically winning? Those are the questions, the trade-offs, because this pawn on f4, it's good if you get it to attack, but it's not so good if the attack fizzles out. So a queen trade would benefit white. That's very far away. And you see Vaishali down a couple minutes on the clock, but holding her own on the board.
Very strong. Very strong. And she does have a nice plan of g5, g4, going the King's Indian route. This is what the setup says. Of course, you do have a pawn on f4. The g6 pawn is quite weak, and the pawn on e4 hinders the white bishop on c2. So playing g5 doesn't really weaken the diagonal as much as it may seem. Knight h2, I like from Josh from here, understanding that you might want to go g4. So let me just put some pieces over here to be ready for the g4 push. So we might see something like maybe king h8, rook g8, and moving the bishop. Eventually, a4, grabbing space. I like it. Slow.
Maybe there's a future, James. You keep talking about rook lifts. I'm waiting for it.
Do you even rook lift, bro? Rook a5. Oh my goodness, that's a move, Faurine. Aggressive rook lift.
You know, I like the move though, because it does cement this pawn in place. You push that, I'm taking it. I'm shattering your pawn structure. Maybe there is a future where black goes against this pawn on b2, and white's plans don't seem that straightforward. If you take on e5. The pawn can simply capture back. This bishop is behind the e4 pawn, as you said. White's best move is throwing this pawn off the board. Like, if I could just
pick it up and away. Like, there it is. Yeah, that's what it is now. But right now, oh man, it's close, and of course, close positions usually favor the knights, and we both have knights, but whose knights are better? I think I would say black here. Of course, white has the superfluous knights that Davaresky talks about. So these knights are the same, and they don't really do much. Of course, one does one, and the other defends the other. Like, and when one can go to g4. So not the greatest pieces here, but white, the engine prefers white slightly. That's actually interesting. I wonder why.
I'm guessing the central control plays a part here. And by the way, we do have another result. It looks like Arvind Chidambaram beat Arena Bulmaga. So a tough start for her. It's the board for Brazil. But India keeps stacking up.
India going crazy, man. India, like, somebody stop the count. Help. Send the help. Send the help. They need it right now. India is trying to take off with this one.
Wow. Yeah. But Jose Martinez, he's trying to help Brazil fight back in this. I think he wants queen d5 check, and he's going to be greedy, James. He is going to play queen d5, queen takes b7, try to get all of these little pawns over here, because black's attack is far away for the time being.
100%, especially with the knight on h2. I mean, when are you ever getting g4 in? You're going to need a lot of moves to play g4. So queen d5 check, maybe there's a bishop e6. Queen takes, rook b8. You take.
Whoa.
You take on b2. Yeah, I guess he didn't want to go for the complications of that.
But now he's just
playing.
Like
that was a pawn, though.
Yeah, like he could have just grabbed
grab and go. You know what I mean? Like, grab and go bag, boy. Like,
what were those called? Gogurt? You know,
right, Gogurt, you know what I'm saying? Gogurt, easy, man. Grab and goes.
Yeah.
That's a little sticking move.
He plays queen e2, so I feel like black now should have some time to press forward. But as you keep saying, there's no attack here. The knight on h2 is doing the big job of covering the g4 square. So maybe that's what he's counting on, that black has no attack whatsoever. King h8, rook g8, all this stuff. It's too slow.
All right, very, very slow. And at the right moment, too, I mean, I could always stick the knight on g4, play the other knight to h2, and play f3. Right, and really just cement the thing in there if I absolutely need to. That's going to be passive. But, I don't want to play passive here, but I have that if I need it. So it gives me confidence in the position to, play a move like queen e2, maybe even rook a to d1 now, just because you don't have anything.
Yeah, and queen c4 check looks like it wins a pawn, but the bishop slides up and protects. Knight g4, your move, James. Yeah, a good call out by you. That looks strong.
And if knight bishop takes knight h2, yeah, that bishop's gross, huh?
That's the King's Indian bishop. I talk to Danya about this a lot, where he loves the King's Indian. I'm like, strategically, the dark square bishop and the king's Indian is terrible. So if you just play it positionally, black is in trouble, and this is showcasing just that.
That's right. I'm a King's Indian fan myself. I had to actually switch up. I had my first win OTB against Paragua in the King's Indian, but it is also you got to be careful with that. You got to be careful with that KID because it was an open position, right? Those closed ones, the positional ones, are the ones that are the hardest to face as a King's Indian player too. So it's tough, very tough. King H7 on the board.
Yeah, nice avoiding the checks. Maybe getting the rooks over. While we have a second here, let's just bring up the view of our other games. We know that 2 have finished, but we still have the game between Soupy and Gadden Bailey. That one has been very interesting. So if we take a look at it, that is in the bottom left. So there was so much happening.
What the heck is going on
there? There was so much happening. Like I caught it at the corner of my eye, and then the queen suddenly got traded. So if we just bring it up here, this move was played, James. You're going to be happy about that.
Oh, big fella. Swinging. Okay.
And Black says, have some fun. I'll take it. I think the reason why this was so unlike was rook takes d4 was possible here. If the queen comes up, this knight can help join the party for the defense. And maybe something like this was working, but it looks very scary against this king. So I would not have gone into that, especially with this rook sliding over. I don't even know how this works. Like, why is Black just here, takes... I'm gonna cheat. I'm putting the engine. Oh my!
Queen F1. Queen F1.
Oh right? No! It's Rook D1, and somehow Rook Black D1? Is winning. Yeah,
that's cheating, bro. Man, get that off. Ain't nobody doing that.
It's like this. You go King H7. You don't have. You have no checks because the knight stops everything over here with the pawns.
Man.
Oh, this is why the eval bar is brutal. Like it says you're completely winning. You're like, what I miss? Oh, you missed engine stuff. So we saw all this happen. The queens came off here, and now we get an end game where Black is just mopping up pawns. So okay, that is one of the most ridiculous tactics I've seen.
Right, you think it's like Queen F1 or something, but no, not even close. Just Rook D1, simple. Just Rook D1. That's not simple.
How come you didn't see that, man? What's wrong with you?
Come on, bro. That's too funny. That is hilarious. But hey, guys, this is why chess is so hard when they give you that type of stuff.
For sure. And we see that Jose Martinez, he had a pretty decent position against Vaishali. Soupy needs to get this game. He's got the white pieces. He's down a pawn, but Black down to 24 seconds. And the king is a bit open. So I could see an argument, James, for instead of taking the pawn, giving a check, and then bringing this rook over here just because you're getting closer and closer to the Black king.
Ooh, that is nice. He's actually thinking about that. He's actually thinking of that. And I'm down a pawn. It is weak. Check. Check rook g8.
Maybe this best you get is some kind of checks and a draw. So that's probably what he's struggling to figure out. But when my opponent is 24 seconds and I have 3 minutes and 25 seconds, I'm like, how do I make this complicated even if I'm down a pawn?
Oh, my goodness. You're right. Yeah, check. And that's the way to keep it complicated because he's expecting you to do rook b7, which is played. Rook b7 now played. This should teeter out to a draw here unless he gets drastically low on time, which he is, but not too bad. Like, once you get under 10 seconds, it's really rough. 2 seconds.
I think at some point, White's going to throw in the move h6.
h6, yeah.
Yeah, distract the rook and get this f7 pawn.
Yeah.
Goes rook d5.
Classic.
But h6, you don't even have to take it. That's the problem for White.
Like, because there's no mate.
There's no mate over there. Like, I don't have to take it. Throws in the check. Uh-oh, what's going on here? That's serious.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, king comes up the
so
board.
He said, no, not today. He ain't about to do this to me on national. King g5.
Is the king running this way? Like, is it hiding behind the pawn somehow?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Does king g5 actually work? But he has rook g5, huh? You just take.
I'm looking at like these checks over here, just trying to get that king out and then try to push my pass pawn.
Oh, that's sharp.
Rook g3. Watch out. You want to mate?
He saw it.
Yeah, it's like one of those disappointing things for a Soupy. It's like, come on, fall for my trap.
Right, come on, bro. Come on, just this one time, bro.
Yeah, be a friend.
G3 is tempting. I definitely want to put the king up there. Just to put him in the mate net. Well, the idea here is to play check, f4, and then rook g5.
That king's going right there. You got to go to h4.
There it is.
I'm hiding.
Tuck and roll. I'm out the way.
H6? Is there this check over here?
Oh my goodness. That's
the king
sick.
Like runs back to get the
ball. Oh boy, he be doing that end game. Boy, he has end game.
You mentioned Dvoretsky. I gotta make him proud.
Oh yeah, I always call him Uncle Devi. That's my uncle, Uncle Devi in the Chevy. Yeah, we say that every day on the stream when we do our end games. Richie 3, yep. Yeah, I figured Richie 3 because Richie 5 is so strong, bro. I understood Richie 3. That was Richie 5 was a nasty move. So
Richie 3 that pawn down, right?
Maybe just Rook A8, I guess. H6.
Yeah, give up H5 for A5. I think you got to do something like that.
Bail out.
Take that. And then bring the king back. Yeah, the king just chases the pawn down.
Yeah, it's gonna be a draw ski. Well, yeah, it's gonna be a draw. Push King G6, Rook A8 takes, and then takes on A5. Y'all can shake hands.
I wonder, just because of the clock, if you can try to play this out for Soupy. You have 7 seconds for Gad Bailey here. Just play Rook B5, Rook B7, push your B pawn, and of course, objectively draw.
Right, objectively drawn. Right, you could just, push it. Right, push the limit. Why not? I do have a pass B pawn. I do have a pass B pawn. Right?
You have King.
Right?
You have King G6. If you go King G7, I'm trading off those rooks. Although the king is in the square. The king is in the square.
Oh, he is in the square, isn't he? And yeah, you can't take F7 without the other one queening. You have to play G4, G5, right moment and take it type thing.
But Adam Bailey has this. This is one of those end games where if you're black, you're like, okay, no longer do I have problems. Maybe I can even win this game. I push this, get my king up, try to give a check at some point. But this is just a hold for Gad Bailey. Important hold because Brazil needs these points.
Absolutely. In fact, the scoreboard, as we see there, 2 draws. So, okay, fighting back, but that is not enough against 2 wins. Oh, yeah. No, 1 draw. Sorry, that's the match score up there. So, a round score. So, this is a draw and a win. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Another draw. You're on the board. That's good.
All right. They agreed on the draw here. 5.5, 1.5 in favor of India. So, that's a big hold for India, not what Brazil wanted. We only have 1 game left. Oh my goodness, let's get right into that one. Vaishali and Jocelyn Jose Martinez. James, we might finally see G4 happen in the near future.
Get out of here with the king on H6, king out in the middle of the street. Don't care about nothing. You got to stay away from her. That's a scary, scary woman. G4, and just don't care about anything. Queen D1 wins a pawn.
Oh, yeah, good. Oh, yep, great point by you. You saw it. The bishop is hanging on D8, so wrong move order by Vaishali. She should have taken back with the bishop rather than the rook. She needed to keep the rooks on the board. This tactic would not have worked out. And now you do not want to take here. Check. Give me that.
All right. Yeah, and then she would take on E4, so we back it up. Bishop F3. Take with the pawn. Yes. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you take with the pawn. Oh, sick.
It's brilliant. The knight comes in. The knight comes to G4. It defends the only weak part of the position, and this queen is infiltrated. That was... we're going to show that again when this game is done. That is super instructive by Jocelyn.
Good work. King G2, Knight G4, stuff like that. Just beautiful knight versus bad bishop that you pointed out. King's Indian bishop, in a way. The bishop is terrible, bro. It is terrible.
You can maybe
if you put it on a good square, where would that be, right? Where? Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Here, I got one. C1.
This is C1. Okay. This is C1. Perfect. All right.
Yeah.
It's going to take a long time, big fella.
Oh, check.
Take a long check and pick up. Check and pick up.
Yeah. Pick up everything.
Yeah. Take on B5 there. Very strong.
You can check and take this one as well. Everything is offered, Just nothing that black can do.
E4. What is that, too? Oh, okay. You're trying to play it, but I have Queen F1. Whoa, it should be 2. Oh, snap. She tricky. Check and take. All right. Yeah, that's it.
You can just trade off all the pieces now. Queen takes F6 is that's winning.
Yeah, man, boy. He be doing them in games, boy. Has be hitting them. Take. King there. Yeah, that's
king
that's one.
Because you're going to get this one.
Right. King C4.
But this is instructive by Jose, by the way. He's spending time. He's saying, I can just take this pawn, be winning this way. Maybe I can just win the game by trading off everything. He's calculating. He's not taking it for granted.
Yeah, that's strong. That's strong. Queen takes, king takes, king H2, E5, G3, E4, G4, and then he's zucked out, and you take the pawn. That's nasty. That's an easy, clean way to do it. Simplify.
But he's still calculating from there. He's going
E5. Yeah, he went for the E5 route. I understand.
Now what's
E6? Oh, snap. E6 would almost blunder everything.
He's going to check. Oh, he's just Clinical. Check here.
Yep. E6. No, E6 is a blunder. She's
Oh,
not H6. There we go. Ugh, squares. Huh.
He made it.
Wait.
What's he doing?
Yo.
Checkmate in 1.
Hey. Hey, yo. Hey, get the people. Yeah, call him. Yeah, call him.
Oh, he checkmate in 1.
What is he doing? Yasmin. Whoa. Hey, big fella. Man, they got kids watching this, man.
Yeah, you got to teach the kids.
Yeah, we got to.
Hey, man, they say checkmate in 1, look for better, but we're going to go back just because I think G takes F3. This moment here, everybody would be playing knight takes F3. The problem with this is you allow black some play, the pawn goes up, the bishop gets out. He says, no, nothing for you. My pawn structure may look bad over here, isolated pawns, double isolated pawns, but your bishop is locked in, and the knight comes to G4, protected, can't be kicked out of that square. Wonderful play from Jocelyn. That's a winning decision.
Absolutely. Beautiful winning decision. I love that. You put the knight on G4 there. You can't really get in. It's also like a shelter around the king there. It's very, very strong. Definitely needed that. Jose is performing. In fact, out of 2 games, 1.5, he's performing for the team right now. He's everything that the Capybaras need, but they also need to step it up themselves because he can't do it by himself.
That's right. 2-2. It's not going to be good enough when India won the first round 3.5 to half. So it was a great win for Jospin, but he's the one leading the charge for them, and he needs more from his teammates. That's the struggle when you're playing against the India Yogis. And right now, Jospin, he's the lone big scorer for Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's only 3 points. And 3 points, first to 8.5. That's it. The Capybaras need 6 points. I don't know if that's going to happen there. It's just being 100% practical. That's very hard to do against this very strong Indian team in good form right now. It's very, very tough. But anything is possible, but it's very, very difficult to say the least.
For sure. And India, with 3 points in the next round, they can clinch this first match. 8.5 points wins you the match. So we'll see if the India Yogis can do it. But first, we take this break. When we return, it's round 3 of this matchup between the India Yogis and the Brazil Capybaras.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free. competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my gosh!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
And you're just forced and punched his ticket into the championship. Yeah, the snowballs!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Oh my god! Oh my god! How did that? You see Wesley's face? Gosh.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Played phenomenal chess today, and it is coming home.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
We are back here in the matchup between the Indian Yogis and the Brazil Capybaras. It has been all India thus far in the matchup. They have leapt out to a huge lead. But when this match is over, and it could be finished in the next round of action, we still have one more to go, and it's a huge one. We have the Canada Chessbrahs taking on the Charlotte Cobras. So Daniel Naroditsky will, in fact, be playing, and so will a guy named Magnus Carlsen for the Canada Chessbrahs.
Yeah, they talk about that Magnus guy a lot, but he's on the Chessbrahs team. Of course, as you see right there, look at that lineup, boy, that's stacked. You got Magnus sitting up there with the beefy rating, then you got Anish Giri. Come on. Now, Jordan, Ivan Sarek, Aryan Tari, E. Hansen, Priotu there. You got Sean Lemoy, who's now a GM. Wow, newly minted. Shout out to him. Jennifer Yu and Molly Jade there. So, stupid strong team, bro. Wow.
Yeah, that is a stacked lineup from top to bottom. Jennifer Yu, the U.S. Women's Champion, Magnus Carlsen, the World Champion, still in Classical, and of course in Rapid and Blitz as well. So just a monster lineup from the Chessbrahs. Don't count out the Cobras, because we've all seen Dodgeball. We know what the Cobras can do, and well, they have a great lineup themselves. Grigory Opard may be the top rated, but the most popular is undoubtedly Daniel Naroditsky. Danya will be playing today.
Danya is playing today, chat. Did you hear it? Calling all chat members. Danya is playing today against the Canada Chessbrahs. The Charlotte Cobras, new team here, right? You see Greg O'Perrin there, super strong. A Wonder Liang, he's definitely a wonder. And then Daniel Naroditsky, you got Brandon Jacobson, Brando, Elshan Moribadi. I mean, Crush, right? Nazi's there. It's so strong, chat. I mean, this is going to be a huge matchup. So, hey, another match right after this, right?
For sure. But this matchup is a huge one between the Capybaras and the Yogis, because Jocelyn, he has been playing well for the Capybaras thus far, the only player for them really scoring points. He gets white against Vidit Gujrathi, and he plays this H3 move, a very quiet move in a position where both sides have moved out their knights, and then A3. So, James, what is he doing?
Yeah, first off, okay, chat, don't copy this. Secondly, we got to figure out what happens after bishop c3, pawn takes, and then knight takes e4 is the whole question of this whole thing. Maybe queen d5 there, and it's happening. Knight takes e4 looks like a pawn, but it's definitely something we're probably missing. Maybe queen e2, but then d5. So, like, I'm trying to figure out what happens when you take this pawn. Queen d5, knight f6. So, what is this?
I think knight takes e4. This is just a quick little thing. Is that their offense is knight takes e5 move, where you take and the queen slides up to d5 and says, give me one of them knights. You can't protect both. So it's a fun little trick that's available in a variety of openings. But that is what Jocelyn is relying on. And you can see Vidit. He's like, is this for real? Can I get away with taking it? He says, nah, not so fast.
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
But you know what's good? Is a bishop pair, James. I'm a huge fan of a good old bishop pair.
I am too, actually. In fact, I will only usually, I like to go to end games, usually only when I know I have the two bishops. If I don't, then I'm like, I don't want to play this end game. I mean, if you have to play what's on the board. What's given to you, obviously. There's many ways you can go, but two bishops, yeah, for sure. I like that because positions open up. You got the bishops, and it definitely favors, and it shows here. But this game is going to be definitely a test of strength and a test of ability and just everything that Yaspam and Jose Martinez can actually take right now, because this is Vidit, who's very strong, 2,700, top board in India right now, going crazy and playing very good chess today. So it's definitely going to test Jose. Hopefully, he's able to do something with him.
And I think we're going to have a James Canty style of game here. I'm suspecting Queen E2,
Queen E2.
Bishop out. Okay, now especially if you castle, there'll be a hook.
G4 and G5. Easy work. Come on, you're right. There it is, Queen E2, right?
Yeah, he's for sure going that way, and they're going to throw his pawns at the board. James, you sure you have been coaching Jose? Feels like a very Canty-like opening.
I mean, hey, look, sometimes we talk, it's the big homie. He actually raised the stream. By the way, he is a streamer, so make sure you're following him. He goes by GM Yaspam. I think that's what it is on Twitch, guys. Make sure you follow him. He streams quite active. He's an active streamer. So shout out to him. And he's raised me. I've rated his stream a few times too as well. So, we got some symbiosis in the air there. You can just feel the waves. We got on glasses. You see us both wearing glasses today? You're wearing glasses too. You got the memo today, didn't you? Look at that.
I have to wear them. I can't see. You got vision, across the You're the Jedi, man. You don't need those glasses. I know they don't actually have prescription lenses in there.
Don't give away all the secrets today, bro. Come on.
All right, my bad. Well, while this game, after Queen E7, Josh was thinking here, that's Jose Martinez. For those of you unfamiliar with the stream, we'll zoom out just because the second game has also started. And that one is between Supi, the board one for Brazil. He famously beat Magnus Carlsen when Magnus was playing Blitz game at Chess.com as a fishing pole line. And then he is taking on Aravind Chidambaram, who has had a good showing thus far for the Indian Yogis. That position, it's a pretty quiet game. Honestly, the top two games, very solid thus far.
Absolutely. Of course, I actually do like White's position here with the double bishop. I mean, with the double fianchetto there. It's pretty solid. I mean, you have lots of flexibility. I've experimented with these lines myself, and you just notice that it's very easy for Black to go wrong and for you to get good positions because White just has so much flexibility and options that Black has to really be on a good sense of the position every single move here. Yeah, that knight d5 is looking really strong with e4.
Yeah, he closes down his bishop, but he makes the d5 square available to his knight. And I think Supi is just trying to sit on the position. He may even play d4 in the near future if you're not looking out for it. And it's kind of like a Maroczy bind style with the pawns very advanced. But that's why Aravind is not so fast. It's not going to be a one-sided game. Here we come. We're going to get maybe King's Indian style counterplay over on the King side with f5 to follow.
Ooh, knight g5. Yeah, that's correct here with the King's Indian style. Usually when you see a bishop on g7, especially for anyone that plays King's Indian, shout out to you. I understand. Like, you just want to this King's Indian. Anytime you have a bishop on g7 and it's not a position that is from theory or a dragon or something, it's some type of King's Indian. So you just put the bishop on g7, play f5, and you should have a good time here, at least try to. But this position does say that pawn breaks. In fact, I actually learned this from you, Hess, a long time ago. And it was like, whoever controls the pawn breaks controls the game. And years later, I'm actually still using that same way of how you said it before. So you can't spell chess without Hess chat. But you also learned something, too, as well with the pawn break. So pawn break f5 does control the game there. f5 is a nice pawn break. d4 is a pawn break, too, but f5 is really strong.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And also, knight g5 trying to swap these knights takes away White's control over d4. And, you're talking about spelling, COE. That's all you got to know. Calculation over everything. And that's why, you see, it's not just even calculating individual moves, it's about the series of moves, coming up with a plan. And I think that knight takes g5, that's not what he wanted. If we just actually bring up an analysis board quickly, now the knights are getting exchanged on f3. Had he taken on g5, let's say he went for that, we see that pawns are just storming up the board. The open H file could be very valuable for Black if the king moves out the way and the rook slides over. So that's why he says, no, let me just go king h2, trade this way. But what do you think, James? There's been a bishop given up for a knight. We see White's likely going to play f4. White's pawn structure healthier for the time being. Which side do you prefer?
I'm actually going to prefer White now. We have the dead bishop on g7. I mean, it could come up to life if he does get to d4. Or e5, but he went the knight f4 route, which I guess is the same, but I was actually going to go knight b4. Of course, it is take a long time, but I want to get f4, f5 in as quick as possible. But now I can't, and what do I do next? I'm actually kind of at a loss of a plan here. In fact, I don't even know what to do now. Maybe just try to better my position, but I did want knight b4, knight c2, F4, and then maybe try to swing the knight back around, maybe the F3. But G4 is coming, F5. Maybe try to push myself, but I mean, now we have to kind of sit and wait because this is my knight doesn't have any good squares.
Yeah, both sides sort of have to sit and wait. No more F5. The G6 pawn is always loose. So for black, no active plans for the time being. For white, you're just trying to orient your pieces towards the king side and then break free and press forward when you have the right moment. So let's zoom out of this game just because I think Arvind will be really pondering his options for a while. James, the bottom left game between Gautam Bailey and Irina Bulmaga, it's an end game. That does not mean it's just going to be a draw. Both sides will have their chances. And in the bottom right, Vaishali against Alexander Fear. Vaishali took down Supi. That is board 1 for Brazil. She is not afraid of Fear, but that position is just early stages in a Carlsbad structure. So honestly, the games are pretty quiet so far in the third round of action.
Definitely, yes. I see. Everything's pretty quiet. Wow. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not a lot of. I mean, you still play the game, but it may not be as motivated. I mean, because they were only like 2 points away, 2.5, something like that, from clinching it. And they're a clean 6, and you have to win. You know what I mean? So it could be a little bit of disappointment, you know, in the positions or whatever in some of the games. But you still just play and hope for the best. That's all we can do, and that's all they can do. So
for sure. And you know, we're going to look at the game, I guess, between Vaishali and Alexander Fear because Brazil really needs that game. They need Fear to win with the black pieces. And the good news for him is he's shut down the queen side. So in this Carlsbad structure where white typically puts his pawn up on b5, that's not happening here. Look at the queen and the pawn taking care of business on the b4 square. Thank you very much. You're not pushing a pawn on that side. So, James, I feel like the clock is in black's favor. The position is closed. And that means white doesn't have the free hand that you usually see on the queenside flank.
especially actually after trading queens too, I think that kind of favors black a little bit. I mean, we also want to put the knight on d6, usual Carlsbad structure stuff, knight f6, knight c8, knight d6, and like you just literally, you know, doing everything that you do in these Carlsbad structures here, putting the knights on the great squares, and we stop the minority attack. That's all you can really, you know, that's what you want to do. Stop the minority attack. Wow, trading queens, queen h5. Not expecting that one.
I feel like queen d6 is likely. I like your rerouting of knights up to a d6 as well. These types of positions, like let's just get into an endgame, just force the queens off and make some quick move like rook e1. The knight comes up to d6. No e4 push for you, at least not very easily. And then black can even think about expanding on the queen side at the right moment. Put a rook on b8 and say, I've got an extra pawn on the A through C files. That's 3. That's 2. Last time I did math, 3 is better. And so we can see potential pawn storms up that flank. But Fear says, no queen trade. I want to win this game. I want to keep the queens on the board and make it messy.
Got it real fast. Queen d6, I'm gone. And white needs to figure out something quickly here. I mean, yeah, this is super equal here. And this is fine for black. Black likes these type of positions. Used to grinding these positions type down, especially if you look at the old classics. I mean, Capybaras playing Queen's Indian. I mean, Queen's Gambit Decline here with a great success. Seeing Petrosian do it as well. Like just very strong players all the way up to World Championship matches with Gary. So, you know, Queen's Gambit Decline is very strong here, and black has exactly what they want. We stopped the minority attack, 3 versus 2. On the queen side, black is for choice, I think. And white needs to figure out what to do if we want to have some type of attack here. E4 is going to make D4 very isolated and weak. Maybe a route, though. It may be a way to go. But, I mean, that's going to change the structure. That's not a fan of that.
It's a big choice for Vaishali. That's why she's spending her time. And while she considers e4 amongst other options, like even trying to get b4 in eventually, we'll leave her to it. She is down 3 minutes. This could be a big result for Brazil. They need to win this round by a big margin to feel like they're in it. And as we look across the 4 boards, I feel like in the top right, still a closed position, but Supi will throw his pawns forward. In the top left, the game between Jose Martinez, that's Jocelyn and Vidit Gujrathi. That, to me, looks very close. Kind of a neutral position, chances for both. I think Brazil is doing everything you could ask for them, James, right, at least in the start of the 3rd round.
Yeah, they're doing everything that they can with what they're given. They're trying. I mean, this is probably, I think they probably needed a little bit of a warm-up. If this was like the first round, we had these type of games here, like nothing looks like anyone's getting crushed. There's no decisiveness. Everything's sort of equal in every game, in fact, which is, hopefully, you know, sometimes it just doesn't go that way. And, you know, you got jitters and first game type stuff, or first game of the Pro Chess League here, just first match. It didn't work out well there. What happened?
I think we commentators cursed it. Can we just bring up the game between Supi and Chidambaram? Arvind just snagged a pawn. Like, I was looking at that position, and I was like, okay, White's going to press forward. James, can you explain this move H4 to me?
Because what the heck is that? Queen takes H4. What are you doing? What is he doing?
He just blundered a pawn in one move.
Hey, call him up. Yeah. Make sure he's good. Yeah, we need to make sure he's all right. Well, hold on, my guy. Take him to the locker room real quick. What happened?
I mean, he could play F4.
F4.
Like, just throw your pawns up the board. He blundered in one turn, and after queen takes, he brought his king back. The queen just drops, and black is up a pawn. So all of a sudden, it went from a great – wait, actually, how does that –
what the heck? No, this game is crazy. This game is wacky, bro. This game is very wacky, guys.
Wait, why did black let that pawn survive? Just take that thing off the board. I'm so confused, man.
Yeah, that is very confusing. That is very confusing. I mean, you just give him a pawn here on the 7th rank. And, I mean, yeah, I lost the pawn, but, hey, I feel better now. Like, thank you, bro. You know, I feel a lot better about the blunder I made. Because this is, what?
James, if I asked you, hey, would you give up your H-pawn to get a pawn to A7, I'm pretty sure you would say yes. So it all worked out for Supi. But this is completely unnecessary from both sides.
Give up the pawn and then like, all right, bro, you gave it up. I'll let you get to 7th right then. I got you. You know, you help me, I help you, man. You know what I mean? That is funny.
I guess he thought he would like play B6 to go after the pawn immediately and then bring his rook over, but it's just kind of slow.
It's very slow. In fact, I think he played it though, B6, but he's hitting A7 now. Okay, so if we go Queen A2 here.
Queen A2, I guess he
will.
Bring
the rook over, and then I bring my rook over. Oh, you go rook C7 and take. Yikes! Yeah. Wow. Well, this rook B1 immediately. Nope, that don't work either. Maybe the other rook to B1, but then Queen B7, Queen B4. Maybe we just go over to B pawn. Let's go after the B. Yep.
He's going after the B pawn, but now I think for black, I'm just taking this pawn. Okay, so maybe Arvind deserves more credit. He didn't just allow a pawn to A7. It looked very strange, at least from our first perspective. But now that we're here, he wins the pawn back, and he's still up a pawn because Supi blundered with his H4 move. That is really tragic for the Capybaras because, James, his position was excellent before he blundered that pawn.
You're right. It was very uncharacteristic here, but it is it happens. I mean, these blunders do happen. Lots of pressure. You're playing for the team. You're also playing a very strong player, right? You have to play the board here. You have to really just focus on the board. It's really tough to do sometimes with all the things on the line. You're thinking about the game. You're thinking about the team. How's the team doing? Like, are you actually really focused on the game 100%? So here, H4 was just a huge blunder here. But, of course, I mean, he's back in the game here. But causing that blunder definitely changed some of the trajectory of the game.
Yeah, just show that one more time. The king on H2. There was a pin here. He played H4, allowing the queen to take this pawn for free. Pawn takes queen, you see, not allowed because the king is in line with his bishop. A one-move blunder happens to even the best in the game. We know Supi beat Magnus Carlsen in that famous fishing pole game. So while he is trying to save this game, let's zoom out. Let's look at his teammates because they will need to win their games just to give them a chance. In the top left, it looks like Vidit Gujrathi is a man possessed, just playing good chess, stable chess. You can't crack his shell. His position just too solid. And then in the bottom left, we have Abdullah Gadambeli that's board 3 for the Indian Yogis. He's in a fight against Irina Bulmaga. That's just an ending. And then the bottom right, Vaishali and Alexander Fier. It looks like Alexander Fier, he's active. He just sacrificed a piece, but it's a temporary sacrifice. He gives up a knight to get one back. So just good chess all around.
Absolutely. Good chess all around. Look at the eval bar. Pretty stable around all boards except the Supi game here where they prefer black. Slightly here, knight versus bishops. 9 bishop versus 2 bishops. Yeah, I mean, a lot of play. What's the time looking like? Anybody really long time? Yeah, probably around the pretty average, I think. Looking good. Vishali's low. And, Bailey is low as well. Okay.
And we got some people in chat rooting for Brazil. Let's look at the game.
Come on, Brazil!
Got to root that into his existence. And the game between Vaishali and Fier is interesting because his last move was a trade of knights on F5, just to show he gave up a knight on F5. Please take my knight because I'll take yours. And then B3 and E3 are both loose. The knight slides back to A2. The queen jumps into A3, needs to keep contact. Queen takes knight is forced. Otherwise, you're just getting crushed in E3. And then after this, James, the queen survives. And E4 played from Vaishali. She understands that's a long-term weakness. Let's turn it into a strength. If we trade pawns, thank you. Here comes my rook attacking you. The D pawn may be a passer. I still like black's position even after all that.
Yeah, that's definitely very active. Look at the rooks and the queen into white's position on a3. It's very annoying, to say the least here. Queen f3 is very playable. You also have d5 to follow. I mean, we got this weak pawn. Yeah, black's going to pressure this forever. And white being long time, definitely have to move faster, play a little bit better, right? Obviously, queen c4 looks good. Hitting f7, rook e7 or d7.
I like that because the rook's already controlling the f file. So it really encourages the move d5. But now queen takes e4 would be possible if d5, the f7 pawn is loose. Or maybe not, actually. Maybe I just blundered because I'm going to show that really quickly because I'm just showing everybody that I blunder all the time. It's okay. After d takes c6, there's a back rank checkmate against the king. How is this equal? I thought I blundered.
Wait, rook takes, I don't know. That's crazy. This is equal? What the heck is that? Well, equal what?
Maybe it's just like some random move like this, and then you go rook b4, and you just.
Oh my goodness!
I finally blundered. I finally blundered. So it's rook e7. Just get the pawn. That's why it's equal.
Oh, that's crazy. And then you get the a pawn. You get the b. I get the a.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do blunder. I overlooked it. She has not. She plays d5. Queen takes e4 is a viable option for Alexander Fier, but he wants to win this game, so he wants to keep pieces on the board.
Yeah, so if we keep pieces on the board, then I guess we take on d5. Yeah, it's winning from black's standpoint. It's going to take a long time. You just got to wait for a mistake, obviously. It was queen h4 move. Nope. Yikes. All right, yeah, maybe we just take the pawn. Say whatever.
It's going to be, as you said, a long journey for black. Maybe c5 and try to use the dark square, something like that. But Alexander Fier does have the time. Let's go away from this game because he is going to spend it. All 4 games in this round still in play. We see that in the top right, Supi, he blundered that pawn, but he's trying to go after the black king. I see the eval bar. I'm kind of ignoring it just because I feel like there are chances for both in that one, even if black is objectively better. In the bottom left, we have an ending where knight, bishop, rook, and 6 pawns per side, looking very level there. And the top left, it looks like Vidit, he is finally opening the board up for his pieces. That's good news for the Indian Yogis. That one's in a bit of a time crunch. So why don't we head to board 1 for the Indian Yogis and board 2 for Brazil? Just because Jocelyn, we know he can make people pay and down to the wire in a bullet scramble.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, here we go. So time, yeah, look at the time, boy. He under a minute. Well, you know, he's very fast in this time, though. We all know that. He's very fast in this time. He plays very fast. Chess 3K online, right? Bullet and blitz. Very quick, but he is playing Vidit. Was very, very strong. I think Vidit actually gets in time trouble often from past commentary and looking at his games before. He gets in time trouble and was blundering. Hopefully he's been working on that lately, but time trouble has not been his friend.
No, it has not. And he just is facing h4, kind of a random move. Those are the moves that scare me the most. When I'm like, what is my opponent doing? What am I missing? Is there a threat? Yeah, there's no actual threat by h4. It's just kind of a move. And a6 played by Vidit. Also, it's just a move. No threats. They're trying to keep the status quo because if black ever takes, then white can take back and even isolate a pawn. And if white ever takes, black takes back and both sides have an isolated pawn, but d3 will be the target. So neither side wants to capture over there. We see that Jose, down to 35 seconds, plays g4. Is he going to play h5 next, perhaps? Bishop to h2, slide to a new diagonal. It's getting messy.
Absolutely. Of course, this looks good for white, but I mean, they do like black. And black is actually, the engine likes black. Black is fully developed. 2 rooks on the file. You got the knight. The bishop on g8, there's pressure, and white's king is very weak. So it's weaker than black's king here. I actually like white for, you know, the tactical aspects here. But black definitely has some very good squares as well. Like e5 could be hanging. You do have the hanging pawn structure in the center besides the c pawn being on c7. You can move it to c6 to make the pawns very strong in the center. But right now, I think that it's a weaker center, so I can bully it. Oh yeah, that's true. Clock.
You've talked about this. You were just highlighting it. Vidit, when he gets in time trouble, sometimes he makes those critical mistakes, and now he is even on the clock. We're about to get a full bullet melee.
Yep, we're about to get a full bullet melee. That's correct. And I mean, I can feel the mistakes. Vidit does not play as much bullet, I think, as Yaspam does. I keep calling him Yaspam because that's what he goes by all the time, right? Oh, I see his name on. He's playing every night, every day. Yaspam is playing bullet and blitz online, so we know this. We see this. And a blunder.
Oh,
Queen
blunder.
E5.
Queen E5.
Queen
It's a
E5.
back rank
Queen E5.
checkmate.
It's a back rank mate. Exactly.
Oh,
It's a
and
back rank mate.
I mean, you're the prophet now. Danya's
Yeah.
got to give you that title because
Right.
Queen
I mean,
takes
I spent a lot
E5.
of time with Danya.
Rubbing
off.
Well, then maybe he can just, hand it over here. I never
Little
thought I'd
bit.
hear you doing Russian accents, but Queen E5 is winning for White. Look at Vidit. He's just upset. He's got a hand in his head. He can't believe it. It's a
You
one.
gotta move.
What?
What? What are you doing? I'm out.
What?
I'm out, bro. I'm out.
Ban the draw offer. No way. They drew by agreement. Vidit can't believe it. What just happened? Queen takes E5 is just devastating because after the queen trade, you can't take on F3. It is a fork of pieces. But after rook takes rook, rook takes rook, this isn't just check. It's mate. How did they agree to draw?
I have no idea, bro. I have no idea. But you know what? Think about Yaspam in the game where he missed mate in 1, right? Well, he missed that mate in 1 game. I mean, he just maybe it's just he's not his mental right now. It's just mental, maybe psych, something like that.
Oh my gosh, ban the draw offer. He draws in a winning position. Vidit Gujrathi now moves to 2.5 out of 3 for his team. But look at the 3 boards still remaining. We see that in the top right, Supi is trying to go after that black king, but the white king is probably even more exposed. And then the bottom left, endgame, looking like an endgame win for Abdullah Gadambeli. He's just up a pawn suddenly against Irina Bulmaga. So looking really good. Maybe India is about to clinch in this one.
Yeah, it's looking rough, man. Might be clinchable right now, of course. What's the match? It might be it.
Yeah,
that might be
they need 2.5 points.
2.5 now.
And it looks like Supi, he's going down right now. He made the move F3. Ben Feigl says never play that move. And here it's simple. Bring the rook over to the party. Go after this king. The black king is safe and sound over here. Just no checks against it. Oh, he goes this way instead. Oh, if king up, queen G5 is mate. He wins.
Wow.
Game over.
Yikes. Black wins. Yeah, he played good. He's playing great shots here. Yeah, it was tough. Black definitely was looking good there. But, well, that might be it. 1.5 there. They need one more, I think.
They need 1.5 points. And we look in the bottom left, Gadambeli, that's board 3 for the Indian Yogis. He is winning. He is up upon the endgame. And the bottom right, Vaishali in no trouble whatsoever with the white pieces against Alexander Fear. If your board 4 beats the other team's board 1 and holds their board 3, you know you're in good shape. So I feel like the Indian Yogis, I mean, honestly, they might be a team to beat. They could go a little bit under the radar until they put in Pragnananda and Nihal Sarin. But Vidit Gujrathi is showing, I'm going to lead this team as well. He is 2.5 to 3 against a strong Brazilian squad.
I forgot you actually mentioned it, and I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot they was playing. Like, that's what do you mean? Like, what? I forgot they was playing. Oh man, it's tough out here. India is just a powerhouse. Look at this game, bro. Whoa, she's playing out of her mind.
Yeah, this is the game. We see that Vaishali and Alexander Fear on screen. This is the game between Abdullah Gadambeli and Irina Bulmaga. This is an end game where white is just a pawn ahead, centralization. If you ever trade pieces, you don't want to liquidate when you're down material in the end game. So I feel like for Gadambeli, the clock may be a factor, but it should be a factor in his favor. He can just push these pawns.
Yeah, B4A4. Yeah. B4A4 looks good. I'm up a pawn here, clean. Very clean in game. This is some of the best stuff you like to see. It's very clean, easy, risk-free. Don't blunder, obviously. But,
no,
he does have 20 seconds. Oh, they're both low on time.
Knight D5 check would have been good, but now the king has squares. That's the problem. Is any pawn push gives away squares to your opponent, and now the white king is just going to snake in there.
King 5, King F6, and we're good. Yeah, G4, very nice. H5, okay, King E5 is nice.
Yeah,
H3 is good too.
Quiet little move. Now the king has a target to pick off on the G5.
Easy.
By the way, Gadambeli is one of the best blitz players on the site, so you can now take it.
What's his user?
I think it's his name in some.
Oh, his last name.
Form here. Yeah.
Something like that.
But 94 liquidation. You're hitting the G5 pawn.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is just simple.
It's beautiful.
At this point.
Easy, clean.
Where's this king going?
Yeah, H5, right? And take the other one too.
King comes back.
Nab.
4 is dropping.
King C3 or C5 was very good too as well.
All right. Well,
Push the
this game
game's over.
is
Yes,
easily winning for White. The pawn race is going to be won by White's 2 pawns. Black only has 1. Just throw them forward and win the game. The White King is also well in the box to stop the pawn.
Right.
The Queen.
Gotta take it. Yeah, he played to the finish, and that is it.
That's it. And that means that if Vaishali can draw her game against Alexander Fear, that game is still going. Vaishali down to her final few seconds. Alexander Fear might be keeping Brazil alive. If he wins this game, Brazil gets to play the 4th and final match. But if this game is a draw, and we see the eval saying it should be a draw with proper play, then the Yogis will secure the win.
Gotta hold. Yeah, and this is tough because at the Rook H7, you just go back to F1 every time. We also have checks, horizontally, laterally, drawn by agreement.
You see his face. He's really upset because even if this game ultimately should be a draw with best play, you need to put pressure. She had 6 seconds remaining, but Vaishali, she held the balance, even though it looks scary. That is a match win. This is over. The Indian Yogis take down the Brazil Capybaras 8.5 to 3.5. That's a demolition, James.
I mean, we came here, I already knew when I saw the Indian team and the stack and the lineup, we already know how strong India is. They pop out GMs every single month or week at this point. India is just beefy, man. They're doing very well. You see it. So they're a force to be reckoned with. Now, of course, they definitely have a strong team over in Brazil there. India was just a little bit stronger today, and it was able to show that, and they got off to a hot start, and Brazil was not able to recover.
Just the Indian Yogis from top to bottom. Such a strong lineup. Vaishali, she scored 1.5 points out of her 3 games. If your board 4 is doing that kind of damage, good luck to your opponents. And of course, Vidit Gujrathi, he got a bit lucky there, James. He offered a draw that was accepted. I saw a featured chat. That's a draw by reputation in that one because that was a losing position for him.
Yeah, draw by reputation. That was nice there. Of course, we have to ask him about that later on. But yeah, Queen takes C5 was GG there. I'm sure he saw it. You can see it in the zoom camera there too as well, just like the emotions there. I'm not sure if they can see each other because a lot of times if you're able to see the zoom camera and you see the emotion from that, right, you can actually, you did something, like what happened, right? The reaction definitely tells all there. So tough game, but at the end of the day, the Indian Yogis was able to make it through and win this match. So it was awesome.
Yeah, I think people are wondering what we're talking about because that game that was very important for Brazil to take in this position, approximately level. You see the clocks in Jose Martinez's favor. Vidit getting down to time trouble. He made a really bad blunder with knight d4, and the evaluation bar says that is not going to get it done. Queen.
That is not a move.
The biggest thing for me, James, is maybe it was because Jose missed mate in 1. His tactics weren't completely there, even though he played well. Queen takes e5 is very straightforward. There's not much to calculate for him.
Right. Queen takes e5. You also have the bishop on g1. So you spot it instantly. You also see with the back rank trouble, rook takes d7, rook e8. I mean, you can see the overall picture. This is how we like to do tactics. So you see the overall of all the pieces where they're placed. And the patterns let you see the checkmate is on the back rank due to the bishop on g1. Very strong. He just missed it, and it's definitely possible, especially if you're not feeling the sharpest. And he missed mate in 1. And remember, he thought about that too. Like it was seconds, many moves on the board, but he thought about it and missed the mate in 1, right? So, of course, it's definitely possible for this draw to happen. And Vidit was able to get away and, of course, score. And it's very nice for India to move on.
But Vidit saw it, right? He wasn't hiding his emotions. He grabbed his hair, like, what's wrong with me? How do I blunder in 1 move? Yeah, right. Because if look at this position, James, right? It seems like a position both sides have chances. I don't like the eval bar saying it's even. No, it's dynamic. Both sides will have their chances. But let's say Black had said, let's just trade off pieces. Why not get into an endgame? I don't think this is something that you'd be very scared about if you're a Vidit Gujrathi. He did blunder in 1 turn. It should have cost him, but it wasn't meant to be for Brazil today. 8.5, 3.5 final score. That is a blowout.
Yeah, exactly. It's a blowout here. I mean, and it doesn't show how strong, basically. I mean, the score doesn't say, the real story, right? 8.5, 3.5. They definitely fought. They played there. They had their chances. And, of course, even that one win could have been another match, which could actually even switch things in the other direction. But very tough. I mean, we knew this going in. Like, India, the Yogis are monsters. They got, the B team 2,700, right? Like, it's very scary chess from these guys here. So they are a force to be reckoned with here, and we have to somebody got to put them out, but it won't be today.
Yeah, and you see Vaishali 1.5 points for board 4. That was the low score. I'm putting that in air quotes because she had an even score against grandmaster opposition. She proved her might today. Alexander Fear and Louis Supi, that's the points she took off of Brazil. And yes, more countries are showing up to these tourneys. We love to see Brazil back in action. Krikor Mkhitaryan, the beloved streamer from Brazil. He streams in Portuguese, and he's a big part of the Chess.com community. He'll be playing for them in future weeks. But for now, it's all about the Indian Yogis. We are going to take a quick break because when we return, we'll have a special interview. Won't tell you who with who, but we'll be back with that in just a few.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
And we return joined by super grandmaster, super content creator, superstar Vidit Gujrathi. Vidit, congratulations on leading the Indian Yogis to team victory. But my first question has to be about your last game there. What happened?
First of all, thanks for that intro. I think every time I go to a show, this should be the script.
Look at James. You're looking cool over there. What'd you do, James?
What happened to my phone here?
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. All right, I guess we'll stay here till after. Nice. Okay.
What were you saying, Vidit?
Should I wait or?
No, we're good, Vidit. Please go ahead.
Yeah, keep going. Keep making fun of him.
All right, we'll fix it later.
Yeah. So now I'm very distracted with this green screen. Usually green screen is behind, James is the only one who has green screen in front of him,
I'm all green. This is a new one. It's a new baby. Yes. I'll get you one, Vidit. I got you.
Yeah. By the way, last time I think I saw James, they did some like push-ups challenge or something. So Robert,
okay.
better be in good shape, yeah?
Look, come on, Robert. You look. You heard him. He did some pull-ups.
Yeah, and regarding the last game, I don't think we can pull up the board, but all 5 moves before I played knight d4, I was calculating the sequence of taking on c4, takes on c4 and knight d4. And queen e5 never worked because there was queen c2 check. My queen was on g6.
Ooh, that's sick. You're right.
And it was mate. So I thought, okay, I'm preparing it, playing a6, all these cool moves, bishop g8, like preparing it. But then I realized I put my queen on f6 after I played knight d4. But you should have all your resources. So I realized he's getting low on time. Probably he has not seen queen e5. And he has like 10 seconds. Let me throw in a draw offer just to confuse him, so that he can't calculate. So genius. I just threw in a draw offer. I saw it's move 32, so it was legal, and it worked. Yeah, that's the only thing I could do to save that game, and it worked.
Oh my goodness.
James,
Robert.
We enjoyed it. James left the room, but come on, James. I know you got some questions here for Vidit, especially.
Oh, absolutely, of course, man. Absolutely. Well, I like to say, Vidit, first off, what are you guys doing over there in India? I know you know. I mean, you ain't got to give us the whole secret. Maybe I can email you. You can send me a PayPal account, whatever. We got to figure this out. Why is India so strong right now? What are you doing? Yep. Is it the water?
That will be $1,000 per hour. But sure,
okay,
you can send an email. But I'm surprised that you guys asked me to come because I think today Arvind was on fire. Like he was playing literally very cool chess. Like after I finished the games, I go to see his board and it's like mate. Also, I think Vaishali's first game was very cool. So they just played awesome. And I think one of the secret sauce why there are so many people in India who are doing good. Of course, they are very ambitious. They are very driven. But also, I think there is a good culture for sports. Let's say in America or in Europe, it's much harder because there are other jobs, other fields where you can be equally good with the same, like let's say for the same effort you might get a different kind of reward. But in India, sports is very lucrative. So that's why I guess the motivation level is higher, the drive is higher. And also we work, the kids I've seen, they work very, very hard. So yeah, I think that could be one of the reasons apart from the environment.
For sure, that makes sense, Vidit. And now you're back in a team event. So what are your thoughts generally on team chess? I know you played and you had great success in the European Club Cup and you played around the globe in teams. But how do you feel when you play amongst a team, especially of other Indian players?
I think in general, I have a much higher success rate in team events than in individual. I don't know why is that the case. Maybe there is less pressure when I play in team events. And like European Club Cup, as you mentioned, we won gold this time. And also in world team and Olympiad, we generally do quite well. For me, I guess it could be like my style also suits quite well there because I can be solid, and it really requires somebody is needed in the team who can hold the fort, which comes naturally to me. So maybe that could be one of the reasons team events work for me.
Very good. I'm not sure you're aware of the team matches that you're playing. So when you're playing, are you like, do you got some other tabs? Are you watching the games while you're playing, or do you just play your game and then check afterwards?
I don't think it's possible to watch the other games. Not only there is a delay, but I think it's disabled. So only after the games I can tune
You
in.
can check afterwards.
But it's very nice feeling after let's say, even if I draw the game, I see my teammates are winning. So at least today that was the case. So
Right. Yeah. Very strong. Very strong. What's your favorite part of the PCL?
what's
What's your favorite part of the PCL? So is the playing? Is it the training? Is it the camaraderie? Is it the energy?
so the last thing I played was in the Champions Chess Tour, right? And that
Right.
began at like 9:30 p.m. and it finished for me at 5 a.m. So I think the best part about PCL for me is that it finishes at 11:30 p.m. and I can get a good night's sleep.
Sleep. That's right. Important, chat. Get your sleep. See, even monsters sleep too. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know, Vidit, you're big on your, meditation and preparation. One question I think that everyone wants to know, and James was hinting at it, with all the success that India is having. I mean, with the Olympiad that was on your home turf in your home country, kind of what has that been like? Of course, the event is now in the past, but what has been the aftermath like, and what is it like for you to see all of these teenagers rise and come to near your rating?
I mean, there is of course more competition if I think about it on a personal level. There's definitely more competition. So it pushes you harder to work, because that you're not in a safe spot. There are always people right there nudging behind, and you have to up your game constantly. So personally, that is the case, and I think the aftermath of Olympiad, it's yet to be seen, but I feel there is a huge potential which is untapped, is the tournaments in India. So if you see, there are no super tournaments happening in India, but let's say there was this Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz in Calcutta, and if you would have seen some of the videos or photos, all the players were mobbed by the fans. There was so much of support. It's also the same was the case in Olympiad. So there's only one super tournament in India where there is so much potential. So
Right.
chess.com, that's an open space for you to come and have more events, because it's completely untapped opportunity, I feel.
Okay, well, Vidit, we really appreciate you taking the time with us here, giving us some great thoughts, and congratulations once more to you and the Indian Yogis. We'll for sure be seeing you next week, but get some rest now. I know it's late. Maybe play Title Tuesday if you're available for it, but it's always good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. Thanks, James. See ya.
Good to see you.
You heard it from the man himself. That was Vidit Gujrathi, super grandmaster. He leads his team, the Indian Yogis, to an 8.5, 3.5 win over the Brazil Capybaras. And up next, very shortly, will be the Charlotte Cobras versus the Canada Chessbrahs. The Chessbrahs will be featuring none other than Magnus Carlsen. Daniel Naroditsky, he's on the Charlotte Cobras. He'll have his work cut out for him. So we're going to take a quick break. When we return, it will be that matchup, and hopefully James's camera will turn from green to some other color. Maybe you'll get the whole rainbow going for today, but we'll be right back for more from the Pro Chess League.
Those lonely days are over.
Oh my gosh!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
And he just forced and won his ticket into the championship. Yeah, the snowballs!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. Entering its fifth season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team could be crowned the next PCL champion.
Phenomenal chess today, and it is coming home.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Pro Chess League is back, and it's better than ever. We just saw the Indian Yogis take down the Brazil Capybaras in our first match of the season. James, I know everyone is excited for the upcoming match between the Charlotte Cobras and the Canada Chessbrahs.
It's the heavyweight match, like in the boxing, right? When you have the boxing, you got the little undercards. And of course, none of these is undercards. All these is heavyweight matches. But of course, when it comes to publicity and what everybody knows and who's playing on what team, this is the match. This is what you came for. People took off work today, Robert. I remember it was in the chat. I'm taking off work to watch this match against the Canadian or Canada Chessbrahs versus the other team, which is Charlotte Cobras, right? Cobras, right? Well, that's a brand new team too.
And I know how familiar you are with the Charlotte scene. They are ready to take on any challenge in front of them. They have a great lineup, and the Pro Chess League has a great lineup because today is just the start of the regular season. It will be a 5-week regular season throughout February and March. And, of course, we have our All-Star Arena Royale on March 24th, followed by the playoffs starting March 30th through the 31st. And, of course, in May, the PCL finals, 4 teams will duke it out for the grand prize. The champions will share $25,000.
So awesome. A good payday, $25,000 with the team. Oh, yeah, it's awesome, right? Of course, we have so much coming up. That Arena Royale is really, really fun. It's kind of just like a play for all. Everybody can play everybody. It's nice to be able to do that. Counts towards, I think, your team, too, as well. I think you don't play people from your team. But it's very nice to be able to play everyone else from the other teams and stuff like that. March 5th, we got the regular season. The playoffs is coming, right? We've seen the PCL finals, how they play in person there on this. It's the esports field. Really, I mean, chess is so big now, and PCL contributes to that. So it's huge.
It is huge, and a huge victory was scored in our first matchup of the day by the Indian Yogis. They would love to jet set through to the playoffs. They would love to be one of the 8 teams to make it there. But in our time control of 10 minutes with 2-second increment, we play 4 rounds maximum. And it starts with board 1 versus board 4, board 2 versus 3, 3 versus 2, and 4 versus 1. And it's kind of an all play. All 4 boards will get to play the other 4 boards from the enemy team. And first to 8.5 points wins. And we saw the Indian Yogis score that amount in just 3 of the 4 rounds, which is a shame if you think about it, James. Because if you're a board 4 and you have the chance to play Magnus Carlsen, you want your team to give you that opportunity. Right. You want to play everybody.
That's true. Yeah, you want to be able to play Magnus. So you're like, yo, swing, man. Come on. Y'all need to fight because we want to be able to play him right, no matter what happens. So, but at the end of the day, of course, you just want to play great chess for your team. It's a lot on the line, I think, pressure, not only for yourself, but also for your team here. So a lot of times, if you can just let go of that pressure and just be, calm, cool, and collected as much as you can, only play the game, focus on the board in front of you, then, of course, it's easier said than done. But you can, if you can channel that, you can actually do well no matter what part of the team you're on.
Well, the Yogis, they used that concentration, that focus. They were not disturbed by anything other than the moves on the board. They did secure match victory. They're the first match of the season, the first team to win a match. It was the Indian Yogis just kind of crushing the Brazil Capybaras 8.5, 3.5, led by Vidit Gujrathi, but he's called him out. He said board 2. Arvind was a superstar. He won all 3 of his games, Arvind Chitambara.
Yeah, he's very strong. In fact, I checked a lot of his games in the database. I remember actually seeing him a lot from actually looking at a very strange line of the Sveshnikov Sicilian. In fact, they called it the Dirty Harry with the H5 instead of playing E5. He's actually one of the first players to play it. I've seen so many of his games. Very strong player, and he showed out today in the Pro Chess League, taking his team to the next match. Of course, 8.5. They're swinging 3. He won 3 out of 4 there, which is nasty. Like three games is nice. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he was a beast, and well, the lineup we're about to see is full of kind of these hidden beasts, I'd like to call them, because everyone is talking about Magnus Carlsen, but the Cobras, right? They hide, they're laying in wait, and they strike at the right moment. Grigory Oparin is nearly 2,700. He's from Russia, but he now plays under the U.S. flag. And you look at players like Wonder Liang, Daniel Naroditsky. We know Brando. He is a monster. He's only 2551 classical FIDE rating. But when the time controls get shorter, he gets better and better.
Absolutely. Of course, as you know, he's a 3K player, 3K plus, right? Hanging with Naroditsky. In fact, those two, we've seen 100-game bullet matches, 30-second matches on Naroditsky's stream. So those two have a good camaraderie. Sometimes, a lot of times, especially when you think about, different sports, the team camaraderie. How do you know that person, right? So if you know your buddy is duking it out with you, we're here, Naroditsky and Jacobson, they are very close, right? They are even in Charlotte as well. So them being around each other and just like, you know what, guy, we have to do this. I wonder if they're even in the same place right now. I wonder, like, yeah, that'd be cool. Like, yeah, bro, let's get him, bro. Yeah, get him, bro. Right. So, let's be cool, right? We have seen that before, but it's definitely nice team camaraderie, I think, there, and that's going to play a part as well. A Wonder is very cool with them. Also played a lot of games with Naroditsky. Grego Parents now in Charlotte. I'm not sure he's in Charlotte native, but he's in Charlotte a lot. Every time I'm in Charlotte, I see Grego Parents. So I'm not sure if he's there or if he's in Charlotte now, but he's definitely playing for the team here, very strong. And I think, as you said, a hidden beast here.
Yeah, and they have 2 U.S. women champions on their roster, Irina Krush and Nazi Paikidze. So that will be a strong team. But there is no team stronger than the Canada Chessbrahs. And it's not just because they're doing their pull-ups and their rook lifts. It's because of that man on screen in front of you. Magnus Carlsen is the first board for the Canada Chessbrahs. And James, if he doesn't play, they have Anish Giri to take the top board for that squad.
And that's scary, boy. Big Mag with the mag, okay? Then you got Anish Giri, right? Anish Giri does everything. I mean, not only is he out here, killing you on Twitter, but he kill you on the board too as well. All those draw memes, oh yeah, not today, right? Recently, those draw memes have not been out, right? As you've been playing some excellent chess. Jonathan Forrest, very strong, very tricky as well. Ivan Sark, especially when he has E4 against the Sicilian, it's going to be a problem, especially has a very nice course on it. Strong as well, worked with Magnus. Arjan Tari worked with Magnus. Eric Hansen worked with Magnus. Chessbrahs, right? Priota there. I'm not too familiar with him. Razvan, but I do know the rest. Sean Lemieux from Canada, actually very strong, newly minted GM. You got the WGM, the world champ, women's US champ, Jennifer Yu. And then Jade there, not too familiar, but I mean, it's super strong. Obviously, as you see here, their team is stacked, right? They have money to spend, so they spent it on Magnus in the top part up there, and it looks good. And I think it's going to be a problem for the Cobras, but the Cobras are underrated, right? The hidden beast there on the team. It's going to be a hard matchup. And it's an uphill battle for Canada. I mean, for Charlotte, but it's going to be a lot of good chess today. So that's all we want to see.
It's an uphill battle on the map. You got to look up to your Canadian fellows there, but it's going to be a good matchup because we do have some special rules in the Pro Chess League. You're a team of 4 players every single week. The teams must include 1 female player. It has to have a total rating cap of 2,550. And if you're above 2,700, and we know Magnus Carlsen, the only player above 2,800 in the entire world, he counts as 2,700. So you kind of want to stack your lineup with those superstars because their high ratings will only count as 2,700. And if you're a woman over 2,350, you count as 2,350. That encourages teams to get the Kostenyuks, the chess queens of the universe, and have them play for their team. So it's based on the November 1st, 2022 FIDE rating supplement. And here are our lineups, James.
Here we go.
Look at these.
Woo! Here we go. Woo! Chat. Woo! Energy. There it is. Okay, we got Magnus playing a Wonder Liang there, right, with the black pieces. So we'll pay attention to every game here, obviously, as you should already, just to get a lesson from it. These are really free lessons. This is what you want to take this every time you see Chess.com live. It's free lessons. So here we're going to see some lessons here from the black pieces of Magnus Carlsen. also A1 to Liang playing white, trying to beat him down. Naroditsky playing Aryan Tari. They're good friends. That's going to be a heavy matchup. Brandon Jacobson playing Rosvin there, and Irina Krush. That's a matchup. Remember, they played in the U.S. The women's U.S. champ.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah,
like
and
the
that was
Armageddon game?
Armageddon. Yeah, that was crazy. Where Jennifer blundered a bishop and then still won the game. So Irina Krush has won the U.S. Women's Championship. I think almost as many fingers as I have on my two hands. She's just always winning it. But Jennifer Yu now is a two-time U.S. Women's Champion, and Jennifer gets to play a wonder in the first round of action. Irina gets to play Magnus because board 1 plays board 4, and that's going to be tough sledding for the women's champions from the United States. Those are some superstars.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see, of course, right? The superstar women, they just play very strong chess. They're mostly very aggressive to it. I've seen like just women just always want to just crush you every game, right? Especially in the women's, when I was doing commentary for the FIDE Grand Prix, every game was like decisive, or they were trying to be, in fact. So very strong from there. I like to see that. A Wonder Liang strong, Naroditsky versus Rosvin, Brandon Jacobson versus Aryan, and Irina Krush versus Magnus. Magnus with the black pieces. So let's see what we have here. Of course, it's going to be fun to see, man. Any predictions?
Well, I was going to say no surprises that I'm going to say this, and it's not even biased. I just think it's true. The X factor has to be Daniel Naroditsky mopping up some points. He needs to take down Razvan Priotu with the black pieces. That is way easier said than done because Priotu just won that tournament in the Charlotte Open. He tied for first with Alexander Bortnik. Bortnik being a popular streamer.
Oh, that guy.
Priotu. Yeah, he's one of those names where you're like, wait, that sounds familiar. Where's he from? Oh, wait a second. He wins this big open tournament ahead of many strong grandmasters. So he is capable. He took down Lazaro Bruzan in that event. Will he be able to take down the likes of Brandon Jacobson, Daniel Naroditsky? That's the big question. But I do think if you're the Charlotte Cobras, you're looking, Magnus Carlsen, okay, let's just try and make a half point against that guy. Aryan Tari, he's also a Norwegian monster. He's super strong. But I think that Danya with the black pieces here and Brandon Jacobson, they need to score for the Charlotte Cobras. Not necessarily win both games, but win at least one.
Yeah, win at least one, right? Here. But you never know. Like, again, this time control here makes things very interesting. It really shows, like, if you're playing online chess, and a lot of it in fast time controls, you can succeed a lot here. Daniel Naroditsky, Brandon Jacobson. Remember, in the last match, Jospom did the best, but he plays every day, time fast, so when the time gets low, I'm able to adapt. I'm already here. I do this every day. I'm comfortable, right? So with the time control being 10+2, whoever really is playing a lot of this really will show out here. And if you're not playing enough, it's just going to show. It's definitely going to show because 10 minutes is not a lot of time, plus a 2-second increment and a lot of strong chess.
Right, and with the sort of lopsided early matchups when board 1 plays board 4, if your board 4 can get even a half point against the higher boards, that is an accomplishment. We saw Vaishali do that for the Indian Yogis. She beat board 1 for Brazil. That was Luis Supi, right? Like, if Jennifer Yu takes down a Wonder Liang, that's really bad news for the Cobras. So the Cobras, right, they're going to be hissing. They're ready. They're just waiting in the grass. They're going to just jump out at you. But Jennifer Yu, she's playing for the Canada Chessbrahs. And James, I wonder, she is a U.S. Women's Champion. She's won that twice. That was a nerve-wracking Armageddon game. But when you're teammates with Magnus Carlsen, do you feel like that pressure? Like Magnus is watching and I better score some points?
I think about it like this. As they say in basketball terms, like LeBron just makes everyone around him a better player, right? Like I think Magnus in that way is like, I'm playing for Magnus' team. You automatically get an extra 100 elo, right? Because he's on the team. It just feels like that because you're around that type of greatness. I'm with Magnus on the team. I'm not losing to nobody, at least confidence-wise, going with a mentality like this so I can play very good chess. Of course, don't be too aggressive. Play the board, but also you do feel better. You're playing with Magnus, so you have something to show with, or at least you want to feel that way, So I think that's how I would take it.
Wow, it sounds like I would bet all my money on Irina. I don't know which matchup you're talking about, but I don't know where she's getting free points from. So that is a dangerous bet. Clearly,
let me check the chat.
Clearly, somebody's still lingering from the Super Bowl where you make these like crazy prop bets.
Oh man, I saw the Chess Center in the chat says, "Don't be so sure." Chessbrahs have this wrapped up. They right behind their team as they would Charlotte Chess Center in the chat. It's a lot of talk out here, and games are starting.
Yeah, we see Jennifer Yu with the white pieces against a Wonder Liang. We'll likely see maybe a Queen's Gambit declined or a Nimzo. Knight F3. Now, many options here for black. You can strike forward with D5. You can play Bishop B4 check. Early stages, and I wonder, I feel like he's just trying to figure out what Jennifer wants from him because he needs to play for a win with the black pieces.
Right, he needs to play for a win. So with the e6, I mean, you could go to d5 and go Rogozin here. At d5, yeah, Rogozin's a good choice. You can also go, bishop c, bishop d6, bishop e7. I mean, you can go many routes here, even semi-Taraj. So it depends on what she plays. But d5 looks good. If knight c3, bishop b4, we go into a Rogozin. Very nice winning chances for black.
Yeah. You just don't want that symmetry. So he was knight d7, an early awkward knight move. He maybe think about taking this pawn and bring his knight to b6. So Jennifer says none of that. Your knight blocks in your bishop. Let's just develop naturally. Jennifer is probably playing from her dorm, as is A Wonder. They're both college students. A Wonder at the University of Chicago. Jennifer is a student at Harvard. And so they probably are like waking up, okay, I have all this work to do. I got to go to class. And then pause. I got to go play Magnus Carlsen and the likes of these strong players.
All right, I have to play these very strong players here today, so that's going to have to pause, and then we'll get back to that. Wishing them good luck in all the studies there. But today, right now, they have some very important work to do for the teams, for their respective teams. So as it is super common right now, very easy position so far. I mean, plans and ideas very early. Can't really say anything yet, but we do know we need to get these pieces off the back rank.
Right. And black first just creates a pawn chain, defending the pawns. This bishop can always slide out somewhere along this diagonal. And the key question is whether or not black plays h6. Sometimes you want to include that move. Other times you're like, why did I go with that? So this is early stages. And while they continue to think, let's go to and make sure we check out our second game, which is just getting underway. We have Daniel Naroditsky taking on Razvan Priotu. So with Danya playing that one, maybe we can hop on over there.
It'd be sweet.
All right, I'm going to bring that one up. We see that Danya.
Oh, this is a Sicilian Queen D4. It's got to be.
Well, it's funny because it actually started from the Caro-Kann. And
wow.
Danya, look at it. It's not all the time where we see Danya as a chess player these days. He streams a ton, but he's often in our seats, James. We're commentating with him all the time.
Right. We are here, as you see, Daniel Naroditsky, chat. We got Big Nero. Y'all ready? Who wants to see Naroditsky, right? That's the big homie. We love him, as we know. Great commentator, great streamer, great chess player all around, right? So big shout out to Naroditsky as he's playing for the Charlotte Cobras here. A very strong player and very strong game. So let's see what's happening in this game right here. Looks like he's playing with black. So this was a Caro-Kann, okay? He's been playing a lot of that lately, actually, online. But yeah, here we go. E5. Oh, he played the C5 variation. These are sharp.
Yeah, these are. You see that the queen gets out for white very quickly. And knight b4, just the bishop can't move because the c2 pawn will be threatened. So Razvan says, take my bishop. Please go ahead and grab it. And after the pawn takes back, white has quick development. Bishop comes out to e3, a rook to c1, and you take over the c file. So I was going to say Brandon because I know he's coming up next for the Charlotte Cobras. But Danya decides to take the bishop, and he has a pair of bishops. But James, we know in the French defense, in the Caro-Kann, the light squared bishop, not the greatest piece.
Pretty gross. This is why I'm not the biggest fan of the C5 lines. I like more of the bishop f5 lines. I mean, even looking at the high-level games, Fallujah, all of the 26 plus like to do bishop f5 all the time, but over the c5 move. The c5 does give lots of chances and lots of better Frenches, like Frenches that are just excellent. But this one seems like it. I mean, exactly, the bishop should be on the other side of the pawn chain. So definitely looks more French-like than a Caro-Kann.
But what I do like about this from Danya's perspective is he's playing a very strong player, a grandmaster, and there's not a clear plan for white. It's not like, I just do these next 5 moves and I have an advantage. Right. Black does have the bishop pair. So if the game continues and the board opens up, that's good news for the bishops. Now, knight g5 looks like it leads to a quick checkmate. That, of course, is not going to happen. Knight g5 will be met by this knight coming out to f5, a square it wants to go to anyway. So this is instructive stuff from Danya. You first lead with the knight. The bishop is blocked in. But where's this bishop going? It's going to e7, so that they would be fighting for the same square. So let this knight jump out to f5 or to g6 first, then put the bishop to e7, and then finally castle kingside.
This stuff gets very, very tactical. In fact, after knight g5, I looked at the line of knight f5, right? So after knight f5, you go g4. But after g4, then there's knight h6. And then there's a knight on h6. But then, we have to get this knight off of g5, so bishop e7 is coming. And actually, after I do knight g5, g4, knight h6, and I develop bishop e3 or something. You go bishop e7, and you're going to take on g5 at some point. But, I mean, it's kind of strange. Like maybe I even have, in fact, maybe not even take on f5, maybe playing f6, which is really strong. You'll see this a lot, but h6 will be hanging in some cases. So it's very dynamic. You'll see this kind of stuff all the time. So it is White's move, though. We got him on the clock. What's the time here? Okay, it feels like he's been thinking a long time. Okay,
so he's been thinking for a while, and while he's been thinking, we can look to see that all 4 games are underway from the Canada Chessbrahs and the Charlotte Cobras. All players are at it, and we see in the bottom right Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces against Irina Krush. That is, of course, going to be a one to watch out for. Magnus Carlsen plays the people want to see. So let's dive into that game. Not exactly the furthest along, but it still is a big, important moment in the matchup between Irina and Magnus because the last move played was pawn to e5, striking in the center. And I think
is a KID. Huh?
It's a KID. People who are not familiar with the KID think, oh, wait, I have 2 attackers here. Let me go win the pawn. Irina's like, no, none of that. Because had she decided to take twice, this bishop stares at this knight. There's often ways to play moves like knight takes e4 and get this knight on e5. But James, I feel like if I were on the team, right, if I were a Charlotte Cobra team member, I'd be saying to Irina, if you can play a forced draw, get to an endgame, you go for that. We need that half point against Magnus.
Absolutely. We need at least that half point here, right? And this is a line that you can actually get a good position from White. I mean, obviously every king's in there. You can if you know what you're doing here. But rook e8, okay, so this is theory. I've played from both sides, in fact. f3, but there's d5. Takes this is a little bit different. f3, d5 takes. I don't have the bishop f2 here like you do in the Glycoric or Gligoric, however you can say that. But it's different with the bishop on f2. f3, d5, takes. And I'm in trouble. Wow. So I'm going to have to go. But what? She allowed it. You might be in trouble.
I feel like Irina is spending a lot of time here. And I've had this position from the white side before. You take on d5, and after pawn takes, you can even make this with queen b3 because your rook is going to open up in these positions, and the f7 pawn is loose. It's you have to see the forest through the trees, as Danny Wrench likes to say. And just to show you what that looks like, if we get a position with queen b3 and you think you're going to take everything, well, here you drop the f7 pawn. You see the evaluation bar go sky high. So a queen b3 is one of those moves that you can play just to keep black at bay. And then black plays moves like knight c6. It gets very, very complicated very quickly. And while Magnus says, "Oop, let me take with my knight," because the bishop is loose on e3.
That's actually theory. Knight d5. This is why it's annoying, because this is like theory. I remember from black. Black is like fine in every line. Take, could be 3. Yeah, and then he actually plays around the pawn. I forgot what you do, though. Yeah,
but you know what? The biggest thing is, James, I mean, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the chess player thing. Let's think about the position and the nuances. I'm looking at the clock. Magnus has spent no time at all, and Irina is not the best. She's not a practiced bullet player. And she doesn't really play that much blitz either. So what Magnus is going to do is just build up a lead on the clock and try to punish her and use that as a weapon.
Right. Yeah, that's tough. I even just looked at a recent game of Magnus. I don't remember. It was just like a YouTube video. Magnus crushed something. And I'm like, oh, let me check it. So I just looked at it. And it was not a crush at all. In fact, it was an end game. It was like he traded all the pieces off and just ended up winning against a very strong grandmaster. And I was like, wow, you can actually learn something from the fast game there. But also, like, as you see, he's building up the time edge, as you're saying. I mean, it's getting bigger and bigger. And in this position, it's tactical right now, but it also can lead, obviously to a lot of trades where, of course, Magnus is known for squeezing, water out of a stone, right? And figuring these things out, having very, very dry positions where he's able to get positions that are getting winning positions from them. So we'll see what happens. Knight d5 was traded. He pre-moved that, and he's literally used no time. 9 seconds off the clock.
Right, he's just playing instantly, and that's really bad news for Irina Krush. Seems like she's in unfamiliar territory, and Magnus, he's doing the Magnus thing where he's like, am I even playing a game of chess? Am I going to nap time? Like, look at him, right?
Is he even like in the here? Are you here, bro? Wake up, Magnus. Wake up, bro. Are you even here? I'm actually in Toronto this weekend, so hopefully he's there. That'd be cool. Y'all see some content. Yeah. I actually go to Toronto frequently, so I'll usually go over to the Chessbrahs pad every time I'm there. So it's gonna be nice. Hopefully Magnus is there. Y'all will see me hanging out with Magnus if he's there. We'll see. That would be the
That'd be
prop hat.
cool.
Yeah,
I would
nice.
love to see that collab. The Canty Carlson collaboration.
Oh, yeah,
Everyone's
bring some
waiting for
COE
that.
gear. Like, hey, Magnus, put this on, bro. Put this, just put this on, bro.
Hey, I think it could look good on him. And look at Irina, by the way. She spent a bunch of time. She plays king to h1. There still is this pin down the e-file. And Magnus can go pawn grabbing. But there's often this like knight b5 move in many positions that you go after these vulnerable dark squares. And you can, of course, just take back on e4. The rook will gain an open file. If the f-pawn's out the way, the queen goes to b3 at the right moment. And f7 is very tender. So look at white being ahead in terms of development. You have 3 minor pieces developed. Black only has 1. And so if you just go pawn grabbing, you may pay the price. But Magnus, he's finally thinking. So we are going to zoom back out to our 4-board scene just because Magnus is taking time. The game we started with was the one between Jennifer Yu and a Wonderling that's in the top left. Jennifer, she has the white pieces in that one, and pieces are coming off the board. That is a good sign for them. But look at board 2, by the way. Daniel Naroditsky in big trouble against Razvan Priotu.
Oh, no.
Priotu's username is Attack to Mate You, and he is doing just that against Danya.
My goodness. What? Look at the eval bar. Look at the bar. What's wrong with the bar? Hey, get the engineers. Look at the bar. What's wrong with the bar, bro? Why is it all the way? How did we get here?
We were talking about that bad bishop in the Caracan.
Became a French
Look
bishop.
at Danya. I mean, look at him. He's off the screen there. I mean, he's a good friend of both of ours. What happened in this game is the knight went to f5. Look at this. Knight g3. Get out of my way. Open up the f-file. Give me the attack. And Danya moved his bishop out. But now we got the double pawns, the isolated pawn. And what a masterclass by Priotu. You couldn't castle because bishop h6 wins in exchange and wins the game pretty much on the spot. That's checkmate. And you have to move your pawn up. You lose your rook. And so he goes g6. But then the bishops are traded. Dark square domination, James, and the queen lands on h6.
Oh, my goodness. Yikes. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. It's a tough game. That really is. That's a really tough game, which lets you know, I mean, how strong both sides are. And Naroditsky, we know how strong he is. We watch him every night, day in and day out, right? So when you see him losing, you're like, what? This ain't even right. Like, what's wrong with something wrong, right? So it is definitely a very strong player he's playing right here. Razvan here, who just won the Charlotte Open with Bortnick here, is in a losing position. Now, of course, hey, it's only one game. Sometimes you need to warm up, but this one is not going in Danya's way.
I just don't feel like the Cobras have time to warm up. When Magnus Carlsen is on the other team, you think that you got to stop Magnus from winning all 4 games, but that means that your middle boards tend to have to score some wins. So for Danya, for Brandon Jacobson, that's where the Charlotte Cobras are kind of relying on them for points. Wonder Liang, he's a monster. He played so well in the U.S. Championship. He can score. He can even beat Magnus Carlsen in an individual game, but this is as rough of a start as possible for Danya and the Cobras. He'll try to fight. I mean,
look at this, right? Like practically six pawns. Well, he's not a pawn, so
yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's
he's
the problem.
Down a pawn.
He's just down a pawn.
But I think if you get some trades in, and maybe trades one pair of rooks, there might not be enough of an attack for white against the enemy pawns. But it just looks really bad. So we'll check back in on this. I think we'll leave Danya to find a defensive task. We'll zoom out to our 4-board scene because we haven't checked in on Brandon Jacobson as he takes on Ariantari. And with Danya in big trouble, that's an even more important game for the Cobras. And I love Brandon's position. That's in the bottom left. There's an open D file, and white has both rooks on it.
Brando, both the rooks, right? I got 2 rooks, and they both doing the same thing. On the D file with a smile, right? You put your rooks on the open files. And you got both of them there. On the D file, controlling it 100%. Of course, it might be the same amount of material, but definitely it's the way the material looks, the activity of the pieces. So it looks very nice for white. There's a knight on f8. The counterpart is the knight on f3. It looks very good. I mean, you just have to choose white here in this type of position, even though, I mean, it's objectively probably equal. Really no targets, really no weaknesses, but definitely white has the better pieces.
I'm using the clock as a weapon.
Right.
Queen a4, using the initiative. You have these active pieces. There is no back rank checkmate. The knight and the rook cover the square. But if that knight were ever to move, queen e1 would land with power. So queen a4 is good. If the bishop has to retreat, say to c5, maybe even b4,
right,
continue to kick that bishop around.
Where do you actually go, actually? That's correct. Bishop c5, b4. Bishop, you can't go bishop D. Maybe go bishop E7. That's scary though. Rook E1. No, you can't go rook E1.
Yeah,
rook
E5.
Rook
E5.
Right.
Yeah, just go for
stuff. And A5 is A3. So you're getting hit everywhere.
Yeah, actually, I want to show that bishop E7, rook E5. There's huge problems down the E line here. You see the evaluation going all the way up because it's trouble. The rook is loose here. The bishop is loose. There's actually no way to defend this bishop with the queen. You're just giving up material. At the best, you give up your queen for a rook and a bishop. That's not good enough. So queen A4. Brandon is putting pressure on Ari and Tari.
This is bro. That's really good. I mean, what is it's just like equal? Like equal where? Where do you need? What are you talking about? Like, what do you even do here? Actually, maybe you. Dang, bro, that's not a move either. Sheesh, I don't know. Bishop E1. Man, get out of here. Bishop E1.
Goes bishop C5.
Bishop C5 though, yeah.
So B4, there must be something for black. Maybe it's
like
queen
E4.
Yeah, you got the pin
or something. Yeah, get the pin. Yeah.
Okay, that if you do not have queen e4, you're just in big trouble. So queen e4 does allow black to survive here. So he plays it. We'll see how quickly Arian plays queen e4, because if he doesn't play it now, he's in big trouble. One of these moves with the queen on the 4th rank, pinning this pawn, he plays it. So what do you think, James? Now all of a sudden, there's some issues that white has to solve, but white is up a minute and nearly 2 minutes on the clock.
That's actually really strong. The problem is the initiative can turn very quickly with 96, knight f4 right now. Very strong. 96, when you get the knight out, then you move the bishop, then I go knight f4. Now, who's attacking who, right? So there's a lot of stuff. And then I have a knight h3 there, also knight e2 or knight d3, right? There's all kind of nasty problems that you have. Maybe even sacking on f2 at some point if you aren't careful. So it's actually, initiative can turn very quickly. What's the time situation? Oh, it's about the same. Be up a minute here. You have to be very accurate right now. I want to play A3, but I'm definitely scared of 96 for sure. I am all the way scared of 96.
There's 96. There's also A5, just trying to pile up pressure on the pin piece over here. I think Brandon did not see queen e4 coming because he's thinking all of a sudden, and that's not a great sign for him. His lead on the clock is shrinking. His position remains about level, but it's a dynamic lead level position, not just an end game where you can easily hold. So Brandon, he probably will play A3, likely trying to figure out his response to A5. Not clear at all. So why don't we go back to our 4-board scene? I know we're jumping around a bit, but I just want to show that in the top left here, that Jennifer Yu against a Wonder Liang, that is perfectly level. We're in a rook endgame. Jennifer is playing this very nicely. It's 2 rooks and 6 pawns per side, but Jennifer is down under a minute on the clock. That is the biggest problem for her, and she actually just made a mistake, commentator's curse perhaps, or the curse of time trouble. But her latest move, king to e3, as we pull up the board here, that one was an inaccuracy. And look at this. A Wonder quickly plays h5. He is opening up this line for his rooks. The black king is perfectly situated in the center over here. And we just got to shout out these rooks. The rook on b5, the rook on h8. Thank you very much.
Very nice rooks here. Watch your rooks. Watch where you look. Very good pieces here for white and actually black too as well, though. I mean, the rooks are very active. Rook b5, rook on h8 there. Of course, the open file is going to happen. White needs to be careful. We do want to actually break in the center at some point, maybe rook e2 and pawn e5. After that opens up, then we can play rook d6, but a lovely move from a Wonder there. Just getting behind the everything. Even rook to b1 is definitely a huge threat here, trying to bully the pawns, and we can use our queenside majority to try to win here. She played e5 immediately. Oh, here we go. Here we go. He said, no, none of that. Stepped out of the
Wow.
Very nice.
Big move, king e6. I think most of us would have taken, but he does not want to give up those open files. And if pawn takes, the king can take back. There is no g5. The rook on b5 is just perfect over here. Maybe black plays g5. Rook f1 check available as well. So honestly, the way a Wonder Liang is playing looks like the way Magnus Carlsen is playing. Not that their games are similar, but both of them are playing for an advantage in a rook endgame. The difference being that Magnus Carlsen, he's up 6 minutes on the clock. I think he's about to take it. Let's go back to our 4-board scene because Irina Krush is in huge time trouble against Magnus Carlsen. So let's catch the finish of this game where Magnus is now up a pawn and his rooks are trying to deliver a checkmate. That's checkmate in 1 if she doesn't see it.
Oh, yeah, we actually knew this was coming because of the time issue that she had early on in the game. We knew this was coming here, and Magnus used his time to get an advantage. Oh, yikes. Made on the back rank. Yikes. Yeah. Okay, 3, quick smile, and it happens. The game's over there. Made on the back rank. Carlsen.
And Irina Krush is so strong. She's a grandmaster. I mean, she's won some major events, and here Magnus made it look easy. Just to show you quickly that the pieces came off, and in this endgame, it says slightly better for Black, and he made her pay because Black's pawn structure is a bit better. The rook is active, some isolated pawn on e4, target on a2, and Magnus brought his rook in and then never let her back in the game by pushing his pawns and then finally trading off his weakness. Look at this, James. C takes b3. Please take my rook back here. Unfortunately for you, I can just take back, and you can't take the bishop, for example. So you can also play b2. And after a rook b1 over here, you're going to give up this rook, and then the ensuing position is just bad across the board. So nice win there for Magnus going after all these weaknesses. He wins an endgame. Let's go back to our four-board scene because Magnus takes care of business like we know he's capable of. And Jennifer Yu, let's go back to that game. It's time trouble for her, but the position, according to Eva Bar, remains about balance as her king jumps up to e5. Wow, what a march by her.
Right. Now, of course, honestly, I'm still taking Black. You're too far away. I got to get my king to c7 and take the b pawn that I can't even take right now. So, I can't get d5 in. I mean, I can, but that's just going to trade the pawns. Level, anything can happen, but I think her time is really low. 7 seconds. Like, it's going to be tough to make accurate moves in this time that I'm allotted.
Yeah. And you see the move rook g2 was played. Turns out it's a mistake. You can hardly blame her. Also, not easy to punish. So rook e1 check. If you go back here, you're going to lose the g4 pawn at some point. D4 hanging. But
and you see the head.
King.
Yeah.
King
runs. 7. Oh, is he? That's almost mate. Almost. Sheesh. Yeah. Looking around, rook d5.
Can he just take a pawn? Like instead of going for mate?
Not? Exactly, right.
Yeah,
just
he grabbed it.
He looked around and said, it's nothing. Now I'm up 2 pawns. Clearly winning position here. Time trouble. But they're bouncing back. Cobras would have win after Canada would have win.
Yeah, big win for Wonder Liang. Not too surprising given Jennifer's time trouble, but she was hanging in there throughout. Just she was a little bit too slow on the clock. So Wonder is clearly winning now. He's just going to usher his pawn forward. His rook protects and defends. And helps lead the pawn forward. He wins the game. So let's go back to the other matches. It is 1-1 now. The board ones for each side have defeated the board 4 for the other. So we need to check in on the remaining games. Daniel Naroditsky, he's been in trouble since the start. Hey, James, I mean, while board 3 between Aryan and Brandon looks about level, at least according to the evaluation bar, I feel like Danya has more chances than earlier because his rook is active.
Oh, absolutely. Of course. And he's a tricky player. What's the time look like? It's rough for Danya, but I mean, he lives in the 30-second range anyway. Plus, you got 2-second increment, and we're not sure how much 30-second bullet Raz actually plays here. So we'll see. I mean, there is some pieces. Like, we got some play, right? We'll get the rook to the H file, take the pawn. We could push the H pawn ourselves. There is some play still for Danya. Hope is still alive. For
sure. And look at rook f3. You take f5. I take f4. That still is every move essentially is going to keep a winning advantage for Razvan. It's not really I don't think he's going to blunder a knight or anything like that, but maybe Danya can trade off enough pawns and he'll sacrifice his bishop for some remaining pawns. That is the key, is that rook and knight versus rook, just the pieces I'm going to put in red. If those are the pieces with the kings, that is a theoretical draw. That's what Danya's hoping for.
Right, that's what he's hoping for here, Chad. A theoretical one, right? And it's possible. I mean, it's practical, right? You're playing a human. Eval Bar say you don't have a chance. Get this guy off the board. But when you're playing a human and in the time, look at the time, bro. 20 seconds. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah. This Danya could definitely save this. Danya could definitely. I
think you're right, by the way, James, that this H4 pawn is going to be lost, and that's horrible news for Reza. He goes knight C4. He wants 95 check. That was a mistake. Danya can take that. And then take this and that, and we have a pawn race.
Right. Look at him calculating. I saw him do the quick head shake move. Okay. I'm looking around. Take. Okay.
So this check wins another pawn. He can grab that pawn, but it's not about pawn quantity. It's about quality. The C pawn is very fast. Maybe look at Danya go. He's so smart. He brings the king inside the square. He's got the pawn.
Okay.
And it's equal.
It's
equal.
The magician.
Oh my goodness. Just don't let this pawn run up. Oh, he's rook a8. He scared me. He has rook a8 to cover the promotion.
Yep. He's good to go, chat. And he's good to go. Oh, yeah, because I was check. He can't go rook a1 or nothing. Wow.
Oh. And 6 seconds for Razvan Priotu. He's got to move.
You got to move.
He gets the move off, but it's scary territory for Danya. King d6, I think, should get it done, right?
Yeah. King d6. You have to give up the pawn, annoying as it is, and you get yourself a Philidor position.
And Danya spends his time. Check
King
here.
d6. And, okay.
Okay, here comes that.
That's annoying.
Wait,
Whoa,
Danya went the wrong way.
Oh, man.
Danya went the wrong way. He let the pawn go.
Oh, my goodness.
And d5.
Oh, that hurts.
Just bring the king up.
That hurts, bro.
Okay, but he has a passer for himself.
That's crazy. Check. It's nothing.
Yeah, king e5. It's unfortunate for Danya. I mean, look at how well he fought in this game after being completely lost for so many moves.
It's completely lost.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. He's just trying to keep the king cut off, but this rook can also go to the d7 square at some point. You could play rook e6 to create shelter for your king. Oh! It's a draw now! He went all the way up. Danya, the trickster.
Oh, 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
Oh my goodness! Here
He might have himself a Philidor. Man, this is tough. Check and we block. Oh my goodness, chess is. Woo, man, your heart rate.
I can't believe this. And Danya, he probably will play rook d7 now and just grab this pawn. Of course, he can give this check again. He has somehow survived and scored a very critical half. But you see the smile on Danya's face.
Look at him.
Oh, my goodness. He can't believe it. He better go study some of those books behind him because he gave all the dark squares. And this is tragic for Razvan Priotu because he was doing all the right stuff. And at this moment here, when his king went to e6, the check happened. He couldn't bring his king up. He didn't realize that. He thought he'd be winning. He needs to bring his king back around because after this check, the king slides back. Give this check, the king comes to c4. And then after this check here, the king goes to d3. Now the rook can't keep checking. It has to go somewhere like here. But after this, now white is finally able to make some progress. Maybe give this check, force the king back. You can also bring your rook to the d7 square. I think that's the easiest way because now everything is defending one another. And now it's time for the king to just walk in.
What a swindle. Boy, man, I was getting crushed. It was like plus 10, and then it was not. And it's a draw. That is it. Chess is hard, boy. I'm telling you, man. Wow. What is that? Practical choices, and it was made. Time pressure and a crucial draw there. Wow.
That result could not be any more important because after all 4 games have finished in the first round of this match, we have a 2-2 score. The middle boards for the Cobras, they drew against the middle boards for the Chessbrahs. Magnus Carlsen beats Arena Crush. Wonder Liang beats Jennifer Yu. That's board 1 beating board 4, but no separation on those middle boards. James, that was an exciting first round.
That was very exciting. Of course, the chat loved it. We loved it. We didn't know what was going to happen in certain games, back and forth. Oh, my goodness, right? Danya's losing. Wait, he's not. Wait, emotions everywhere. You don't know what to do, right? It's crazy, but lots of chess to be played. And that was an awesome way to start out the first round.
It certainly was. Danya Nerditsky, a prophet, a wizard, a magician, you name it, that's what he is. But now round 1 is in the books. We'll take a short break, and when returned, Magnus Carlsen and the Canada Chessbrahs continue their chance at a first match victory against the Charlotte Cobras, led by Daniel Nerditsky. You'll not want to miss it. We'll be right back.
So I loved puzzles. I love solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here's the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
And we are back here in round 2 of the match between the Charlotte Cobras and the Canada Chessbrahs. The first round of action was a 2-2 split. Magnus Carlsen winning his game over Irina Krush, and Wonder Liang winning his over Jennifer Yu. James, that was exciting stuff. Daniel Naroditsky barely surviving. What do you think? What's going to happen going forward?
Well, of course, that was a warm-up match. So whoever's the hottest right now, when you warmed up, like, of course, I think about it as professional basketball or football, right? Or any professional athlete, right? What they do is they warm up. You see, they still do layup lines before they go play. They still shoot the ball in practice before they actually go play that game. So, of course, you do need to warm up some. Hopefully, some of the players warmed up beforehand. But this right here, definitely this first match was a nice little warm-up for both sides there to get really in the groove, especially if you lost or do the first game. So, pretty good stuff. Hopefully we keep it moving, and it's some strong chess. It's all about the matchups now, though, I think. So whatever the matchups look like from here.
All right, my headphones just went out there, so just getting back in here. James, exciting first round, of course.
There he is.
Magnus leading the way, board 1 for the Cobras, but we'll see if a Wonder Liang, Daniel Naroditsky, and the crew can hold him off. James, if you were playing this match, what would your mindset be?
My mindset is that, hey, you know what? It happens, right? You know, first round, it was a little shaky, but it's tied. It's tied. So because it's tied, we still have time. We just gonna reset. You know what I mean? I remember Nihal Sarin saying that in the CGC when he was like, you know, today's a new day, and we're just gonna reset. When they're asking him, hey, you going to the semis? You about to face these strong players? You about to do this? There's a lot of money on the line, 100,000, right? You know, what do? I just reset, and we redo and get back to it.
I feel you. I totally feel you there, James. You got to reset. You got to just kind of dig deep. You know, it stinks to lose, but when you're tied 2-2, you have all left to play for. So as we see the next round of action, Wonder Liang gets the white pieces, as does Daniel Naroditsky. And I feel like for Magnus Carlsen, he has white, as is Arian Tari. You know, you look at the players with the white pieces, you have to like their chances.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, especially against some of the lower boards there, but just because you have the white pieces does not mean that you just go all out or you mess up in this case. You have to work, and you still got a lot of chess to be played. Play your best. Your team is behind you and watching, and of course, first to 8.5 wins. That's in the back of your mind. Got to play your best. Every point counts. Play your best chess and hope for the best.
For sure. The second round of action is about to start. We will have these players going at it. New opponents for them, but same lineups. Wonder Liang scored an important victory in the first round against Jennifer Yu. Jennifer was in time trouble. He now gets to play against Razvan Priotu. And Razvan, he's probably the most disappointed of the bunch. He, in that matchup against Daniel Naroditsky, he spoiled a winning chance. And, well, okay, this game, it was Aryan against a Wonder, so that was a little too soon. They will play in the next round. Here we go. A Wonder is playing against Razvan.
There we go. Knight F3. Didn't he play E4 first? Like, now Knight F3. C5? Like, oh, okay, all right, I'm going to play this. What the heck was that? Okay.
Well, he's going to choose. Does he play E4 now and get into a Sicilian? But I wonder, he's kind of a player who avoids mainline theory. He doesn't want to get into a long preparation battle.
I know, right? No, that's actually, I was playing a lot of that on my training account last night. I'm not even going to lie. So I'm happy to see this. I'm like, Knight F3, E3, and B3 is next. Bishop B2. And these are very quietly dangerous lines. They're like quietly dangerous. Because if you know all the ideas, you're already doing well here. Already got him thinking here, right? E3, he's like, what do I do here? Like, what is this? You know, like, you don't know where they're going to go. And if you're playing white and you know the plans, you're feeling great. You're like, I already know what to do. I feel good here. So very confident. It's also very flexible. I could go C4. I could go D4. I could go anything. But B3 is the usual here, right? So some of the fun stuff.
He plays B3. So it's likely we're going to get a transposition to D4 lines where white plays in this manner. But I wonder, he really avoids opening theory as best as he can. And for Priotu, you don't want to get too low on the clock. We just saw what a Wonder Liang can do to you, even in a relatively even position, if you don't have the time to calculate your options. So Razvan, he's going to be disappointed. He needs to put that behind him because this is a very important game for the Canada Chessbrahs. He's a strong player. He is, I think, underrated. He's below 2,500, but he is going to make his presence very much felt.
Yeah, especially after winning that, you don't just win the Charlotte Open here. We got Bishop B2, Bishop G7 now, and C4. Yeah, this is all theory here. Maybe you see this, Hikaru plays this stuff a lot. And he's very 60% win rate, in fact, with this system. believe it or not, with the competition he plays. It's pretty nuts. So pretty solid. I think we'll have a fight, and it's in the center a little bit with b6, bishop b7. You even have d5s in some cases. You can go e6, d5, d6, e5, knight c6. Like there's so many ways to go and so many structures to pay attention to.
Yeah, so all of this available to Black. While he thinks, let's look at our second game that just started. Daniel Naroditsky, he survived against Razvan Priotu in the first one. Now he gets to play against Jennifer Yu in the second game. So he has no matchups are easy in this event. So
right.
It's going to be tough no matter where you look. But in the early going, he just grabbed a pawn in the center and is trying to get away with it.
Yeah, that's some nifty stuff there. Let's see what this is. Okay, got what was this opening? E4, E5, knight f3, knight f6. What do you think this? How did they play this out? E4, E5, probably knight f3. Oh, this is I don't know what this is. What is this? What was the move order for this to be like this? This looks like a Roy, but like with the knight, the bishop on E2. Oh, this was
the game up.
Maybe
so we can just look at how we got here. Yeah, it looks very bizarre, but it started off in a Petrov, knight f3, knight f6.
Petrov.
Bishop b4, and then he takes on e5. So Danya just delaying that capture by a move, changing up the dynamics. And what he's accomplished by playing knight d3, I've actually played this from the white side before, is that Black has good activity, a knight on e4, rook on e8, but White has the pair of bishops. So we see this double pawns here. It's kind of like a Spanish with reverse colors, James. When you think about it.
Oh,
because
my goodness.
Black went bishop b4 and took the knight, and then
wow.
White took back. So it's like a Ray Lopez colors reversed.
That is so cool, bro. I've never seen it like this. I've actually only seen this knight d3 option, and when the world went crazy, when Magnus played it against Fabi, and like that knight d3, and everybody's like, "Oh my goodness, he went knight d3," because you never do that like in the Petrov, really. So it's very cool to see this whole idea and actually knowing it as that's pretty sweet to know it as a reverse Roy. Never saw it that way until today. So that's pretty cool, chat. Hopefully you learned something there. So now the ideas that you can play in the Roy, you can actually play here too. Obviously a good move, knight f4. You can also play c4, attack the center, and etc. Maybe bishop e3 as well. I mean, easy moves to make for White.
Yeah, and this knight on f4 is like when Black puts a knight on f5 in the Berlin and things like that. So this is just a Spanish colors reverse. Danya seems to be happy with his opening with the bishop pair, but you look at him on screen, he's just like digging his head.
I have that emote? What is that
hands.
emote? I have that emote. I got that. Hold on. If you got the Naroditsky emote, let's put it in the chat. Hold up. I know you got it still. Yeah, this one right here. Calculating.
Send it, James. Send it.
And then I'm going to send my COE.
It's not just, I was about to say, it's not just calculating. It's calculating over everything. You know where that goes.
Exactly.
Everything.
Come on, big
And so he gets his bishop out. He has the bishop pair, c4. Even if a queen trade, you have the pair of bishops, should be better in the endgame. And it's not an easy position for Black to figure out just because there are no obvious plans. You see that White is going to play c4. That frustrates you. If you play b5, bam, a4 hits you immediately. That's bad news for Black. So I really like Danya's opening choice. I think Jennifer will keep thinking here, but she has to avoid the time trouble she had in game one. So why don't we look at our 4 boards, just because Magnus Carlsen's game against Brandon Jacobson has also begun. And we are going to dive into that one, given it's Magnus Carlsen. We always want to see Magnus Carlsen play because he is the #1 rated player on the planet. He is an absolute beast, but no slouch either.
Absolutely not. Of course, he played especially the online formats and the fast time controls. I mean, Brandon's competing with the best. He's played Hikaru, he's played Nero, he's played everyone. He's on the leaderboards, he's played men. It doesn't matter who it is. He's played them and he's actually beat them before. So Brandon Jacobson is not afraid here, but he does know that he's up for a huge challenge here against the #1.
For sure. So that's in the bottom left of the screen. And in the bottom right, we see Ariantari and Irina Krush in some really odd position where Black is missing a G-pawn, but is fianchettoed. And the position is getting a bit spicier, opening up. So all 4 games are interesting at this point. But let's dive into the Magnus game against Brandon Jacobson, just because it's very early stage. And Magnus, a minute ahead on the clock, it's his turn. Black just played a Magnus Carlsen type of move with h6. I'm already looking at queen b3, James. I want to get active here. But Brandon, he's not just going to dilly-dally. He'll probably bring his knight out to c6 and up to b4.
This is actually, what was the move order here? Was this his regular Catalan stuff? It looks like it was that, but it might have been. Yeah, it was. Wow, he just plays. He doesn't care. Like, he loves his opening a lot. You see a lot of Catalan from Magnus here. I mean, it's one of the openings where you really can just push for an advantage the whole game, from having very quiet positions. In fact, that don't do anything. It's really nice. It also can be very poisonous, especially getting e4 in. This is why the knight's on f6, bishop f5, e4 is deferred a lot. So it's sort of like a reverse London system here with h6. So you put the bishop on h7, you control the e4 square, and you try to play e5 at some point way later in the game. But this is Magnus you're playing here. After h6, Magnus on the move, thinking about what to do. Maybe trying to make it interesting. Maybe taking queen b3, you have bishop g2, maybe try to play e4, bishop g2, knight d2, castles e4. There's lots of ideas.
Yeah, and I feel like h6 isn't the most useful move. If it looks like a Catalan, but with the bishop on f5 rather than c8 and playing h6. So Magnus, he's trying to figure out how to punish this. He knows that this is not a standard sequence. It's rare territory for both players, but Magnus, he's not certain. So I am very curious if after this big think, he'll just play the simple, straightforward bishop g2, develop castle, get the king out of there, or if he'll just pick up the gauntlet and say, let's go for it. Let's go for b7. That is a target because the bishop is not home anymore.
Absolutely. Queen b3 is definitely playable because usually you would meet queen b3 with queen b6, but you can't do that here. So it is something to really pay attention to. Queen b3, how do you respond to queen b3 is the question. Queen c8, then the whole diagonal d5 hangs. So, like, queen b3 is really strong here, actually.
I think it's a thematic sacrifice. Queen b3, knight c6. Please go ahead, take my b7 pawn. The knight jumps out to b4 and into c2. But the eval bar is suggesting that this is maybe slightly better for black, complicated, and that's scary if you're Magnus because Brandon likely played h6 with the knowledge that this is going to be a decent try for black. I mean, the queen over here, there might just be a repetition. So we see the last three moves, bishop g2, c6, and now queen b3. Please play queen b6. I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm the best endgame player of all time.
You sure you want to go that route? Right. You sure you want to do this, big fella? Are you sure? I give you one last chance, right, to not do this. I mean, it's just tough, right? Facing any endgame against Magnus is going to be one of the hardest things you ever do in your life, but it is also a challenge and you can learn as well. So looks like we have that though. c5, queen takes b3, takes, and you play b4, b5. You get this a lot from the Carol compositions in the exchange variation, but pawn is on. There's usually no c. Wait, it's a little different. Definitely different.
It's an improved version for white, right? Like, you just take and just boom, boom. You can't even stop
b4,
it.
b5, right.
Because if you play a6, the problem is your rook is hanging. So you play knight d7 and b5 still happens because you can't take with the a pawn, your rook is loose. And this kind of position is exactly what white wants. It's not a winning advantage. You see, it's only half a pawn, but the position is just so much easier for white to play, gaining space. And so that's why after c5, Brandon might play queen c7. After bishop f4, drop the queen to c8. It's a very common defensive mechanism because you're losing some time, but your position remains very solid. I would go for that against Magnus. He's probably also looking at queen a6, James, just to keep the b7 pawn defended and maybe win a more active square. But I'm already worried the bishop comes back and suddenly there's a problem for the queen.
Oh, that's crazy, right? That whole idea is just very tempting, and that's very scary to even face. Yikes, yeah. This is tough. I mean, that's why I'm not a fan of these positions. Obviously, with the black pieces, you have to be so accurate. Queen takes is unappealing because you know the idea, b4, b5. Queen c7, you know he's going to play bishop f4, and I think that's usually what they do in the London systems anyway. This is a reverse London. So queen c7, bishop f4, and queen c8, and then we just have this kind of slightly worse position, knight d7. And just develop our pieces, maybe play b6, try to hit the c5 pawn at some point. We do have some ideas.
And look at Brendan. He's spending a ton of time here. You don't want to be in time trouble against Magnus. While we wait to see if he takes the queen or drops it back, let's go to our four-board scene just because every single game is of equal importance in the Pro Chess League. You're playing for your team. If you win your game, that counts as a point, whether or not you're Magnus Carlsen. And so Brandon Jacobs in the bottom left, he does bring his queen all the way back to c8 after a long think. Magnus will try to punish it with rapid development. Let's look at a game we haven't seen yet. That's in the bottom right, the game between Arian Tari and Irina Krush, because Irina, she lost the first game to Magnus Carlsen. Now with the black pieces, this is going to be a very, very interesting battle, James. Look at this. What
is this position? What is this?
F5.
Wait, whoa, bro, whoa, what was this? How did we get here? How did we get here, bro?
I don't know how we got here, but we know there's no going back. When you're throwing those pawns forward, they don't move backwards.
Right.
G3 is a bit tender as well. If this knight, James, could be on C3, we'd be loving white's position. But that knight is very far away.
Whoa, man, this is something here. What do you put the king at? G3 is weak, so he just developed whatever. Developed a piece. Knight H4 maybe, and knight to G6. There's some squares there. Maybe I castle queen side, but that is indeed a maybe. And maybe I just wait and see where you put your king here. But knight H4, knight G6 is very tempting. I mean, at least I get a nice piece on G6.
Yeah, and F5 actually may be a target. Bishop H3, Rook F1. Just go for it with all our pieces. I like that. And what does black do, by the way? Because queen D7, castle's queenside, then what? Like, I get a bunch of moves. I think you might have to consider the move D5, but C5 is a bit loose, and white's not just going to hang around.
Yeah, it's actually correct. What does black do? As it is her move right now, you need to come up with some type of plan. You got to get pieces out the back rank. It's kind of hard. Maybe you need a waiting move. You know, knight H4 is coming. Maybe bishop F6. No, but I'm not trying to give up that bishop. So E4, not enough. Take. You're going to play knight H4 anyway. E4 is now weak. Yikes. Yeah, maybe that whole idea, just queen D7, castle queen side, get the king safe quickly. And then we'll figure out what to do next. At least we get our pieces out. Development usually isn't bad. That's one thing I always like to remember when you're playing. You have to get the pieces out. We know this. Get the pieces on the back rank, get a king safe. Good things happen in your position.
Yeah, so I wonder what the downside of queen D7 is. It just looks very natural at this stage. Maybe there's an argument to, I'm hanging the pawn. I was going to say bishop F6, just to make sure your knight's not getting to H4 so freely. But I don't think I want to give up this H6 pawn. So she does, after quite an extensive think, play queen D7. We're expecting knight H4, sink the teeth into the G6 square. The problem for black is this H6 pawn needs the rook and the bishop's defense. Those are the two pieces, and that means the rook might have to go up to H7. That's pretty ugly.
That is pretty ugly. And that knight is going to be chilling there for a while. And I mean, bishop F7, but then it's a concession. You give up the light squares, and my light square bishop is an absolute beast. So knight G6 is definitely going to be strong. Yeah, rook H7, because you're giving up H6. I can't just give that up. I can't just give up H6 like that. Okay, hey, concession. You have to make it. It's done. So maybe we try to act on our faster development here. Maybe play E4 at some point. Knight G6 on the board. Rook H7. Now we can play bishop F6, queen G7, E4 maybe. Possible.
Oh my gosh. There's also something available. Like if this rook goes up to H7 just to defend, then there might be bishop takes knight over here. I'm just going to show that very quickly. You can't take with the queen because this knight jumps into E7 check with a fork. And she did play rook H7. And if you have to take with the pawn on C6, I'm already looking at B4, rook B1, queen A5. Let's go against this king.
This is ugly. Yeah, that's pretty ugly. But, yeah, that's right. And the knight is still on G6. Wow. This from both sides of the board. I can also have my king on D2 or F2. Even castling should be fine. King to H2 and run away. Rook to H7 on the board. He could take. Pawn takes. You can also go with B4 or rook B1. Open up the file there. Pieces seem uncoordinated for black. You also get off of the dark square diagonal. Castles. Whoa.
What?
He didn't care about life. Yeah, stay far away from that man. Stay far away from that man when he doesn't even care about his own safety. Wow.
Yeah, Castle's kingside. He's walking into where these pawns are storming, but maybe he just believes in this knight on G6 that you can't kick it out very easily. And if you bring your knight back, in comes B4, in comes rook B1. Let's just go after the black king.
Yeah, he really is. Like, man, I mean, all-out initiative, all-out attack. I am a big fan of that kind of chess. From Ariane Tari there. Castles, B4, king B8.
Okay,
what do we do?
Where's that king hiding? I mean, if it goes to A8, it's still in line with his bishop over here. So I'm looking at rook A to B1. And I might even sacrifice an exchange with B4.
I was just thinking that. Yeah, I was just thinking B4 immediately, or even A3, B4. I mean, A3, B4 is kind of nice because I get everything. A3, I play rook B1, B4 is coming.
Wow. Okay, well, Irina is probably going to think here with B4 being on the agenda. Let's go to our four-board scene just to see what's happening in the teammates of these two players. All games are still in session here in the second round of action. We see in the top right, Danya Naroditsky with the bishop pair, and he's facing an isolated pawn, advantage Naroditsky. In the top left, Wonder Liang. I mean, he is a force. He is up a pawn against Razvan Preotu. Good news for the Cobras on those two boards. Then the bottom left, Magnus. Okay, let's go to Magnus's game. I mean, we should always go to Magnus's game.
Right.
What in the world is happening? What happened there? How is there a pawn on d6?
Yep. Oh man, you know what? I know exactly what happened. So he got e4 in. He went knight f to d2, which is the common idea. You do that a lot. Obviously, you want to get your e4 off. He put it anyway. Oh.
His bishop under attack, and he goes, bam! You take mine, I take yours. Your king is going to be in the center for longer term. The bishop slides back, and bishop d6. His whole point is he wants to throw in e5. That would be a protected pass pawn. And so Brandon's like, no. I got to get rid of that one. But then h4. Jeez. That's g4. h5. Please take me.
Oh my goodness. What is he doing? This you don't know what he's gonna do. That's scary because you don't know his next move. You have no idea what he's going to do. He's just launching stuff at you now. Wow, beautiful stuff. That's strong, boy. That's strong.
He can grab this pawn here. He can castle his king in either direction. I mean, if he's been studying chess with Aryan Tari, he's probably going kingside to walk into where he's pushed his pawns. But this pawn on d6 is such a thorn in black's side, and it's very difficult to get because it looks 2 moves away, but the queen is stuck defending this b7 pawn. It's a vulnerable pawn here. James, I love the way Magnus is handling this.
Absolutely, of course, especially when you get e4 in the Catalan and you have these type of positions, you're already doing quite well when you get the e4 push in. This is what we're looking to do anyway. It's very nice. It becomes a very sharp position. He takes with the bishop. He decides bishop takes e4.
James, this whole game is against the rules of chess. We typically take with a knight, but here's like, please take my bishop. I take back. The f6 square is vulnerable. I protected my healthy pass pawn on d6, even though it's doubled and isolated. Magnus Carlsen is just an absolute beast. No surprises there. But Brandon Jacobson is feeling like the brunt of his force, and he's down a minute and a half.
And after bishop e4, knight e4, knight e4, the threat is d7. You have a d7 check.
No! I'm going to show that. That's sick.
That's sick, bro. Knight d7, knight d6. If queen d7, knight f6. If king d7, knight maybe c5 or queen a3 or something. This is sick.
Fork there.
This is nasty.
If the queen takes,
fork there. And if
which means the
king takes, you have to take with the king. And look at your king on d7, my guy. Your king on d7. Queen a3 maybe.
Oh, just get into all
queen b4. Something.
That looks great. So look at you. You're doing your tactics. And Brent says, no. I'm going to get my king out of there. But look at this. Magnus says, you go king side, I go queen side. And now b7 can be captured. Perhaps if you're Magnus, you can think about the queen trade. It may have seemed like it's out of the question, but you could just bring a rook to e1 and go for this pawn that lands on the square. Maybe rook e1 right away. Because if queen takes, knight coming into c5, things like this, I feel like white is just way better coordinated. And this pawn f5 is also quite weak.
I mean, that's kind of one of the great things about the Catalan is that, you know, it is a very positional opening, but it gets a good position where lots of tactics and good end games can come from it. It's like an all-around, just wonderful opening to play where you get everything from there. Bobby says tactics flow from a superior position. And a lot of times you can find yourself in very comfortable and sometimes superior positions in the Catalan here, as we see Magnus do all the time after time again, loving the Catalan. And having a great position.
He's going to trade queens. He's going to do what he does best. Rook e1. This is a forced variation. Queen takes pawn. Knight c4. The queen is trapped unless you go back to b8. And then he can just trade queens in a favorable endgame for white. You don't have to trade queens. You can bring it away. But if you do trade queens into this endgame after the swap, I think knight d6 scoops up f5 and h6 is weak and the e file is white for the taking. This is really bad news for Brandon Jacobson.
So everything hanging, pawns everywhere. I mean, it's just very tough here. Very tough. Of course, you are playing Magnus, so that's already tough. What's the time situation? Yeah, about to go under a minute as well. It is difficult. It is difficult. You are under fire here. Queen b7. Rook e1 is played.
Does Brandon have any other? His queen's under attack. If he brings his knight in, you just take it. You can't make those moves slowly against
It all happens, and it's there, and it's on the board. He's going to take and play knight d6, and then just gobble up the pawns. I just have a better position. h6 is hanging.
You know what it's like? It's like when you're a younger brother and your big brother just sits on you. That's exactly what's about to happen.
Get off me, bro.
Yeah, right? Like, I can't do anything. I'm punching. I can't get out of this. And that's what's going to happen with knight d6, and then rook e7. You can't bring a rook to e8. You are just absolutely frozen.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He brings it backwards instead of forwards. And he's going off the g4 pawn. So Magnus says, all right, I'll just take the material. You take on h5, I take on g4. And Brandon's doing a pretty decent job, I might say, because he wants to protect this pawn and go after this one later. But Magnus is now up a pawn, at least for the time being.
Absolutely. He's up a pawn. And, of course, I mean, You already hate going to end games with Magnus. Now you're down a pawn in the end game against Magnus. It's just very difficult. It's a very, very difficult situation here. Magnus is playing some great chess. And Brandon is under time. Now, of course, you cannot give up here. He's not going to give up. Brandon's not going to give up, but it is very difficult. The time situation, playing Magnus down a pawn in an end game that is just worse right now.
And that move apparently was not the right continuation. You had to take on d5. Now that pawn can go up to the d6 square. You push your passed pawns. And Magnus first brings his knight. That push is not going anywhere. This knight can jump into e5. And this rook can slam down on e7. I feel like it's all about this passed pawn on d5. And Brandon has no time to consider anything.
Yeah, this is knight c4. Look at the knights there. Very good positioning. Knight e5 could be played too. Everything's happening. Wow.
Sorry, we have to go to our 4-board scene because I just saw the corner of my eye. There is a time scramble between a Wonder Liang and Razvan Priotu, and that game is wild. The king.
Whoa, king in the middle. He's getting mated. Rook d4. Get him off the board. Wait, no, that doesn't work. King
and now Black's winning.
Oh my goodness.
Because the b2 pawn, you can't take it. You get mated. What is happening?
What? Now it's not winning?
Oh, he's a check.
What is going on? Here. Check wins the rook. He missed. So what did he miss over there? Queen. He went queen d4, rook d4, king there. I have no idea. What that could have been.
This king might even go up to g1, to help out, because there's only a single check, and then the king's just gonna hide in enemy territory.
Snap! Oh, snap! He took the pawn. Relax, man. Hold on.
Great move. Queen here.
That's a beautiful.
Oh, he wants to come over here.
Or not.
Hey, can he push? Can he just push the pawn? You can't stop it. The queen is going to block all checks, and the h pawn is going.
Oh my goodness, Razvan is such a strong player, bro. That almost works. F3 almost works.
Here comes the pawn. There's nothing you can do about it. You really can't stop it.
Jeez,
James, I'm going to go back because you're not going to believe when I saw this game at the corner of my eye. You're going to wait for it. Okay, there was a pawn on e7. Right. The evaluation bar is saying white is completely winning. Check this out. White had 2 queens.
Whoa, hey, bro. Hey, nah. Hey, man, I'm knocking everything over in front of me.
A wonder only at 7.8 seconds. He had forced mate. If he takes this bishop
and queen h8,
the king takes queen h8 is checkmate. Unfortunately, he started with queen h8, and that's how the king ran away. And then it was even winning for black at this point, because the king on h3 is somehow safe, and this is just ridiculous. Like he could have, grabbed this rook, but he did this winning thing where he ended up using his pawns to his advantage. That was a ridiculous series of events.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, you have to, and that's a rattling game. That's rattling, and even Sikaro says you got to have that short-term memory loss with losses. But this one is where it gets hard, because how to forget that you lost this game for the team. It hurts, and I could have, and then when you go into the next game, look at, he's still feeling it. You can tell. I mean, absolutely. He's I lost this. Are you kidding me? I was completely winning. We've all been there. I was completely winning. I'm crushing. How did I lose this game? We have to shake it off there. It happens. It did happen. It was a wild game. Razvan's a very strong player too as well. It happened. We just bounce back and keep moving.
Yeah, so let's go back to our 4-board scene, because Daniel Nerditsky also won with the white pieces. You see the final move is a check, winning the rook, and he's just up material. And then we see in the bottom left, Magnus Carlsen now up a rook against a knight. It's actually a rook and 2 pawns ahead for white compared to just 1 knight for Brandon Jacobson. In the bottom right, Irina Krush in big trouble against Ariane Tari, and Magnus Carlsen just won that game. So you see all that extra material for Magnus in the bottom left. So let's go to the game that is still remaining. Irina Krush, she has the black pieces, but unfortunately for her, she's down material. She's down on the clock. It's really bad news.
Very bad moves here. Yeah, of course, it's the bishop. Whoa. No, I saw the eval bar go crazy. I was like, what happened? Okay, so, this is just lost. That's tough. GG. Playing strong players, that's what it is. It happens. Tough game.
Yeah, she had the black pieces against Ariane Tari. He castled king, said her king was open, and there we see a win for the Chessbrahs. That was a bad round for the Cobras, a great round for the Chessbrahs. And Wonder Liang, that could swing the match into the Chessbrahs' favor, because had he won the game, it would have been a 2-2 tie for the second round in a row. But because of Priotu, the Chessbrahs win this round 3-1. A huge game there, huge swing for Razvan Priotu and the Chessbrahs.
Absolutely. I mean, that swing there makes it. I mean, that hurts, man. It really does, right? Because like you take that, you go back to the locker room, you know, like after the half, and you go back to the locker room and you talk to yourself, you're like, what happened? How do I do this? Like, bounce back, man. Get out of this. You know what? We started out even. We still have chess left, 2 rounds. We can do this, right? We just got to stay focused. And there's a different matchup coming up now.
Yeah, you can do it. It is possible for sure, but they are going to need to get a little bit of rest, some relaxation, some preparation in, because when they return, you're still facing Magnus Carlsen, Aryan Tari, and the rest of the Chessbrahs bunch. But we are also going to head towards a break. But before we do, just want to give a quick shout out to an event that is coming your way in just under a week, because Chess Played Quick. It's a fun series of events. It returns on February 20th. Watch your favorite streamers battle our AI bots, claim bounties, and vie for their share of a prize fund of 2,000 Twitch subs. Don't miss this month's Chess Played Quick AI Plays, February 20th at 9 a.m. Pacific Time. Use the command CPQ in chat for more info. James and I will be right back. This is the Pro Chess League 2023 season. It's just day one. The action continues in just a few. It's the Chessbrahs and the Cobras.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botan sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on Chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your Chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
in return here at the Pro Chess League 2023 season. It is the first day. One match is in the books. It was the Indian Yogis against the Brazil Capybaras. We're currently watching the Canada Chessbrahs take on Charlotte Cobras. James, it's been an exciting first day of action. The Indian Yogis look kind of unstoppable in that matchup. And in progress, we have the Cobras and the Canada Chessbrahs. That one seems a little closer.
Absolutely. Of course, though, the match earlier with the Yogis, I mean, they just absolutely dominated. They did their thing. Of course, we said it's in the Indian water. Everybody over there strongly was just ready and, of course, dropped a few games there. Capybaras was just not able to keep up. But at the end of the day, Yogis were able to advance. And then we have the Cobras versus the Chessbrahs here. Very intense match, very close. Of course, it was even after the first one. And then after the second one, Chessbrahs was able to pull away a little bit. So the Cobras are going to have to really bite with some venom in this next round.
Oh, some venom. I like the sound of that. And I think that Daniel Naroditsky and his crew, they will need to showcase their best chess for Danya. That shaky first game where he held the draw against Razvan Preotu. Preotu's kind of been the unsung hero for the Canada Chessbrahs. He just scored 1.5 out of 2 points against Daniel Naroditsky and a Wonder Liang. And it could have been 2 out of 2 if he finished that game off against Daniel. He was able to win that, but Danya, he slithered his way out in that rough endgame. So he's helping keep the Charlotte Cobras in this match.
Very, very, very strong chess, obviously. I mean, this is so much to go on, so much chess left, guys. I mean, even tomorrow we have a match with the Chess Wizards versus my Garden State Passers, so that's going to be fun. So we're ready for that. It's time to play and be ready. I mean, Sam and Goose, we got Gosenov in second, and then Linderman and also Trisha is playing. So it's going to be very strong. I'm ready for that lineup there. But the lineup right now that we have is actually for the Bras and the Cobras here. So in this next round, we got Aryan Tari playing white against a Wonder Liang there. Naroditsky playing black against Magnus. Brando playing white against Jennifer Yu, and Irina Krebs playing white against Cobras.
Wow, so Daniel Naroditsky black against Magnus Carlsen. That's the big one in round 3. Aryan Tari also white against a Wonder Liang. So the Norway Gnomes, if they score 3.5 points, they can put away Charlotte Cobras. That is not going to be easy given how tough the Cobras are. This one is just a couple moves away from being a 4-4 locked match, but the Canada Chessbrahs in the lead. And as you mentioned, James, I mean, your team is playing tomorrow against the Levitov Chess Wizards, and of course the Spanish Maniac Shrimp. They take on the Norway Gnomes. So the action does not stop today. It continues every day throughout the week. Wednesday, we have a doubleheader. Thursday, the same. Friday, a doubleheader as well. Right. It's just exciting times here at the Pro Chess League.
Yeah, of course. There's so much chess to watch, right? It's just like the pros going at it. As you see, everybody even brought Magnus out, heavy hitter team, Indians, all of the Indian GMs are on the team. Every one of them probably are playing for some team or helping the team, right? So they're all together there. We like to see that camaraderie. We like to see the camaraderie with you, chat, being here watching it, and we bring this content to you.
Okay, well, this next round is about to begin. Aryan Tari with the white pieces against a Wonder Liang, and well, I don't see an Aryan Tari.
We don't see an Aryan there. 20 seconds. I don't think they get that time back. Usually, you know, they'll be all nice and stuff. Just kind of, I'll give you your time back. This for the team, bro. He not here, coach. He not here, right? Run the clock. Run the clock.
I guess
he's not here.
He was given a time, and he just went away and has been out and about. But if he doesn't come back, that is going to be a huge. Oh, the game has been aborted. So they started it without him being there. They did him the favor of letting him come back. But Aryan, where are you, buddy? You need to play your game against the Wonder Liang.
Oh, yeah. Delay of game, you know, Super Bowl, a delay of game, 5 yards, 5-yard penalty at the 10. Give me my time.
Well, while we wait for Aryan Tari to come back to his chair, I mean, we know that this matchup will be super important. But later today, we will see Daniel Naroditsky take on Aryan Tari in the final round when board 1 plays board 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, 4 versus 4. I feel like that final round matchup actually is one that Charlotte should be very happy about because on the top 2 boards where they are underrated, or I should say lower rated compared to Magnus and Aryan Tari, they get the white pieces there. And Brando, we know what he's capable of with the black pieces. And Razvan Preotu, those two, James, like that is a toss-up to me.
That's a toss-up, yeah, especially Razvan. If he's in good form. He's in good form. He almost beat Naroditsky there. I mean, winning another game, draw. Like, he's playing great. Now, of course, he was losing against a Wonder there, but he was not able to close. And if you're not able to close there, I mean, it just matters in that game right there at that time who's the better player right now, right? So that's what it's really about, is who is better at this game right now and can score on the board so we can make it to the next match.
Well, the Chessbrahs just seem not to be at the board, and
man, they chilling, they partying right now. You know, they're over there at the Chessbrah pad. I'll be there this weekend. We'll see what's up. They over there. I can see nobody's there. Like Magnus not at the seat there. Yeah. Okay.
Well, they might actually be partying. I mean, the Chessbrahs likely streaming this coverage of Magnus Carlsen, Ariantari, and the rest of the crew. And that's the thing about the pro chessing. It really isn't just about Magnus. We're going to watch his games. He may win every single game he plays, but every single player is important. And perhaps no player has been more important to the Canada Chessbrahs in this match thus far than Razvan Preotu. He drew Danya from a winning position. He allowed Danya to escape, and then he beat Wonder Liang from a lost position. So he is 1.5 out of 2 against the top 2 boards for the Cobras. That is what you need to take down a team as powerful as Charlotte.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, the Cobras are a very powerful team, absolutely, and they get 1.5 out of 2 out of the top boards there. I mean, cool. I mean, the rest is not easy by far. And I mean, that's not even the word, right? But it is like, okay, the top 2 boards, right? I have been able to do 1.5 out of 2. Let me just try to keep playing good chess and see what I do in these next 2 games.
And we see now Irina Krush. She gets the white pieces against not Ariantari, but Razvan Preotu, and D4 played by Krush. She's always been a D4 player. And this is a big matchup for the Cobras because Irina has lost her first 2 games, but with the white pieces against Razvan, who's been performing well, she can take him down. She throws in this queen a4 check against the Grunfeld.
Yeah, I'm a Grunfeld player myself. I do like Grunfeld King's Indians. This one, the Queen D7 one. Yeah, the Queen D7 one's very nice. Wow, Bishop B5 I've never seen, actually. That is an interesting move.
Never it's one of these lines where you provoke the move C6 because now the knight doesn't have a square to get out from. So look at Black's pieces. Queen on D7, knight on B8, both kind of stuck there. The bishop can't move. Right? Yeah, you usually play C5, right? That is what's going to happen. But Irina can quickly play knight F3. Yeah. She can also decide if she wants to stop the move C5 at some point or bring her bishop around. So I think it's now for Black. You need to strike with C5.
Absolutely. C5, just to get a delayed version of it. C5 would be a great move here. And bishop B5, now we can move the queen away and actually going to G4, which is going to be very, very strong. Hitting G2 and E4, these are ideas you actually see from all the Grunfeld courses and all the Grunfeld books. They actually do cover this idea quite in detail here. Very strange Grunfeld here, but of course, lots of play for Black and activity, which is is everything you're looking for in a Grunfeld. For White here, we have the strong center, big stuff, right? Maybe bishop B3, H3, castling. All these moves are very logical.
I want to point out a funny tactic. Oh, B5 was played. Wow, that is a dangerous move strategically. But I was going to quickly show that Queen G4, Knight G5. Whoa. Defends E4. And if you take G2, well, thank you very much for your queen. Bishop F3, your queen has nowhere to go. You see the evaluation bar reacting. The queen would have been trapped on G2. No escape squares. The bishop does protect the knight. White bishop protects the rook on H1. But instead, James, B5, like that move, if you don't follow it up with like a C5 push at some point,
yeah, that's pretty gross. Yeah, you usually will see this in like, the Viennas or like semi-Slav where you play A6, B5, bishop B7, but you played a Grunfeld. So that's a little bit different. I mean, in fact, it's just different, right? So we have to, still play C5, maybe A6, bishop B7, but maybe we don't have to play A6 right now to play C5 because the B5 pawn's defended. So maybe we just go C5 anyway, which, we were trying to play at some point.
Yeah, we'll see if Razvan plays C5. Other games are getting underway, so we're just going to hop away from this one for a moment as Razvan plays A5.
A5, just all queen side. I mean, but hey, he understands. Grunfeld is all about that. Queen side in the center. That's your trumps in the Grunfeld.
It is indeed. But while they figure this out, and I like White's position, Irina's looking like she's in good shape here. Another game has begun. It is the board 3 for the Cobras, Brandon Jacobson. He has the white pieces against board 4 for the Chessbrahs. That's Jennifer Yu. And early stages there, well, we can dive right in because it's another sort of unusual position with pawns at A4 and A5, another bishop B5 check here. So I think Brandon's just trying to catch her off guard.
Yeah, I don't know what this man. What they just playing all kind of stuff today. What? How did you get here? What is this? Where's the C pawn? I don't know what this is.
E3 move too.
E3,
another one of these.
Another one. C4. Okay, D4. Wow, just E4, A4. Like, wow. I like the center from white here. Very strong. Knight to c3, h4, h5 intentions are coming from me. I mean, I just, anytime you see a bishop on g7, because of Leela these days, I'm just h4, h5. I don't even think twice about it. I love playing h4 in there, get knight g5s in, and just, go for the mate here. You can also sit the king on f1 and be pretty solid, but, it's not necessary. It's definitely fun.
But I like what you're saying. Whenever you see a fianchetto structure, you think h4, h5, and all of these neural nets are doing that. So it means that we should too, of course. And the bishop came to d7 to block the check. Are you afraid of bishop takes b5? I'm not so sure, because after pawn takes, the knight on b8 is dominated by the pawn 3 squares away. So I feel like Brennan, he's playing knight c3, and if takes, he may just take with the pawn over here, not with the knight. He is a little bit ahead in the clock, the position. I think it's anyone's game, James, because black may even throw forth an f5 type of move to crack at the center.
Yeah, f5's coming with an e5 as well, e5. Well, h3. Wow, he doesn't want any bishop g4 business. Yeah, because h4, bishop g4. Totally understand. h3, f5 is definitely risky. e5 will be pushed. I just pushed past you there. And bishop e6, knight g5.
Yeah, I think you're not in time. You're right. And you need to be able to play like c5, but your knight is on b6. So anytime you play c5 and white takes, your knight on b6 is just hit. So the knight is in the wrong spot.
Yeah, it's definitely it's misplaced. And taking again, what do I do with my pieces? So do I just develop? Knight c6? b4 square is mine. So maybe I just put the knight on b4. And just at least, again, going back to development, you got to get your pieces off the back ring. And so you just do it. So he's captured, and c6, very nice, attacking the b pawn.
Yep, and Jennifer wants to get her knight to c6 and put pressure on the center. And this bishop would love to go to e3, but in comes this knight to c4. So I've been hating on the knight on b6, but it actually has a plan. So both sides with their chances here. Let's zoom out for a moment, just because all 4 games are underway. We know that Magnus Carlsen, he has the white pieces against Daniel Naroditsky. And Ariantari also has white against Awonder Liang in the top left. So the board is flipped for now, but we will get that switched for you. But we do see that Magnus versus Danya. Let's go right into that one, because Magnus is playing
against
King's Indian.
Oh, man. Naroditsky is like, I'm going to bring the best. He loves the King's Indian, and he played it against the world champ himself.
What do you think of that, James? It's very risky because
it is
a strategically tough opening, but it's Danya's bread and butter.
That's right. It is. And I think, he's going to go with his best. And I would do the same thing. I would go with my absolute best. What I like, and fast time control is best, right? Because fast time controls is different, in a classical game, like this might be tougher, way tougher to play this opening with the black pieces. But here, time is low. Things can happen. And his King's Indians are very sharp. You know how he plays them. He knows the ins and outs. So I think it's a good practical choice.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think that for Danya, he really does not want to lose this game, both personally and for the team. Magnus Carlsen on a bit of a rampage right now. If you could slow him down, that would be great for your team's chances. Heading into this round, the Chessbrahs were up 5-3. So if Danya can at least draw against Magnus and the rest of the team could score some points, they'll be right back in this. But the problem with the King's Indian is this is not a tactical King's Indian where you have f5 in. It's a positional one. And this bishop on g7, not the best piece, at least for the time being. And look at Danya go. Queen a5. I'm already looking. Can I play rook b1 and b4 or a3 and b4?
Right.
Should I take the time to defend this pawn on e4? Because it is under attack as the knight c3 is pinned.
There's also b4 immediately in weird cases. b4, queen takes rook b1, queen a5, rook b5, and then queen back and bishop takes c5 or something takes c5, but maybe queen to c7, so that doesn't work. Well, it's all kind of things here, but for Danya's standpoint, he has knight takes e4 definitely coming. So knight to g3. Okay, cool. Defends it. Understandable.
Does black send it here? Is it one of those positions where you just toss your pawn up the board? I don't like b5 because bishop takes c. You got to take with the pawn. And then...
that's the pawn annoying part. b5 looks so nice, though. So King's Indian-esque. So maybe go bishop d7 to play b5.
Yeah, bishop d7 seems calmer. I feel like there's some Grishuk game. Maybe it's Hikaru against Grishuk that was in this type of position. And I think white can play rook b1 now and b4. It might have been from the Grand Prix, the FIDE Grand Prix that Hikaru won to qualify for the candidates.
Wow. Okay. You play bishop d7 too as well. Bishop d7, just trying to play this b5 move.
James.
b1, there it is.
you're a coach, right? When you look at this position, white looks like they're in terrible shape. The king's in the center. They haven't finished their development. But then you see the eval bar saying +1 for white. So how do you sort of teach your students a position like this when it looks bad, but in fact it's good?
Well, of course, you have to talk about why. What are the assets in the position and what are the liabilities? So, I mean, there's a little bit of both. But the assets here, okay, white is developed. We have some space, maybe not fully developed, but we do have some space. And I think space is a huge advantage. You even see that from the Research of Chess, talking about just space, material, things like that. Space, huge advantage. I have the G. You can't push F5. I actually do control the sort of the pawn break of F5. I can play F4. I have an open file now, open B file. And I have the bishops. I think my pieces look better than black's does. The bishop on G7, compare the pieces, right? Bishop on G7, bishop on E3, much better piece. My knight on G3 defending E4. I could also maybe hop into F5 at some point after defending the E4 pawn with F3. Maybe try to play knight F5 or H5. H4, H5 is a move as well with the pawn. So the knight's a little bit better, I would say, but maybe about equal there. I think the queen for black is better placed than white's queen, but the rook B1 is better placed than the counterparts right now. King placement, black's a little bit better. So white slightly, but I mean, you could argue that black actually could be slightly better from a human standpoint.
I like what you're saying. And I think for Magnus, at some point, he may consider the move C4 because in the endgame, or at least in the queenless position, the king can happily sit in the center. The bishop on G7 is the worst minor piece on the board, whereas the bishop on E3 is healthy and staring in both directions. So I do like this position for Magnus. I think his minor pieces are better. He has more space, but it's a solid position for black. And the move G5, it does allow Danya at the right moment to open up some of his pieces, but look at Magnus confidently pressing forward here, saying go for F6. I'm not worried about that move in the slightest. I'll just play H4 and reinforce my pawn.
Yeah, the problem I think with the King's Indian is that in these day and time, especially against strong players, is you don't get the King's Indian you want. The one that's, we played the King's Indian to attack. Where did he attack this entire game, right? Where was that? It's very tough playing this, obviously, very positional one, but you can get very good in games from it if you have, obviously, the right plans and everything has to work out. But this is tough. It looks like a grip in the center here. Again, that bishop is extremely bad. You take with the pawn here. Look at the dark square bishop. We have an H file that's open. I think it's a clear plan for white. Try to double on the H file, exactly. Maybe bishop H3, get rid of it.
Right? Is it just it can move around like this, but it's not going anywhere. If this bishop were on C5, I can cheat and do that. Woo! Now we're talking. White would be happy.
Right.
Black would be happy, rather. But that bishop cannot get out. Your pawns are all in the way. So Danya, you might just be playing safe chess and say, you're not going to make any progress. There are no queens on the board. There's no checkmate attack. I can always slide my bishop back. Where is this knight going? Where is Magnus's knight aiming for? Is it this square? Is it this square? And maybe F4? Many questions to answer.
That's actually correct. I'm trying to figure out what is his plan. F4 will probably be a huge. It is. It's just a huge blunder. Why would you? We can open up the position. King in the center. The pawn on E4 will be hanging. The bishop's nice now. So F4 will be a fatal blunder, positionally. But the knight maybe it swings around. Yeah, where does the knight go? Like maybe you go rook H3. I mean rook B3. Try to swing the rook over.
These rooks.
Yeah, after bishop
also
H3.
This pawn not really a target because the bishop can just sit up on E3. So the bishop on G7, clearly the worst piece. Magnus trying to improve his knight. Danya trying to improve his as well. And I don't think knight C5 is a good move here. I would snap that off immediately. I wouldn't even take a second to think. You play knight C5, I take it.
I take it.
If you take with the D pawn, I have a passed pawn. It's protected.
Right.
If you played knight C5. Wow. Okay, let's see if Magnus grabs that, because if you take with the B pawn, an open B file should be good for the rook, though the F2 pawn maybe is a little bit tender. His rook can always slide up one square to defend. I really like Magnus' position, but I also feel like Danya is solid here.
He's definitely solid. Yeah, there's no breakthrough this. He's definitely very solid, and I like this about Danya's position. Very great choice. Extremely solid. Played his favorite opening, King's Indian. And, we have a position. Like, this is fine, actually. I mean, Engine thinks otherwise by, like, point something. They always think that. Even before you start the game, it's like, oh, Engine's point 43 or something. I was looking, I was like, how is it? You didn't even move yet, right? So, it's I think it's very equal, very nice.
This bishop is so strong. I think I see why Magnus did not take the knight. It's protecting G5. It's protecting F2. So there's no threats anywhere in the position because the bishop holds everything down. But Danya is just saying you can't make any progress. Is there going to be A4, A5? Maybe you need to do something like that. Danya is not afraid his rook can slide back and forth along the 7th rank. I love the way he's playing this. Why don't we take a zoom out just for a second, because this game, Magnus has the advantage, slight advantage, but still so much life left. Let's look across the 4 boards. James, what's catching your eye?
Let's see. Whoa, there's a knight on c6, a bishop on c3. What game is that? That's the Arena Crush game with Razvan. That game looked wicked. There's some stuff going on there. e6. What the heck is going on there? Rook on d file. She played e6 right there. Ooh,
all right, let's look at it.
He played e6.
Right.
She played.
What is happening? I had to count the material quickly, and it's actually even material, but this knight on c6 looks so dominant, and yet the evaluation bar says go away. It's just
right.
No problems here. I'm looking at this. How in the world is white not just better here?
That's so crazy, bro. All right, chess is so hard, right? Like, obviously, not just better. I got a clear plan. I mean, maybe not clear, but double the rooks. I have a passed d pawn. You telling me this is equal a5 hanging in many cases? What is this? Like, double the rooks and take on a5.
Yeah.
Wow.
James is saying double the rooks. Queen a5 would be a 1-move blunder. Rook takes c6. The rook on d3 is hanging. It's loose on the square. So that's why you then double the rooks first. Just defend the upward rook and then take on a5. Step 1 complete. Oh.
Whoa. You see the eval bar jump?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Why?
What is that? I don't know.
Rookie? Is it like rookie? It was queen f5. I'm so confused by everything that's happening here.
Yeah, right. King g2 here. I don't know. No, you got queen e4 check, huh?
Yeah, rook e2 is the threat, I guess, going after these pawns. Oh, there's a cool tactic. I'm gonna show it very quickly.
Well, what you got?
Let's say we go like this, and king goes back to g1. Rook takes c6 works, because if you take with the pawn, you lose your queen, and if you take with the queen takes f2. So that queen on c5 is overloaded. So I like the look of this for Razvan. All of a sudden, I thought that first glance, Arena's much better, but he's going for it, James. He's going for this attack.
Yeah, that's a sick tactic. Rook e2, rook takes c6 is GG. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty gross. So you gotta be careful. What do you actually do? I'm kind of tied down. Queen b6, but I can't take the rook, so that doesn't do anything. Wow. Can't take maybe exchange sack?
I like the way you're thinking.
I mean, it's possible, but then rook e2 in the end, and then I go queen c5. I don't know. It's tough.
If white could play d6, that would be great.
I'm trying to do.
The queen is loose here, so is there anywhere we can move this queen? Not really.
Right. It's and without rook e2, you got to stay exactly. You got to stay around. So she played rook e3. Makes sense.
All right. And by the way, look at the clock. She's up 1 minute and 10 seconds. And Arena's had some trouble on the clock in the previous games. It's great to see her jumping out to a lead on time. And that's bad news for the Chessbrahs.
Yeah, absolutely. She has some lead on the clock there. Wow, look at that. Like, nice position. Pass pawn here. Black can easily make a mistake. 97 is actually on tap right now. So you got to be careful. You blunder the fork and the pawn's running through. Wow, that's a good move.
C2. So if this rook moves, you could take a2, but then the d6 pawn goes up because there's queen e8 check always protecting this knight. This is scary stuff.
Well, think about this though. What if you like? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Queen e8. Rook takes c6. Queen e8. Yeah, but I mean, maybe he does take on a2 and run the b and a pawns because that's scary too. You get rid of a2, you sack rook takes knight, and we run the b pawn. But that's probably too risky. It's not necessary, in fact.
Yeah.
Queen a2, d6, rook c6, queen e8, king g7, queen takes c6, b. Yeah. I'm not fast enough. The d pawn's too fast.
Yeah. Now this is a situation where those pawns may be runners for black, but white's pawn is very quick as well. King g7,
stepping out the way.
Calm move. Step out the way, exactly. But now I'm more enticed once the queen leaves. If I go king g2, I'm thinking about, can I sacrifice on the c3 square? I don't think you're in time though, with all these pawns hanging. So for Arena, she needs to come up with a move right now. Queen takes a2 is definitely on the docket.
Queen takes a2 is definitely coming, right? There's no check anymore. And of course, that b pawn is very fast. Now, I like the rook and the queen around the bishop here because we can't really push the b pawn. Well, actually, you could. You can go b2 and then that'll be over. So there's some scary stuff with these passed pawns here. Whose is faster is the question. Whose is faster?
I feel like black suddenly is like an easier position to play.
Yep.
And while she is thinking, Irina is 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's zoom out for a second, just because all games are equally important in the Pro Chess League. We see on board 3, Brandon Jacobson with a winning advantage against Jennifer Yu. Her clock is ticking down. Let's tune into that one quickly because it may be the last time we see it. It feels like Brandon is just winning material, and Jennifer, in fact, has resigned on the spot. The last couple moves that were played, you see here, is that Black's pieces are all loose. This pawn went to d5. There's trouble down the d lane. The bishop hits the knight. The rook is trying to join the party, and it just is a loss of a piece.
Absolutely. It's just too much pressure. Too much pressure with the knight before pawn takes an e5. Piece is gone there. Piece is gone. Very nice play from Brandon to put the points up for the Cobras there.
Important win for the Cobras, and we'll go away from this game just because it seemed pretty one-sided. So that means the Cobras, they need to get the job done on the other boards. Daniel Naroditsky still in his matchup against Magnus Carlsen. That one is looking relatively stable for Black. Not an easy position to play. And Danya down to 1 minute and 9 seconds. We know he's the bullet king. He's a maestro. He doesn't need much time, but you're playing Magnus Carlsen.
All right, we're playing Magnus Carlsen here. It's always tough. Like that's like the Magnus effect, right? When like you think everything's going well, or you maybe even winning, and you just sometimes you just don't see it. Now, Magnus has played Naroditsky's played Magnus on stream many times, right? Blitz games, bullet games, and actually have done well. I mean, even very respectable is what he said. This is a respectable score. Like it's like 10 to like 18 or something. Like you beat him 10 games. Absolutely, that's respectable, especially against Magnus. So I think the pressure may not be there, not as in like the fear that usually most people may have playing Magnus is not there with Naroditsky here, but the position is saying that what is this eval bar talking about? Is it really
I'm wondering the same thing.
What is this? What is this eval bar talking about here?
Because if you take this knight ever, this g5 pawn is in some trouble. So I'm wondering where the tactics are. You see the eval bar being this high, there must be some winning tactics.
What the heck is this?
Let's analyze a little bit here. And if bishop takes knight is like
right. Is it that? Takes. Okay, so it is bishop takes.
It might be knight takes d6, like something like this.
Right.
Oh,
it is. Oh my goodness, it's mate.
It's mate. The 2 rooks.
It's mate
by themselves with this pawn. Checkmate.
Get out of here. It's gross.
I guess king f6 only move and rook f8 is easy. Check and mate. Thank you very much,
bro.
Oh my gosh. So the threat is. You take this knight, you then go and take this d6 pawn. Oh gosh,
man, and you lose the rook. I was wondering, like, what if he takes with the pawn then? What if he takes with like the b pawn? You still do knight d6. What if he takes with the c pawn then?
There's no c pawn.
I mean, sorry, d pawn. B takes dc. What if he takes the c pawn? Wow, yeah, that one's a new one. That's a new move.
Oh,
but no, he took with the rook. Yeah. What was dc? Was dc wrong too?
I think DC, you just go f4, and after it takes e5.
Oh, e5, Jesus, bro. That's just, that's a wrap. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. It's not about the quantity, it's about the quality, and we see how strong those pawns would be in the center. And, whoa, Magnus plays f4.
Yeah, I mean, steal. Yeah.
Is he going to play knight takes d6 next? Or knight d4, knight to e6, something like that?
Yeah, that's tough. Found this breakthrough here.
Wait, but he takes. Look at that.
He took on
Magnus
D6.
Carlsen is so good that he could have taken on d6 right away, and he says, "Let me throw in f4 just to free up my next pawn, just in case I need it."
Jeez, now he pushes the pawn through. That is gross, man. Knight to d6 is on the board. Man, he was holding like a beast, bro. I mean, I thought he was going to get a draw. I'm not even going to lie here. I really thought this was going to be a draw. Get a very solid position.
Yeah, but the pass pawns now are too strong, and Danya knows it. The good news for Danya, even if he goes down in this game, is his Cobra teammates are doing quite well. I see a Wonder Liang is taking down Ariantari. That's huge news for the Cobra fans because
back and forth.
If the Chessbrahs scored enough points in this round, the match would be over, but they're not going to get to that 3.5 that gives a fourth and final game. And we see Magnus Carlsen top right, his pawns reaching e6. The next pawn can go to d6, and the pawns are going to keep rolling up the board. I think that this one's just about done with. Meanwhile, I see Irina Krush. She's about to make a draw against Razvan Perotu. So that leaves a Wonder Liang to the task of taking down Ariantari.
Yeah, it's tough here. What is that? I mean, that's like I don't even know what the match score is. It's like, oh, he's winning. No, they're winning over here. What is it's back and forth? They're swinging on each other, and it's a draw there. Rosman got a draw. Nice. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, did they split this round?
I think actually the Cobras are going to take it if because Brent Jacobson won for the Cobras, and if Wonder Liang is able to win his game, and he does have a huge advantage against Arantari, he's up in exchange for no compensation. That one's over. Then the Cobras will take round 3, 2.5 to 1.5.
Okay, all right, Chad. There's a lot going on here. Yeah, he's down a piece now.
If you take this, then King G7. All right, there's some hope with the passed pawns over here. So Magnus just says, yeah, no play for you.
The G4 pawn.
No, not even a check. The knight covers the check over here.
Rook takes B6. Yeah.
Oh, and it's going back this way.
2 seconds. 1 second. He moves. 2 seconds. Yeah, it's no time.
And if Rook F7, there's Rook takes H7. Oh, gross.
Oof.
Magnus Carlsen. Just a bully at this point. Poor Danya. I feel for him. And after Rook's trade, the knight is able to come back and stop the pawn. The Rook goes up, but now you're just down a minor piece for no compensation. So this one is all Magnus Carlsen, and I think Danya's about to resign in a couple turns.
Tough for Danya. Tough for him. We get a big raid from James Marriott. Thanks for the raid here. Wow. Huge raid. Thanks for the raid, James Marriott.
Love that. Love to see the new fans coming in, watching this action. You're probably your favorite educator, Daniel Naroditsky. He is. Oh my gosh, another fork. Magnus just goes for every tactic in the position. Danya has to resign. He'll learn from the game, but Magnus Carlsen is a monster. He has not stopped in the Pro Chess League thus far.
Well, what's the score at now? Is it a total? Well, okay, they did take this round though, 2.5, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, 2.5, 1.5 in favor of the Cobras. And Arantari losing with the white pieces to a Wonder Liang. We actually didn't give that game the look it deserved just because Magnus and Danya were duking it out on this board here. But with it 2.5, 1.5 win in round 3, a little mini match win, that means the Cobras are inching closer. It's 6.5 to 5.5, James. So the Cobras, they have a real shot.
They do. They have. This is it. This is it right here. Go like everything you need. Go to the locker room, right? You know, freshen up, get right. You know what I'm saying? Like put your pump music on for the next few minutes here, and just you have to play. You got to play. This is it. It's all or nothing right now, guys. Wow, 3 more points. Sorry, 3 points for Charlotte and 2 for Canada. Whoever gets it, that's it. That is it. You are advancing. The match is over. So 8.5. Got some chess left.
Yeah, it's up in the air. We'll see who is able to take this marquee matchup. Will it be the Canada Chessbrahs continuing their lead, or will the Cobras strike back? We'll only find out in a few minutes here. The Pro Chess League Day 1 of the 2023 season. We'll be right back.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
That's a familiar sight to many of you in the chat. They see the sports memorabilia in the background, some hats, jerseys, some chessboards, and things just all around the room. It is the Chessbrahs house in Toronto, Canada. Magnus Carlsen playing from that chair. He is the #1 rated player in the world. He is also the top of the roster for the Chessbrahs. But James, from top to bottom, this lineup is super strong.
Absolutely. Super stacked lineup here. I mean, you got a Magnus, then you bring Anish Giri out, okay, right? Very strong, one of the world's best prepped and best dressed players, chess players here. We also have Jordan Van Forees, and he's very strong in the opening prep. Of course, novelties, very strong, aggressive chess. Ivan Sarek there works with Magnus. You know, it's funny. All these guys have worked with Magnus at some point or are on Magnus's team. So it's kind of funny how like Canada Chessbrahs come out here and just hire Magnus and the whole team. Like, I want your second, I want your third, your fifth, your 11th. I want all of them, right? And that's how this team is right now. It's extremely stacked.
Yeah, give me your second, and your second.
Right.
And now we're like getting into mathematical territory that I'm not familiar with. But we do have one round remaining. And James, every single match in the Pro Chess League, every individual game is equally important. So, of course, Wonder Liang gets to play against Magnus Carlsen. But which of these 4 matches sticks out to you the most?
You know what? Okay, so with this being said, let me see. Magnus, Ariane, Brandon, and Jennifer Yu. I am going to say the one that sticks out the most is the Naroditsky-Ariane. Very close match. Naroditsky, after bouncing, having that loss, wants to bounce back. He has the white pieces against Ariane Tari. Not as strong as Magnus, but also very, very strong. So even Naroditsky having a position where, of course, he was holding for a long time, but it just eventually fell through. We got the white pieces here. He wants to bounce back. This is for the team. This is going to be huge right here. So I think the Naroditsky match, look at him right now as he's studying, right? He's thinking about it. He's calculating his next move. Look at him. He read. Look how deep he is in that book. He read all of that right now. Wow, look at that. That's fast. You see how fast he reads? I'm going to learn that when I go to start. It's crazy.
He actually just took in the entire book. And
he did.
I wonder if it was a book about openings, maybe the King's Indian, or if it's just the latest good read that he has on his bookshelf. But either way, Daniel Naroditsky with the white pieces against Ariane Tari, huge matchup that you called out as probably the biggest one here. And for me, James, I have to say, Arena Crush with the black pieces against Jennifer Yu. That one rings a bell to many of our viewers from the U.S. Women's Championship. They tied. They went to tie breaks. Then they had to go to Armageddon because nothing could separate the two. Jennifer Yu hangs a bishop for free and still wins the Armageddon to take her second U.S. Women's Championship title. And now she's the white pieces against Irina. We talk about this, and it's just perfectly true. Every single point counts. Every single game is equally important. So if Irina Crush for the Cobras can take down Jennifer Yu, something she didn't accomplish in the U.S. Women's this past year, that will help the Cobras just have a chance in this one. It'll cut into the deficit, maybe erase the deficit altogether. So Irina, she's calculating, she's pondering her opening choices. She will play a huge part in the Cobras' success.
And let's say that happens. She gets a win, right? I mean, it's just hypothetically, if she gets a win, right, then you get another win there, and then that'll be very close. You'll be 1 away from clinching. Right, 8.5. They need 3, and Chessbrahs need 2. So very, very, very close. I mean, this is the closest we've had today. So it all comes down to this right here, this last match.
It does, and we are going to start with the 4th board, Jennifer and Irina. Irina, she did draw that game against Razvan Priotu. She had some chances there, but Razvan held sturdy. So she has a half point. Jennifer has lost her first 3 games. That's the nature of playing the top boards from the other team. They're super strong. It's going to be a tough event no matter what. And Jennifer, now she gets the white pieces against Irina Crush. So she has this 4th and final opportunity to score some points. And it couldn't come at a bigger time, James. Even a draw will be monumental to the Chessbrahs and their winning chances.
Yeah, that's true. All they need is points here, and they need to try to limit the points as hard as that is to do. I mean, let's say Carlsen, beats Liang there, and then the other 3, it could go either way. Like, it really comes down to this right here. Yeah, this is close. This is a very close and clutch match here. Because I think Carlsen, we know Carlsen's a favorite, obviously, but the other 3 matches, I mean, that's anybody's game.
I wonder what the team strategy would be. You're a captain, right? So your team is down by 1 point if you're the Charlotte Cobras. Do you tell a Wonder Liang to try to force the draw and then have your other 3 boards score 2 points out of those 3 games? Like, is that what you do? Or do you say to a Wonder, you're a strong grandmaster, you have white, just do your thing?
Yeah, that's exactly what I would tell him. Like, yo, just do your thing. Don't play for a draw. Just play your game, right? You know how to play this game. Of course, Carlsen is on a rampage right now, but still, don't think about that. Just think about these 64 squares here and what you got to do on them. So make the moves and the board, play the board and not the person. It's harder to do that when you play a Magnus, but right, play the board and as much as you can. Hopefully, you can get something out of it.
And Irina Krush has to do the same thing because she might be mad and be looking for vengeance because Jennifer Yu took her title from her. Yeah. In this game, she has the black pieces. It's a solid triangle pawn structure to start this one. Black says, you're not going to find a dent in my position. And Jennifer plays b3. If you ever take on c4, I'll take back with my pawn. I'll have a strong center of pawns, a wall of pawns there. And so it's kind of this is going to be a long game. That's
I think this is going to be tough too because like Jennifer Yu she just like she was lost to she just took the L's today. It's tough facing these strong players. And then, Irina Krush is like, you took the title. So this is just a lot of tension from both of them. Jennifer Yu is angry. I want to win. And then Irina Krush is like, I need that revenge. So this one's a very, very, personal match right now.
And Irina brings her bishop out with the pin. That means that Jennifer will likely slide her bishop. And we might see some trades here with the knight landing on e4. But liquidation is not something that White is afraid of. White does have more space with her pawns. You have 2 pawns on the 4th rank. Black only has 1 pawn here in the center. So a solid start to this game. Both players trying to figure the other out. And now Black has castled. White will likely develop the light square bishop and castle herself. So while these players exit the opening stage, let's take a look at the other games that are in progress. We'll zoom out of this one for a moment because we see that Brandon Jacobson, he is the black pieces. He is performing well. He is taking on Razvan Priotu, whereas Daniel Naroditsky made his first move in the top right against Aryan Tari. Aryan has yet to move. So why don't we actually see what's going on there with Danya and Aryan, because it might be the second time today. And there it is.
Where is he?
Aryan not there.
Where is he? Are you going to abort the game again? Or are they just like, no, we had enough for you, Aryan. You need to be here on time.
I feel like they shouldn't abort the game. I mean, we don't make the rules. I feel like, the one time he was given a free restart, but I think that you should be in your seat when the games are beginning. So I believe this is on the player. In this case, they know when the games are starting. So Danya, just one move played, and look at him. He's upset.
Are you kidding me? What?
He should be upset. What? No, I actually think, if you don't learn your lesson the first time around, it's clearly on you. So Danya, not happy that his minute lead on the clock is evaporated. The game will restart. But let's go back to our 4-board scene, just because we do have games where the players are actually seated and making moves. Let's go to the game between Razvan Priotu with white, Brandon Jacobson with black, because, James, these two have been great performers for their teams. Priotu has now 2 out of 3. We saw that Brandon, he lost to Magnus Carlsen, but he drew Aryan Tari. He defeated Jennifer Yu, and now he is black, and this is a combative opening.
Oh, this is what? This was a Sicilian. He's a Roser player. So this looks like the A6 Roser. He played Bishop G5. He took on F6 already. And he's very strong in these positions. Brandon Jacobson actually played him in OTB and was able to see, he played E5 against me, but I was prepping his C5, like prepping this in particular because he has a lot of games here. Very strong. As you can see, B5, B4 will be coming. A lot of times D5 is played, Bishop E7 castle. So this is good. This is a very good position, I think, for black, but also white has his trumps as well. We can play G4, H4, Rook G1, and try to attack the king very quickly. So this is definitely going to be a battle. It's going to be sharp in the next few moves, I think.
Yeah, sometimes black wishes this pawn were back on H7 because, as James is saying, you're going to play for G5, and that pawn is going to be a hook, and you're going to be able to open up the lines against the black king. So Razvan is taking a big think here with the white pieces. He can just develop his bishop E2 if he wants a patient move. But he can also start throwing the pawns forward. He is looking out for your move, James, D5, because black can strike in the center while white plays on the flanks. You have to be very, very careful before you make a move like G4.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be careful here. G4 has to be at the right moment, and a lot of times it's usually we'll do it before castling, sometimes after castling. Usually there's the dark square bishop here, so he actually traded it, which we're used to keeping the bishop, move it back to E3, and etc. But because the bishop's gone, the attack usually isn't as strong after G4.
Wait,
still strong,
James,
but not as strong. What happened?
I know you got your glasses. The bishop's still here, man.
Right.
It's on C1.
Right. Oh, that bishop. Oh, that bishop. Oh.
It's hiding, man. It's just like a Cobras.
It's tucked in C1. Wow. And actually, how did we get here? So you play bishop C1.
Yeah, no, we can quickly go through the moves. I mean, just to get to the live position. So the bishop went out to G5, kind of like a rouser.
Yeah, this was a rouser.
And then later, after the swap of knights in the center and the pawn went to H6, the bishop went all the way back home. So you kind of
that's never there. It's never
right?
there.
Like it's never a thing. This is a very rare idea. So I get why you didn't see it, but it is kind of lurking, right? It's lurking in the wings, waiting for this pawn push. The bishop does defend the square, and this black king hasn't determined where it's going. It could still castle queenside. Don't count out that possibility.
That actually is quite annoying. Like when they castle queenside here. I mean, a lot of times your bishop should be on E3, so you can go queen A7, bishop B6, but it's not available. The bishop is not supposed to be on C1. So it's just definitely a strange one there. The bishop usually always goes to E3. You can go back to F2 and G3, G4, right? The bishop is definitely tucked in there, though. In the corner, G4, G5 looks good. H4, G5, too. H4, H5, F4, G5, right? Push every pawn on that side of the board, and you have nasty consequences. Oh, B5, I was waiting for that. Knew that was coming.
He's trying to trap that bishop or open up the queen side with his pawn pushes. In a team event where you're down a point, this is exactly the position you need from Brandon Jacobson. He has actually taken no risk. The evaluation says that he is slightly better, but he's not taking any risk thus far. He's playing natural moves, and he has good chances to try and play for a win. And there, Razvan goes with G4. And here for black, do you play A5 and try to trap this bishop? There's many big questions here. But while Brandon thinks about his next move, let's go back to our bird's eye view because all 4 games are underway. And it's a big moment for the Cobras because if you look in the bottom right, Irina Krush, equal material, but with a sizable advantage according to the evaluation bar. James, it just seems like her pieces are controlling the center.
Yeah, she has a knight on E4 there. It's very strong. It looks like a queen's gambit decline, like a strike the early ones. This was a sort of a strange one with B3 and bishop B4 played and the bishop back to D6. Still queen's gambit decline, but definitely a weird one. But here, I mean, yeah, definitely black has a huge knight on E4 there. It looks good, reinforced by the other knight, rook on E8. Classical stuff. You don't even have a minority attack from white here. It's not even playable, really. Like, you can't even do that. So she played bishop C3 to maybe try to get it going. Or to get rid of one of those knights, but definitely a nice advantage for black here, right?
Yes, controlling the space. Let's go to the game between Magnus Carlsen and A Wonder Liang, just because that's a huge matchup. A Wonder did just take down Ariantari with the black pieces. Now he gets the white pieces against Magnus. And it was a French defense. That might have come as a surprise.
That's crazy.
But A Wonder plays the French himself as black. So we saw a French. We see just kind of a quiet start to this game. Trades, nothing too major. C3, let's defend our pawn. Let's just be calm. I feel like Yasser Seirawan is somewhere here just like whispering moves.
Yes.
And this is perfect from A Wonder. You were saying as a team captain, James, this is the type of position you'd want for your board 1 against Magnus Carlsen.
It's easy to play. Okay, black has no weaknesses, but yeah, I could go queen E2 castle. Queen side, I could go castle. I'll probably go king side because I just don't want to. But I mean, I would play my game. Like, I like the castle queen side. These positions are sharp. The bishop is attacking. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely going to just go queen side again. Play the game, not the person. So queen E2, castle queen side looks very nice. H4 also as well. Getting stuff to the center and my rooks to the files and see what black does, obviously. But they're pretty solid. You know, this is exactly what you want from A Wonder.
And I know we always want to look at Magnus Carlsen's game, but I'm actually going to take us away because big stuff is happening as we go back to our 4-board scene. The game between Brandon Jacobson and Razvan Priotu. Things are getting wild on that board, and I'm starting to worry for the Canada Chessbrahs. They entered this final round up 6.5, 5.5, but look at the pawns go, James. There goes the A pawn. I know white has a B pawn that can be pushed at some point, but there's only one king on this flank.
Yeah, I think even my opening choice when I had to prep against Brandon Jacobson in the tournament, I was like, I did not want to face his Sicilian. I was like, man, it was very good. I mean, I saw he lost the game to A Wonder online. It was an online game, but in this situation, but it was definitely, he was very, very strong with this rouser. B3, right? Automatic.
Automatic. If this were bullet chess, you know Brandon would play that. He might castle first, saying that it's not going anywhere because White can't really stop it. But B3, let's open up all of these
Everything.
lines
Open
against
up.
the White King.
Who's home? Hello. Right now, this is very double-edged because after the B3, I can understand, take, and then bishop takes. And the question is, what do we actually do? If we give black a few moves, it's going to be castle, rook c8, and like queen a5. And okay, you're mating. But, I mean, you have to do that. You actually have to do that. You have to get past g5, rook g1. And in some cases, maybe I could even, get away. How do I get away, though? Bishop something. Yeah, there he's going for it. Hold on, bro. This might be scary. Rook c8. How do you get out of this? Yeah,
maybe bishop d2, right?
Yeah,
You're just taking away the square.
Right, first.
What if you go for this pawn now, right? You can go with rook c8, rook b8.
Rook
this doesn't look good.
Yeah, this does not look good. Bishop c, queen c, yikes.
Yeah, like bishop c4. Maybe there's even d5. Let's blast the whole thing open.
Right, d5, take, bishop back, and like something.
There's also rook a4, just going after this
gross.
Over here.
B3 first, but rook a4 here. Whew. There's so many moves for black.
Oh my gosh, look at this. B3, rook takes b5. You're pinned here.
Oh my goodness. Whoa. Hey, man. Woo-wee. This is a family channel.
Yikes.
That's gross. Rook of b5.
There's pins everywhere. No, this is looking terrible for Razvan Priotu, and he's had a good day of chess. He should have taken down Daniel Naroditsky, but he scored 2 out of 3 in the first 3 games, and now Brandon Jacobson with the black pieces. What's g5?
He's going for it. I thought g5 was playable, but it's scary. It's very scary. I even thought about sacking a piece here. Rook c8, let you take the knight and go queen a5, and just like me. But I don't think it
want it all.
Yeah, I didn't care about none of that. I didn't care about none of that. But I think it just doesn't work. I don't know how. Maybe like bishop a4 or something, or like trade off
one of these moves,
something like that. Yeah.
Close down the a file, and then you got to keep capturing stuff. So it looks like Brandon. He takes first and then plays queen a5. So why give up a piece when you can go for it? And look at the eval bar. Bam! It's saying black is winning. And suddenly the Cobras, they're striking at the right moment. It's a completely winning game for black. It's so simple. You're going to go deliver a checkmate.
Yep. And the Cobras, of course, that venom is starting to seep in. And they bite you. And then an hour later, you're feeling a lot different. Or you're not here no more. And see what happens. Wow. It's looking like it's starting to kick in. A little bit of venom, that snake venom from the Cobras is starting to work.
White's attack just too slow. You need this rook already on g1 so you could take on f6 and go after the black king. But rook g1 is met by rook c8. The queen is about to land on a1, and the rook takes away the king's escape. This looks just disastrous for Razvan Priotu. So, we, of course, want to pay attention to this game, but all 4 results are important. It's not just about Magnus Carlsen, who's won his first 3 games. We see that Brandon Jacobson, he may lead the Cobras not just to tie up this match, but maybe even take it if the other results go the Cobras' way.
Right. That's very, very possible, guys. I mean, this is at 1 point, 5.5 to 6.5. That's it. 2.5 for one, 3 for the other. 3 for the other. And he plays rook c1, so it's nothing. I don't know, mate. Just take. I'm hitting both the bishops.
Oh, gosh.
Dang, you can't even take on f6. Like, taking on f6, bishop f6, and then it's just tempo after tempo. Queen, you defend the bishop, I go rook b8. Another tempo. Right, you move the bishop, I mean, there's rook b2, and the queen b2. Everything b2. Look at the arrows, right? Look at the arrows. It's crazy.
And he just, slowed down and took a pawn. And it's double attack, as you point out. I didn't even see that. I would have been looking for checkmate with, a rook c8, queen a1, all that fun stuff. Right. He just says this is easily winning for black. So this looks like Brandon Jacobson. He might be the hero that the Charlotte Cobras need. What a game from him in the 4th and final one. And Priotu down 3 minutes on the clock. It's -3 and change in the position. So we'll zoom away from this one and look at our other boards because it looks like Irina Krush is also doing very well for the Charlotte Cobras.
That's
this
2
could be
games.
2 wins for them. Let's
Whoa.
go over to that one. It's a rematch of the U.S. Women's Championship. The tiebreaker was won by Jennifer Yu. But today, the last move, F3 played. I get it. You're going after his bishop on F5. But maybe the white king is a little bit too open.
Yeah, that's true. The white king is definitely open here. F6. Wait, whose move is it? Okay, so it's Irina's move. So F6.
I like it. I like F6.
I'm trying to figure out where the knight goes. You just move the knight and I take on G3. I don't understand. Yeah. We just play F6, move the knight, take on G3. Yeah.
Yeah, like this takes, you just move the bishop back, and
Yeah.
once the knight moves, g3 is loose.
And then we have f5, queen h4, which is quite scary.
No, this looks no fun at all for white. It doesn't say the advantage is that huge. So that's probably why Irina has paused, is she sees that she can play this f6 move. But maybe before playing f6, she'll play queen g5 and go after the pawns this way. Just be a little bit more active.
Right. Yeah, this is tough. Tough to defend for white. Possible, but tough. How much time she got? 3 minutes. Oh man, they both running out of time. She has 1:50 to figure this out. Got to move the knight. But wait, we could do pawn takes e4 again. Then bishop e6, like you pointed out. Put the knight on f3. Ugh, that's ugly. That's ugly. And Brandon Jacobson wins his game. I just saw the finish there.
Yeah, Brandon Jacobson won a very nice game. Oh my gosh, even the end of the game is nice. Like that whole game was perfect from his perspective. We'll take a look at it in more detail a bit later. But right now, f takes e4. White's pawn structure, lots of double pawns here. The bishop is going to be kicked back. If Irina doesn't move the bishop and like takes this knight, this series of trades does not help. She goes all the way back because she wants contact with e4 and g3.
Yeah, it takes back. Okay, bishop c3, f6, bishop c8. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful move there. Knight f3, take on g3. Yikes. Everything seems wrong about this position, but Eval Bar says it's only like +1, -1, I mean.
Maybe knight c4, bishop takes g3, and like knight. I don't want to bring my knight back.
Knight
like
c4, bishop g. E5. You can't even play that. I mean, that don't work either. Sheesh. I was trying to play e5. That don't work.
No.
Woo-wee. Yeah. Irina might be getting some revenge here. It does look like that.
Jennifer down to her final minute. She needs to find a plan. She plays knight c4. That stops queen takes pawn. But bishop takes and rook f3. Wow.
That's beautiful.
Oh, she defends e4 by hitting this bishop, and she wants to kick it back before playing your move, James, e5. You need to get that bishop out of there. And James, this game could turn. Like if black is not careful, look at white's army. You have the knight, the bishop, the rook. If you get e5 and bring another rook over, maybe white suddenly has play against the black king.
Yeah, this is beautiful here. e5, I like it. Rook f1, queen b3 check, maybe. And you also have a knight coming into d6 in some cases. Okay, e5, right? e5.
Just gotta go. You just gotta go with it.
Right? No time. Is that 16 seconds? No, that's 50.
She got 50 seconds.
It looks like that's I gotta lean in, boy. Gotta lean all the way in to see that one.
Maybe you do need prescription glasses,
right.
James.
That's funny, bro. I'm like, 47, 248. E5 pawn takes.
And oh my goodness, I mean, I just have to call this out because we will focus in probably on this game, but if we zoom out for a second and look at the top left of our screens, Magnus Carlsen is in trouble against Awonder Liang. The world champion is in a dangerous, precarious situation against the youngster from the USA. Let's go into that game. Awonder and Magnus, we will keep a close eye on all of them. One game is over. Brandon Jacobson won. But if Magnus Carlsen loses, the match will be over. The Chessbrahs will go down.
Wow. After having such a great start here, too, you can't count the Cobras out, chat. You can't count the match score down there. Look at what that says at the bottom. The match score is even.
The match score is even, and Awonder Liang's position is not. So we're going to dive right into that one. The last couple moves were fascinating. We saw that Magnus took a pawn on a2. Magnus up one pawn. b3. Give me a second pawn. Rook b1, your bishop is pinned, and Magnus probably hoping that a5, a4 happens quickly enough, but there's an issue that when this knight captures the enemy knight on f6, the queen can no longer take back. You have to take with your g-pawn, and that means your king is not very safe. The queen will replace the knight after the knight takes the enemy knight, and there's going to be a vicious attack against the black king. Awonder Liang, by the way, up nearly 3 minutes on the clock.
Ooh, yeah, that's and there it is. He's going for a5. This is probably the only way that he could do things here. These French middle games are actually some of the most tactical you will ever see for both sides, because white is trying to rip your head off here, and black is counterattacking left and right. So, of course, as you see, white is just trying to go for mate. Black, on the other hand, I have a passed a pawn here, and I'm up. So if I'm able to, get out of your stuff or your checks or whatever you're trying to do, I'm going to be okay.
Wow, actually, good point, because this king might dart to e7. It could be pretty safe there. You don't really want to take this pawn on h6. Your king is in the line of fire. So after queen e4, king f8 or something like that, maybe a4 first, but check, king f8. I don't think you take this pawn. You might just get checkmated.
Check. Yeah, check and right. Yeah, we might get checkmated. Jeez. That is crazy. White could be in trouble here. This could definitely turn. They love white, so we're gonna check, and then what's the follow up? What is the follow up? That is a
check,
very interesting
runs away.
idea. Check. Oh, check bishop c4.
Oh, James with the tactics. Let's show that real quick.
Wow.
a4, check, bishop c4. Your bishop is pinned because your queen's behind it. Threatening checkmate over here. Maybe the queen has to go back. You can't bring the rook up. That's checkmate here. So
Yeah.
The queen probably has to go, but then you can even just take this and take it twice.
Back.
And
maybe we're pushing for more, and the h6 is now hanging, right? So there's some possibilities there.
nice find by you. The bishop c4 is classy and necessary, and that's why Magnus, deep in the think tank, he is now down to 1 minute and 35 seconds, whereas his opponent is 4:49. Bad news for Carlsen, but Magnus, he's going to need this for his team because his teammates are really in some trouble. He goes rook c8, and that's a bad move. Apparently, it's a blunder.
Wow, look at the bar go crazy.
Let's go right back into that game, actually, between a Wonder and Magnus. I see what it is. I see the reason why this problem. Check. You just go forcing. You can bring your queen, take this pawn with check. It looks like black is the one for choice. But yeah, your queen is loose.
My
We're
goodness.
seeing it. A Wonder Liang is a beast at Bughouse. He sees tactics like this. He plays it. Rook takes e5 is check. The queen is loose, and Magnus knows.
Goodness.
He's busted. He's completely busted here.
Magnus about to go down. Magnus about to go down here. And that makes it a 1-point game where it looks like Arena Crush is actually winning her game as well.
We know that Charlotte Chess Center, they were saying don't count out the Cobras. It looked like they were down and out. But suddenly, Charlotte rises to their best in the final match. A Wonder Liang has bishop b5 check. Bring them all to the party. And he's going to beat Magnus Carlsen in this game.
He's going to be... Well, you know what? There's still some tricks. Bishop b5, queen takes b5. Maybe you go queen h3 check first. Because after rook takes, rook h8. Maybe, yeah, because if you take the rook, queen h8, then rook check, and then king back. But then I'm still up, though. Bishop's hanging.
Yeah.
So I'm up. I'm up in exchange at the end.
Yeah.
A4. I mean, yeah, I'm still winning. No, I should be winning that. You want bishop b3, though.
Magnus sort of will be praying for counterplay there, but he finds the check.
Wow.
Magnus might just throw in the towel right now.
Wow.
I saw the Charlotte Chess Center chatting. Everyone is about to lose their channel points. And you see Magnus, he is resigned. He's mentally out of it. And he just knows that this game is over. Wonder Liang, a hero for the Cobras.
For real. I mean, right, as you said, what would you tell A Wonder? Bro, just play your game. Just go in there. I got Magnus. I got to play the one and only. Just play your game, bro. And he played his game. And, I mean, opening choice for Magnus there. French was, hey, Frenches are like this, but sometimes they're very strong. Rook takes c8. Oh, my goodness. Still fighting, not giving up.
You know what you can do is you can take this rook, play queen f8 check, and queen takes f7 check.
Ooh.
Because the bishop will have to take, and your queen is left unguarded behind it.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. He got to play on because he has to try to, milk the clock as much as I can. 8.5 does it. Who gets 8.5 first? It is tied up 7-7. 8.5 is the score.
No, this is just really tragic for the Chessbrahs. They put together such a monster lineup, and right now, rook takes c8 looks pretty simple, and the Cobras are taking them down because Arena Crush and Jennifer drew their game. Wow, that's actually not good for the. How did they draw that?
I don't know what happened there. Wow, that was it must have been a perpetual or something.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Perpetual.
Jennifer was defending that pretty well. We see in the bottom right. Wait, how is that a draw? The eval bar says that black is just crushing it. No pun intended.
Yeah. Oh, look at the time. Probably somebody offered. Maybe.
Yeah, they did a repetition. Okay, I'll bring it up quickly, and then we'll go right back to the game if we can. But we see that the game was drawn by repetition, which is going to be unfortunate for Irina. The queen went to e4, the rook went up, back and forth. This is what happens when you're playing bullet chess.
Yeah.
You don't know you're -4. You don't know what the result should be.
That's true.
But white can't really move, and that's you're kind of playing down a bishop. It's locked in. So let's
it
go away
comes
from
down
this
to
one.
one game. I mean, well, unless if some type of crazy swindle in Magnus's game, but Nerdisky's game is the one. If somebody comes out with a win, then that's it.
Yes, and we can wait on Wonder Liang here, and then we'll go right into the Naroditsky game against Arian Tari because Arian will need to win that game. He has no choice but to beat Daniel Naroditsky. That is something that the world struggles with, beating Danya, and we see a wonder. He's doing it. He calculated this to the end. That's what he was doing. He was making sure that this is easy for White.
Yeah, he don't want to, give Magnus any type of chances. Like, it's Magnus Carlsen. Don't give him no chances. He takes on F7, finds the move, take, and that's done.
Okay, so what's he going to do next?
Annoying though, right? This is what you like. Behind this him. Is the part there. Look at that.
Oh, wait. Look at that. Wait, the eval bar suddenly went to even.
Oh,
what's happening?
Oh, man, bro, that's crazy. Chess is like, this is ridiculous. How is this a draw? You gotta be kidding me.
The rook is being kicked out.
He's kicked out.
No way. Magnus could win this game.
He could. It's very possible. Rook B5. He has to go. I think rook B. Oh, maybe not. Okay, check.
Where's he going with the rook?
That's what I thought.
Oh, he might just run this way, but
back around.
But the bishop will lock it in. Once you get this pawn here, the bishop comes to B1, and the rook is locked on A1.
Yep. Oh, it's locked in there. He misses it.
Okay, wait. He goes up. He decides to go up here, which means the rook can stay behind the pawn forever. That's good news for a wonder.
And we can push the F and G is our goal and try to walk those boys through. Get the king active too as well. Magnus shaking his head here. He doesn't know. He's like, I probably had a draw, right? 11 seconds, so it's hard to do that in 11 seconds.
But what if Magnus ends up pushing his pawn and bring his king to B6? You will kick this rook away because if it goes up, you go back. And if it goes up, you go back. We might see a repetition of the sort there.
You might be right there, actually. And then my king is too far away. You can actually walk your king up to try to take the C3 pawn while distracting the rook and by pushing the A pawn to keep that under control. So if we get to take the C pawn, then the B pawn gets rolling, and who's winning?
And that's the great thing about bishops, right? It protects A4, also covers the promotion square. So F4 played, Magnus has to play B5. If G5, we'll see a swap and the king going right to B6, try to kick this rook away. Magnus Carlsen might hold this game. I really think that it's kind of the trajectory is more towards a Magnus draw than a wonder win.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. Chaz, like Magnus effect, the Magnus draw. What is going on? Right, Maxi, how does he do it? Chess is too hard, Greg. Exactly.
I don't know how Magnus does it. It looked completely lost. It was completely lost. And now he was king B7. And if rook A5, king B, then we might see a draw by repetition.
Jeez.
Okay, so
whoa. He's going for it. This is what, this is a race, right?
Right.
This is a huge race.
You were saying, what if that king just goes for C3?
Right. And the bishop, he's going to go back. But if these pawns were connected, this would probably be winning for White, I think. But here, we can walk the king up, take the pawn, sack the bishop for that pawn. You got to walk the king all the way up. Oh, I can't cross. Oh, snap.
Yeah, that's a thing. King C5, rook A1.
I can't cross.
No, the king can't cross. But is he trying to go this way now?
Oh, he could be going that way. Yeah, he could run up that way. King C5, yeah.
Oh, because of rook A1, now king E4. He's crossing a bit slower, but he's making sure his king gets in over here.
What about, man?
No wonder down to 7 seconds. He might lose this game.
Get out of here. Oh, hold on to your hats, chat.
Oh my gosh. Here comes the king. Oh, it's winning for black. How does Magnus Carlsen do this? Just take it. He just takes this pawn. The bishop, the long-range piece, covers G8, protects A2. The black king slides in, and Magnus Carlsen is winning in this position. He's actually just going to use his second pawn. James Canty is nowhere to be seen, but a victory for Magnus. A W will appear. And look at Wonder.
Oh, man, you see it? Himself. You see it? I mean, he probably said some adult language just now.
Yeah, you got to feel for him.
Oh, man.
Oh, you have a Wonder Liang could have had 4-4 today, but look at Magnus. He shakes his head.
Smirk.
Yeah, he's like, I got away with this one.
I got away with it, I mean, let me sip out the Chessbrahs mug here. Yeah, that was losing. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that was losing.
Look at I feel so badly for a Wonder Liang right now because he just had the upper hand all game. Was much better, winning position. He went for the simplification, but it wasn't simple. So we do still have one game going. And now that Magnus Carlsen has won, Daniel Naroditsky needs to take down Arian Tari. So let's go to that last game. We have Arian Tari on screen. He has the black pieces against Daniel Naroditsky. And James, it's a wild affair here with Bishop. Oh my gosh, G4.
G4. He said G4. Open up. Open up.
And What's the deal? Arian down to 20 seconds. What is happening? What is this pawn structure?
What is this pawn structure, though? And then the GF. What? GF, okay.
There's almost queen c4. It almost works, but you have bishop.
Bishop e6, yeah. Right.
Barely.
Sheesh.
What's the material? Is black up a pawn somehow? What a weird position.
Wow.
What's going on here? Does Danya know the score? That's the big question because players they're so focused on their game. Does he know that a Wonder lost that one?
I still can't believe he lost that one. I am still baffled by that one. That was a classic Magnus effect. I have never seen that before.
And now we're down to a bullet scramble. So bishop e6 only move. Bishop takes e4. Queen takes e4. That would force the queens off. And I think that Danya has to play queen c3 here. Let's keep those queens on the board, James.
Keep the fighting chances alive. Keep it alive as much as we can. Bishop e4. Whoa. Wasn't expecting that. Arian definitely sat up there. I was like, what? Bishop e4. Can you do that? So he takes on e4. Really tricky stuff here. This is crazy. Takes.
Who's better and why?
Uh-oh. It might be. I
feel like G7's a bit loose.
A5. Oh, Danya's down in time trouble too. Didn't he have a time edge? I thought he had a time edge. He had a huge time edge.
He invested all of his time trying to figure out this queen trade. Danya wants c6 and to cement this pawn on a dark square. If you go a4, maybe this rook can capture it. But the series of trades after that, c5 would be loose. So what about c6 now? This bishop can take this pawn. Oh my gosh, Arian's in big trouble. He's down to 5 seconds. Take this pawn? No?
Take. Everybody take.
Well, we're about to see, as you said, everybody's going to take. All the rooks coming up. I don't think Danya knows the match score because he would not have made this game a draw.
Yeah.
It's a draw now. You take a4, take c6, and oh my goodness. Magnus Carlsen
was about to see
saves the Chessbrahs.
Draw by agreement, and that's it. That is it.
Oh my gosh, that's it. The Chessbrahs, who were leading this match after the second round of action, they somehow win this match. It didn't look that way. We thought that Jennifer Yu was going to lose to Irina Krush. The final position was actually winning for Irina, but they didn't have time. Magnus Carlsen was dead lost against a Wonder Liang. He still wins that game. So the Chessbrahs win 8.5, 7.5, and I think we're just shocked.
Yeah, we're shocked, guys. I mean, that we didn't know what was going to happen. I thought the Cobras, the venom was kicking in finally, and the Cobras start biting everybody, and then finally the Chessbrahs pull it out in the clutch game there. I mean, that was crazy. Like, it literally, Magnus should have lost, and he didn't. It's very tough. As the pressure was on, time trouble and all, but at the end of the day, the Chessbrahs are the one that moved on. What a score! Like 1 point, bro. 1 point, yes.
And that could have gone the other way, right?
Right.
And the Chessbrahs win, but Magnus was lost. Jennifer Yu was in trouble, but both of those players survived when it had to happen. And I just have to feel for the Cobras and the Wonder Liang in particular. He played an excellent day of chess. He outplayed the #1 player on the planet. He just faltered down the stretch and, in fact, lost that game. We could have had tie breaks, James. Everybody loves tie breaks.
Everybody likes Armageddon and tie breaks, right? You know, we could have had more chess here today. But I know one thing about that Charlotte Cobras team is very strong because the Canadian team is absolutely stacked. So for them to be able to go neck and neck, one game, basically almost beating you by, one game. That was it. It was like a one-game match here. I mean, they have a very bright future, I think, here in the pre-PCL.
Yeah, because in this league, you need to win 3 matches to make it to the playoffs, and you don't get eliminated until you lose 3 matches. I think it's going to be hard to take down the Cobras, but we saw 2 results now in the Pro Chess League season. Earlier today, we had the Indian Yogis beating the Brazil Capybaras, so that was a big win for the Yogis. And then we just saw the Canada Chessbrahs beat the Charlotte Cobras. Tomorrow, James, I think you're going to be a pretty busy man. Your Garden State Passers take on the Levitov Chess Wizards. And then after that, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they take on the Norway Gnomes. How excited are you to see your team play tomorrow?
I'm excited. We got the big people going over there. We're going to see Shaq. Shaq from the Wizards are going to play. David Paravian. You got Denis Lazovic. And then on our side, we got Sam Sabian, Gosainov, Linderman, and Trisha Kanya Morella. So definitely hard to say that, but she's definitely a strong player, very strong. So it's going to be a nice matchup tomorrow. Our boys and girls are ready, so it's just going to be good. more chess tomorrow. So we're excited. Got to get our head in the game.
We just saw Naroditsky in the chat saying that Kasa, how do you pronounce that? The chess god? I never knew how to pronounce it.
Kaisa. Not on our site today. That's okay, Naroditsky. We see you swinging, big fella. Come on. That venom is out there. That Cobra venom is real.
It certainly is. And, the Cobra venom is real, but the Chessbrahs are a team that are not to be trifled with. That Chessbrahs squad is stacked from top to bottom. Magnus Carlsen, he led the way today with a perfect 4 out of 4, but it was imperfect play. The score still remains perfect for him and is a perfect start for the Chessbrahs. All they want is to win their matches. They don't care how wide the margin is.
Right. They don't care how you win it or how it's done, whether it's sloppy, whether it's clean, who's moving on at the end of the day, right? The match. And, of course, we had some great chess today. And the first match was with the Shogis there, or Indian Yogis. Indian Yogis, right? They did a great job there. It was a dominating match, but then this one was so close, a nail biter. We didn't know who was going to win, even then it looks like Canada being a big favorite. It was down to the wire, one game. Very exciting.
It was down to the wire. It was a fun match. And, we are going to take a short break, but when we return, we are going to have an interview with a special guest, none other than Eric Hansen of Chessbrahs fame. You'll want to hear his thoughts on has a great start for his team. It was a bit shaky, but they got it done. So let's see you in a few minutes. We'll have Eric Hansen joining us to talk about the Pro Chess League.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
And we are joined by Chessbrahs team captain Eric Hansen. Eric, congratulations to your team on what was a fascinating first match win. But I got to ask you, as the captain, how nervous were you during the fourth and final round of games?
Yeah, the fourth and final round reminded me of when I hear stories from captains at the Chess Olympiad that their nerves just get destroyed. I mean, it did not, like, in my head, it wasn't a big possibility that in the final round it was Magnus that was going to lose his game, and that another player would have to win to make up the deficit. I thought, you know what, Charlotte's really tough. It might go to overtime, but at some point it looked like we might lose 3-1, 3.5. And I mean, Arjen wasn't at his board. Razvan lost right away. It was like everything that could go wrong was going wrong for absolutely a solid 5-10 minutes there. And I just couldn't watch the screen.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been nerve-wracking for you. And some of the players are in the house. So I think a question that's relevant here is, how important is that to you and the team for camaraderie purposes to have Arjen and Magnus playing from your location?
Yeah, I always like to have people in house when possible, because you absolutely can when it comes to team building. Also just making sure everyone's on a good setup and ready to play in a comfortable environment. Being able to have more control over that is good, because a lot of players are still fairly new to playing serious events online, where there's a lot that's been invested in fair play and all that, all the equipment around it, that everyone's in a comfortable environment. But for us, some people might know we've done a lot of team building the last week, so at least I was very excited for this moment where we could have two people playing in house. Magnus for the first time, Arjen for the second time. He played a couple of years ago from Canada as well. And, it's nice to have some coffee service, water service, snack service while you're playing a game. So I hope the players appreciate it as well.
Well, of course, a lot has been said about Magnus and Arjen, but I got to ask you, the match as a whole, it was from the start a very close match. What about Razvan Priotu? It seemed like he was performing super well for your squad. What goes into your decision-making, bringing a player like him onto your roster?
Yeah, so I was with Razvan at the Olympiad, and he was around 2440, 2450 FIDE, which is lower than what I thought he should be. I was like, what's happening there? And I think he had some bad luck playing tournaments with oh, hello. But recently he's gained 50 points since the Olympiad. I think he tied for first or did very well in the recent Charlotte event. And I just I've been following his games and seen his ability to beat strong grandmasters, and he's on the upswing right now, and he works hard on his game. So I do think there's quite a few players on our roster that are young, ambitious players that have room to grow, that can provide more than you might expect from the rating. And Razvan definitely lately has been good. And that definitely was a player I wanted from the start. He was one of the first players I reached out to. He's played for us, I think, once. Actually, he's never played for us, sorry. But it was one of my first targets in the off season.
Yeah,
so it's a bit chaotic here. I got that intruder here for a second.
We'll forgive you. I mean, we know how much fun is happening at the Chessbrahs house, but I just want to follow up on that point you made, because a lot of people pay attention to the superstars who are signed. So you said Razvan was actually one of the first signings that your team had. What goes into making the roster? How did you put it together?
Yeah, well, I wanted to make sure we're sticking with the name Canada Chessbrahs, so part of the Canadian identity, have some Canadian players on the roster, and Razvan stood out because he's had some good results. He seems ambitious when he plays. When he's playing strong GMs, he tries to beat them, and he has a very sharp style of play. And I need players who are solid, but also players that are willing to push against anybody, willing to take risks to score points, and just overall ambitious, because it's a super competitive league. I mean, I knew as soon as the rules were announced, this 2550 rating cap means there's a lot of strategy. And so, you want to be represented well with the high end boards because of the rating caps, the women's side of things, junior side of things, and just overall, I wanted the identity to be For me, younger, ambitious, underrated, enjoying playing rapid and online games. Like most of our players play fairly regularly online. So, but just I guess it's a mix of analytics, which is not a lot of in chess, and just enjoying general manager duties, where it's like, you know what, I've been playing a lot of fantasy football. I'm going to take that to chess and see where I can get some good pickups. But Razvan, in terms of Canadian chess, is one of the premier players. So for me, it was if we have young, ambitious players in Canada, I want this to be a nice platform for them to play against the best players in the world.
Well, you're talking about your roster configuration, free agents, signings. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, the biggest signing you could possibly get. So the question we got from BGH was, how much did the Magnus effect, like we saw in the game against a Wonder, factor into your recruiting strategy?
It was definitely a factor, because that was a heartbreaking loss for Wonder. I've been there. A lot of other players have been there, and it's just hard to quantify, right? I mean, outside of Magnus, maybe Hikaru has that effect to an extent as well, but playing the world champion and even getting a winning position, playing a great game, you just second guess. Like, it's just crazy how you can even manage those nerves for 20, 30 moves. Like, you're at the finish line, and then that feeling of uncertainty still creeps in at the very end, right at the finish line, and that's like the magnet. It's just like so frustrating. No matter how disciplined you are about your mentality, it still can happen at any moment in the game, even when you have the game wrapped up. So I thought it'd be a big boost to our team morale, but also just our actual team strength to have Magnus on board. And today was a good example of it. First 3 games looked professional. Final game, that was like just an insane comeback to witness.
Yeah, he actually allowed himself to smile for a second. He couldn't believe it himself. Well, we know what Magnus is capable of doing on the chessboard. We do have a question from Lost in the Woods saying, what has been the highlight so far of having Aryan and Magnus at the house? So obviously, I'm sure there's some things that people have seen on social media, but what's been the highlight for you?
I would say probably 2 highlights. One of them is pub chess, but a big one was going to the hockey game, taking the boys to a hockey game. And on Saturday night, just had a big crowd there. They got to see the ice up close, and it was a fun game. It was a really fun game. So I'd say invading a chess pub and then doing a good old-fashioned Canadian hockey game, probably the 2 best right now. But now with this moment, that might be, I said if we won today, we'd go to the NBA game. The Raptors playing today, and I was already like making plans to not go during the final round, but we squeaked out a win. So going to treat the boys out to some basketball. Jennifer's not here. She's also on the team, but I know she's at school, and Razvan is also at school, I think. So I'll take the locals out. Well,
it makes it sound like you're the dad of the house. Like, you are determining what's going on. Yes. You'll buy the tickets. Yes. So is that your role?
Yeah, chess players, you got to like usher them. I mean, if we're in our natural habitat, we'll be on the couch watching these streams, hanging out, playing some blitz on the phone. Just, I don't know, finding ways to pass time. And at least I want to have a little bit of a touristy experience where they see some of what Toronto has to offer.
Well, some of the best Toronto
got to pitch them on visiting again, so that we can keep having the players play from the house.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you have a bunch of chess players in your house, in your life, but there was a chess player who also is professional in another sport. I think you posted on Instagram a photo with Joey Votto. So what has your relationship with him been like? How into chess is he? What's the deal there?
Yeah. Joey, I think Joey's now in spring training or starting soon, but he got into chess, or at least I met him during COVID virtually, and we worked on a bit of chess together, and he played his first tournament recently in Canada, like a once a week Monday night thing. And been hanging out with him a bit because he does spend some time here. He's from Toronto, but plays for the Reds, obviously. So during the off season, get to hang out a little bit, indulge in some sports, whether it's UFC, basketball, or some chess. But he's gotten a lot better, and he's been just working on that on his own as well. And I think part of that is like he's got teammates to play with, but at the end of the day, like chess has gotten a lot more popular in the last few years. So I think Joey's been really interested in, and he's a bit more of a cerebral player for baseball standards, both like how he analyzes the game, approaches everything. So chess to me seemed like a normal fit for him, and he really likes it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see some other players, a more continuous stream of professional athletes playing chess in the off season or playing tournaments or just adding that to their hobby list.
Yeah, for sure, Eric. I mean, it's awesome to see more and more players get into the game, and it's the off season for you now, at least for a week. The Chessbrahs, they get to take a little break before your next Pro Chess League match. I know you'll be back streaming, so just want to thank you for giving us the time here, and best of luck in the upcoming matches.
Oh, absolutely. No, thanks for having me on. My first impression so far is like, no offense to the Air Things Masters last week, but I love team formats. This was super exciting, win or loss. Like, people watching the audience, they probably loved it because it was totally unclear what was going to happen. And like when you get to see, Magnus play against players he doesn't always play, like the imbalances from all the Ross pairings, that's exciting. Like I thought it was very entertaining, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season because I don't think people should consider there to be like a big gap between teams. There's a lot of parity or with the rules that have been introduced again or reintroduced. So like anything can happen. And we were like one moment away from clearly losing this match. And that would have just been a huge shocker. If you asked everybody when we're up 5-3, I mean, we're probably heavy favorites, and Charlotte just came back and near death experience. So I'm looking forward to the season, both as a manager, player, but also a spectator. So appreciate you having me on as well.
Oh, appreciate that, Eric. And you're making me want to play, so I might have to, just get on a roster here. Maybe the Chessbrahs. They don't think you guys need me, but maybe I'll find a squad to get on and play a few matches.
If we're allowed to have a practice squad, I can guarantee that to start a practice squad. But we just are limited to having 10 people, or maybe somebody gets injured. If somebody gets injured, I can put them on the injury list. Then a spot opens up, then you can get elevated. So yeah, we can figure it out.
I appreciate that, Eric. Well, always good to hear from you. Congrats again to the team, and we look forward to seeing so much more from you guys in the Pro Chess League and always on your channel. So we'll tune into your stream sometime soon.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Eric. You heard it from Eric Hansen, Grandmaster, the Chessbrahs team captain. His team went on to win 8.5, 7.5 over the Charlotte Cobras. As Eric himself said, it could have gone either way. Magnus Carlsen scores a comeback victory against a Wonder Liang, and that was the difference maker between these two tough teams. So it's been a very fun first day. The Indian Yogis made things look kind of easy against the Brazil Capybaras, but as Eric gave a lot of thoughts in that interview, when it's this team format, there are no clear favorites for the most part. Even when you have Magnus Carlsen, that does not mean your team is just going to run away with things. So tomorrow's action will include the Levitov Chess Wizards against the Garden State Passers. James Canty, captain of the Garden State Passers, and the Levitov Chess Wizards have the likes of Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and the chess queen, Alexander Kostenyuk, and the Spanish Maniac Shrimp. They won the qualifier. They earned their way here. They take on the Norway Gnomes. I believe Anna Rudolph is the team captain of the Norway Gnomes. They have Jon Ludvig Hammer. I believe David Howell was just signed to their roster as well. So it's going to be an interesting set of matches tomorrow. But now we'll have to wait another day. For those of you who spent your February 14th with us, I know it's because you love chess. And there is so much more chess this week. Thursday and Friday, we see more double headers. I personally love many of the logos. The bottom one on the Thursday schedule, that is the Gotham Chess Knights. Spearheaded by Hikaru Nakamura, they take on the Berlin Bears. And then Friday's action, the last matchup will be the Agadmotor-led, the Croatia team is playing the California Unicorns, which is led by the Chess Dojo squad, including David Pruis and Kostya Kavutsky. You see the St. Louis Archbishops, Shanghai Tigers, everywhere you look, MGD1 squad from India. They're all these powerful teams. The Pro Chess League is a unique format. It is a team event of 4 players, each and every match, take part, and they get to play everyone on the opposing team. Magnus Carlsen led the way with 4 wins in his games, but it was not easy, and it will never be easy here in the Pro Chess League. But today's action has come to a close. It is Valentine's Day, so celebrate with your special someone by watching more and more chess. See you tomorrow from the Pro Chess League. It's been a pleasure. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Tomorrow's action will be another doubleheader, so you'll want to tune in for that. See you then, everybody.